This is a presentation of Fox Sports, celebrating 10 years of excellence.
Yeah, that was perilously close to his head. And Garcia is furious. Martinez now pointing. That's the wrong thing to do. That's inciting right there. Now Romero. That ball's not even close.
You talk about looking for a reason.
Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness. Don Zimmer and Pedro Martinez. Oh.
That's awful.
Nixon hits one to deep center. Back is Williams, and the Red Sox are back on top. Safe. It's 3-1. Looking to deliver for the Red Sox. Cannot. Jeter with a sensational catch to end Game 5. Floats one into left center field. The Red Sox will take the lead. Into center field, Yankees take the lead. Nixon hammers one to deep right. This ball is in the upper deck. It's 9-6 Boston here in the ninth. We'll see you tomorrow night. Pressure, pushing down on me, pressing down on you. No man has fallen. Under pressure, burns and building down. It's a family under pressure. Under pressure.
Tonight on Fox, our postseason for the ages runneth over. They're fighting a water main flood in Manhattan, but in the Bronx, be advised. Hold on to your history. It's Pedro versus the Rocket. Once more, for old time's sake. In the house that Ruth built, the drama that Ruth caused takes center stage. American League rivals for 100 years, but never have the stakes been this high. This one's for the Babe, for Bucky, for Buckner, the keepers of the flame. And remember, after all these years, the curse is almost bearable. Losing to the Yankees is not. Welcome inside the Fox Network Center. Jeannie Zelasco, along with Kevin Kennedy.
Gotta save the water for the fish.
You are absolutely right, because the fish are survivors. A winner-take-all matchup between bitter rivals. And, oh, by the way, two of the greatest pitchers of this generation are on the mound. It could be the game of the century. That is why Joe Torre has already started making moves, because Kevin's taught us you got to manage different in Game 7.
You pull out all the stops, absolutely. Jason Giambi has not done the job in the 3 spot. Too many strikeouts. He does not hit Pedro Martinez. Therefore, Giambi moves down to the 7 spot. Nick Johnson into the 2 spot, a left-handed hitter. If Soriano gets on, that helps the speed game and the contact game. And Jeter, another contact guy, most hits in postseason history, hitting 3rd. I like the lineup tonight for Joe Torre.
But I'm trying to decide who has more pressure tonight, the Red Sox, the Yankees, or the umpires, who have to deal with, what, 67,000 Pedro haters?
Maybe it's Tim McClellan. Exactly right, because the first time that Pedro Martinez goes inside on one of the Yankees, Tim McClellan is going to hear 57,000 fans out there yelling, kick him out of the ballgame. Tim McClellan knows the difference between pitching inside and trying to hit somebody. He talked about that the other night. He's ready for it tonight. He's one of the best umpires in Major League Baseball. These guys have to pitch in to win, and he knows the difference.
All right, it's going to be a good one. Kevin, let's break it down, shall we?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
All right.
Nomar Garciaparra had a triple yesterday. Wind blowing, doesn't really matter. A big game for him in Game 6. 7-6 record at Yankee Stadium this year in 2003 for the Sox. And you've got to like this if you're a Red Sox fan. Twice this season they've won back-to-back games in New York. If you're a Yankee fan, you got to love this. They've not lost Game 6 and 7 at home in the postseason since 1926. So the historians got to love that stuff. But tonight, it's Pedro versus Rocket. The players will settle all that. History is out the window right now.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff the little kids at home are in their backyard talking about. I'm Pedro, you are Rocket.
That's fantasy.
It's yeah, but it's not fantasy tonight, and won't be fantasy on Sunday because we get down to business. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Game 1 of the World Series on Fox when the Florida Marlins look to continue their incredible postseason. As well, we'll see who they will take on, right? Sports' biggest month of the year continues Saturday, only on Fox. All season long, Fox Sports and Sprint have been interactive, and during tonight's game, you're going to have the chance to make your voice heard with Sprint Virtual Manager. Use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com to vote. Still ahead, the Red Sox road to the World Series makes one final turn through Yankee Stadium. And look who's waiting, a pitcher who traded in his socks for stripes. Sound familiar? Take a good look at Clemens. It could be his last night on the mound. What a career.
Welcome to Yankee Stadium. Now pitching.
Just a big thank you to the fans here. It was unbelievable.
Ball game over. game.
Sunday on America's #1 pregame show. What's happened to the Giants? How he hits the Big Apple to find out what's wrong with the G-Man. Plus, you'll never guess how Tampa Bay Bucks star Simeon Rice spends his day off. Pam Oliver gets the inside scoop. Fox NFL Sunday this week.
Get it now. Any model, any style. It's the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. And now you can get incredible 0% financing for 6 full years on Ford Explorer. That's 0% financing for 6 years. Explorer has a smoother ride and a roomier interior. Now get a loaded Explorer and get 0% for 6 years or $5,500 cash back. That's 0 for 6 or $5,500 cash during the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. Visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store and get it now.
It takes focus, determination, innovative technology, but they're nothing without the human effort. That's what it takes to create new medicines. Like the 3 Bristol-Myers Squibb medicines that helped me beat my cancer.
Today, Bristol-Myers Squibb's breakthrough treatments bring hope to those with cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and schizophrenia.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
The Hyundai Elantra, a comparison. More standard features than a Toyota Corolla LE. All for over $1,700 less when comparably equipped. And only the Elantra is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Elantra. Nicely equipped for just $12,399. At your Hyundai dealer.
Hurry into the Hyundai winning season clearance and get up to $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Baseball is brought to you locally by Continental Airlines.
Europe gave us the Yugo, the Macarena, and the Spice Girls. Fox Monday. It's payback time. Fox is telling these beautiful European women that this $11,000 a year cowboy is worth $80 million in oil. We lied. Again.
I never had much money. It's really exciting for me.
The next Joe Millionaire, an international affair.
Now to the best part, he's rich.
Premiering at 8/7 Central, Fox Monday. It's television's most horrifying event. Don't miss the pure terror of a world without death.
Does this mean they'll never cancel the Jim Belushi show?
I guess so.
All new Simpsons Treehouse of Horror, Sunday, November 2nd on Fox.
Bring us your cursed, you're hostile, you're hurting. We have seen it all this October, but it's been a real long time since the Beantown faithful have visited the promised land. It's up to Pedro. 75 years of misery. 75 years. We're talking 15 U.S. presidents, 6 wars. Haven't been around that long? We'll catch you up. With a warning, Red Sox viewer discretion advised. 1978, Yankees shortstop Bucky Dent broke the Sox backs and hopes with a 3-run home run in the 7th inning. It proved to be the game winner and sent New York on its way to a world championship. Or 1986, when the Sox were 1 out from a world title. Boston led the Mets by 2 in the bottom of the 10th with no runners on. The Mets put a series of hits together, tied the game, and eventually won when a routine Mookie Wilson grounder went through the legs of Bill Buckner. They've had their share of pain. Is it finally time for gain? How sweet would it be? A pennant-clinching victory over the man who spent 13 seasons in their uniform before leaving town. Now he's a Yankee. Talk about your curse words. Few things are more despised in Beantown. Somehow you knew it would come down to this. It had to. It was Babe Ruth's departure that started this whole mess. So it's only fitting former Red Sox turned pinstripe would be the gatekeeper to a better future, right? Oh, boy. For people who are said to be cursed, Kevin, they might be getting a little ahead of themselves. This kid's would be Fenway Park.
Well, and the irony of it all is guess who the Red Sox have to go through to get it done, to try to go back to the World Series. It's Roger Clemens. And one ace, Pedro Martinez, replaces the former ace in Roger Clemens. So there's a lot of irony in this matchup. It's incredible. It's going to be the best matchup since the 2001 World Series with Schilling and Roger Clemens.
All right, well, let's talk about Pedro Martinez, who said going into Game 3 went with a different game plan. He was trying to use the off-speed stuff.
Fastball's still 90 to 93, but he was throwing a lot of breaking balls. He hung this one to Derek Jeter. He hit the home run to tie the ball game in the 3rd inning. And then the changeup right there. Usually that's lights out, down and away, mislocation, middle into Matsui. And then the problems would start right here. Garcia got a base hit in the 1st inning, scored a run. He hits Kareem Garcia. That would start the problems. What does Roger Clemens do? Was he under control? Well, in the 1st inning, a base hit right there by Manny Ramirez and a good fastball for 2 runs. He went up in the zone right there with a little cutter. Got a good fastball, 92. Now, a little bit of an overreaction, and that would help Roger Clemens because this pitch is a good 6 inches off the plate to strike him out. 6th inning, goes up in the zone right there to Nomar Garciaparra. Key to the ball game in the game, inning 6, the double play ball for Roger Clemens getting Manny Ramirez out. The bullpen would do the rest. Roger Clemens only gave up 2 runs in his 6 innings, and Pedro Martinez gave up 4 runs in his 7 innings. Pedro Martinez has not been lights out the last couple of starts, but you never know when he's going to be solid. And for Roger Clemens, you got to watch out for Todd Walker, Trot Nixon, 8 home runs in the postseason combined. Tough guys.
All right, Roger, hang up the glove tonight, real quick.
I can't make a prediction. Both guys play for me. They're going to settle it on the field.
All right, whatever. But you're probably right. We got to get you out to the ball game. Let him settle it, right? Roger Clemens trying to extend his storied career. Pedro trying to keep the Sox October dream alive. It is an unbelievable Game 7 coming up next on Fox.
I just want to run away. I do. I'd go anywhere with you.
His father is the district attorney.
He wants to ruin our family. He wants to destroy my business.
Can you imagine what will happen if the press gets a hold of this? They would ruin me. They would ruin you.
Why does it matter who our parents are? You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
Every politician needs a target.
You cannot see this girl again ever.
The rich man's dead. What have I done?
I love you.
I love you too.
Skin, a new series, premieres at 9 Monday on Fox. It's the home of beer, football, dairy, and now Wednesday night comedy. Yes! This fall, Wisconsin is where the laughs live.
You're allergic to eggs.
Hey, pretty lady. Like what you see? That 70 Show, followed by Norm Macdonald in the premiere of the new series, A Minute with Stan Hooper.
Look, honey, it's your head made out of cheese.
Holy Lord. Wednesday nights, come for the laughs, stay for the cheese.
Join me? Don't smoke, sir.
Oh, it's string cheese.
I can't eat this. I'm lactose intolerant.
What's the worst that could happen?
Cardiac arrest. I could die, sir.
Come on, one little piece. A Minute with Stan Hooper, after that 70 Show, beginning Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
Someone's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This fall,
The damage to this country would be catastrophic.
hold your breath.
They found a body that's been infected.
We have 2 hours before they release the virus.
But don't negotiate with terrorists.
Because this time,
Open the door!
the terror is contagious.
Just do it now!
What happens next is on you, Jack! The season premiere of 24, Tuesday, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
With extra security, hours ago, Pedro Martinez made his way off the team bus and into Yankee Stadium. The crowd already on him. And for possibly the final time, Roger Clemens walks into a big league stadium as the starting pitcher. We welcome you to Game 7. Championship Series. The Boston Red Sox, the New York Yankees. The winner goes to the World Series. And welcome to the broadcast booth. Well, what a perfect way to finish off this ALCS. Pedro Martinez, with all that he brings with him from Saturday's start, coming here to the Bronx to try to get the Red Sox past the Yankees and into the World Series against Florida. On the other side, you've got Roger Clemens, who made his name with the Boston Red Sox, trying to stop them in their tracks and get the Yankees to the Fall Classic. I welcome in my partner, Tim McCarver. And Tim, we look at this pitching matchup, and what a lot of people don't talk about is how Pedro was pitching. Forget all the other stuff. How he was pitching leading into that incident in the 4th inning on Saturday.
Well, think about all the things that are confronting Pedro tonight. I mean, he's got to beat the New York Yankees in Game 7 of the playoffs at Yankee Stadium with all the psychological baggage from Saturday, and that is extra and tough. Also, I think his shoulder may be hurting, weak, or both. That's why he pitched that way on Saturday. That's why he threw that many curveballs. And if I'm a Red Sox fan, I'm thinking if he throws 92 to 94 in the 1st inning, I'm very, very happy.
Well, we talk about it from the pitcher's perspective, and now from the hitter's perspective. Brett Boone, you faced both these guys this year. You look at Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens. What do you expect?
I think you got Pedro Martinez out in the mound for Game 7. He's the best pitcher of my time, I think. Enough said about that. When you go over to Roger Clemens, the times I've seen Roger be vulnerable is when he's wild high in the strike zone with the fastball. If he comes out throwing strikes with that fastball early, believe me, he can be every bit as tough as Pedro.
That's the matchup here tonight. Pedro Martinez for the Boston Red Sox. Roger Clemens for the New York Yankees. What's on the line? A trip to the 2003 World Series and a date with the Florida Marlins. Baseball is next.
Let's see, I bought yellow pencils, yellow Post-it notes, yellow boxers. Yellow boxers.
$14.
Land courier, air courier, pedicure, reader.
$137.
2 printers, 2 scanners, 2 tutus.
$540. Keeping business expenses separate from personal expenses? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Apply online for the MasterCard Business Card.
Before you take Prilosec OTC for heartburn, there's something you should know. You have to keep taking it for 14 days, heartburn or not. I'd rather take one Pepcid, just when I need it. Pepcid Complete starts controlling acid in seconds. Or there's new maximum strength Pepcid AC. It has double the strength of original Pepcid AC. Both last all day or all night. 1. Now, that's a number I can live with. Pepcid, just 1, and heartburn's done.
Standing on the corner, watching all the guys go by. Standing on the corner, giving all the guys the eye.
Old Navy painter's pants at a price that really turns heads, starting at just $20 for men.
Brother, you won't find a tougher pair of painters. Old Navy painter's pants go by.
Yes, I hear it. It's there. I see it.
Do you have any clue where we're going?
Yes.
Are you pointing? But I
For the perfect road trip, hop into your Corolla and head on over to Universal.
We're close.
The League Championship Series on Fox is brought to you by Sprint, proudly offering picture mail and PCS Vision picture phones. By MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Old Navy Painter's Pants, they'll work for you. And by Pepcid Complete, just 1 and heartburn's done. Roger Clemens is getting ready to go to take on the Boston Red Sox. It has become tradition. From his forehead to the forehead of Babe Ruth on that monument out in Monument Park. And Clemens, who so far is 2-0 in this postseason, coming off a 17-9 regular season, will take on this lineup. Johnny Damon leading off, then Todd Walker batting second. Nomar Garciaparra broke through yesterday. He's hitting third. Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, the DH, Kevin Millar at first, Trot Nixon in right, Bill Miller at third, and Jason Varitek homered yesterday. He has hit 4 in this postseason. 41 years old, the Rocket, Roger Clemens.
And the question in everybody's mind, is this it? Is this his last appearance? How fitting from Boston to New York City with a stop in between at Toronto. Remarkable career, winning 300 games this year. His 300th this year.
Damon retired on a routine ground out. Here's Todd Walker. Nomar Garciaparra waits to hit next. (3-0) on Walker. Good rip by Walker. Walker is a .400 career hitter against Roger Clemens. That ball's down the line and foul. Walker started, stopped, didn't know whether to run or not. And he'll be back to the plate with a 3-2 count.
May have to get a new bat. Jammed on this pitch. After that Cub series against the Marlins, foul balls of that type will never be looked at the same again.
Good at bat by Todd Walker.
May have been ball 4, but he stays alive.
Into right center field for a hit. Bernie Williams cuts it off, makes a good play, and Walker is on with 1 out in the first inning for Boston. A 10-pitch at bat for Todd Walker.
When Roger Clemens' fastball is down, he is easier to hit than when his fastball is up. Another rope by Walker.
Garciaparra now. The combination of Millar, Miller, and Garciaparra 7 for 55 in this series coming into yesterday's Game 6. The trio combined for 9 hits. Garciaparra had 4 of them. Right center field off the end of the bat. Garcia makes the catch and Walker tags and advances. Good base running. Runner at second, 2 out.
Outstanding base running by Todd Walker. This is deep enough, Walker says, to tag up on. He read the height of the ball, realizing that Garcia had to turn, pivot, and make the throw. Very, very alert base running by Walker.
RBI chance for New York native Manny Ramirez.
One thing I see with Roger is I don't think he's thrown a pitch under 94 yet, and these aren't all four-seam fastballs. He's cutting the ball. And to have that kind of velocity with cut on it, you know, his arm's feeling pretty good tonight.
The cut fastball Brett Boone was talking about right here evens the count.
Two balls and a strike. Manny Ramirez has struggled in his career against Roger Clemens.
You can almost see that ball sailing on Ramirez. So he went cutter for a ball, cutter for a strike, sinker for a ball, cutter for a foul ball.
Pedro Martinez, when he steps to the mound, will be on that Yankee Stadium mound for the first time in his career in the postseason. Clemens is through the first. It's Pedro's turn.
Bud Light salutes you, Mr. Footlong Hot Dog Inventor.
Footlong hot dog inventor.
When conventional wisdom said no one could make a hot dog longer than 6 inches, you dared to dream.
Dared to dream.
The crowd cheered your 10-inch wiener. Wait, you said, I can give you 2 more inches.
Oh.
So make it up, Bud Light, mister, for giving us all a bigger wiener.
It's not just the advanced technology, the 57 patents, or the world's best blades. It's the way it's all put together. No razor shaves better than Gillette Mach 3 Turbo. The proof is in the shave. We guarantee it or your money back. Mach 3 Turbo is the world's best shave. The closest, the most comfortable. It's a fact. We guarantee it. Mach 3 Turbo from Gillette. The best a man can get.
No human being has ever set foot in Santa's workshop until... My bad.
This holiday season, Santa's biggest little helper...
You're not like the rest of us.
...is off to the city, boy, for a little family bonding.
Dad! We should call security.
Good idea. I like to whisper, too. Will Ferrell.
We can take him. Where did you say you were from?
Elf. Rated PG. Starts Friday, November 7th.
Pedro Martinez 1-1 in the postseason this year with the Red Sox. Will take on this lineup: Soriano, Johnson, and Jeter. Different look. Nick Johnson batting second. Where's Giambi if Jeter's hitting third? He's batting seventh as the DH. First time he's done that for Joe Torre. Enrique Wilson, who has handled Pedro Martinez, batting eighth. Kareem Garcia ninth. And here's Pedro Martinez.
Right there, for you folks at home, if you're a Red Sox fan, that's what you're interested in, how hard he's throwing.
One away.
Fastball off the plate, gets Soriano. The first statement of a scouting report could be posed as a question. Does his arm hurt? He says no. Unusual amount of curveballs, however, on Saturday. And for Game 7, who else would you want?
Nick Johnson now batting in the number 2 spot, where Jeter usually hits for the Yankees.
I think you can look at how hard he's throwing and maybe say his arm isn't feeling good if he's hitting 88, 89. But I think as a hitter, you've got to make him prove to you that he's willing to throw that fastball even if he doesn't have his best one. If he can locate at 88, you got to know that he will throw it at any time, so you can't just sit on the off speed.
3 balls and a strike with Jeter on deck. One on, one out. Jeter coming up, and we have yet to see anything resembling a good fastball from Pedro Martinez.
He is under the fastball. He is yet to break 90. Of course, the curveballs that he threw to Soriano, they're going to be around 70. But he struck him out on an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Pedro was on the disabled list with a sore labrum right under the shoulder from May 25th to June 11th.
Strike one. One ball, one strike. Off the hands, Millar at first and foul ground, 2 out. And with a runner at first, 2 out, Bernie Williams will be the hitter.
Watch how this fastball tails in on the hands of Derek Jeter.
At times, Tim, you've talked about the anatomy of an out, so to speak, and the different characteristics from a pitcher. And velocity is not always #1 on the list. Location, movement, and it looks like Pedro Martinez will have to rely on location and movement here tonight.
Certainly movement to Jeter.
Opposite way, base hit. 2 on, 2 out. So a scoring opportunity for the Yankees in the first, and Hideki Matsui moved up in the order to the #5 spot. Digs his way in. Strike one. The first pitch at 90 miles per hour from Pedro Martinez. I would imagine Giambi was shocked to get to the ballpark and find his name on that lineup in the #7 spot. Two balls and a strike. 91 from Pedro Martinez. On the outside part, 2-2. go inside, outside. That's only ball 3. Hideki Matsui. It's 3-2.
Hideki lost the count. That was a key pitch as Veritek out to talk to Martinez. Now the runners will be off. 3-2, 2 out.
Johnny Damon is coming on. Roger Clemens, Pedro Martinez, each with a scoreless first. We go to the second inning, game 7. Winner goes to the World Series, no score.
Ted?
Hey man, remember how Ted was talking about his new acting job, but he was a little hazy on the details?
Right up here, baby.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Pickle Boy.
I'm so glad I got to see this.
Happy to help.
Picture mail that talks from Sprint. At Sprint stores, choose from a wide selection of picture phones starting at $99.99. Share it when it happens.
You see her. She sees you. Good thing icebreakers and Tense flavor crystals give you crystal fresh breath. That should help you break the ice.
Get the cool.
Icebreakers, and new Icebreakers Unleashed, the best way to break the ice.
It's not just the advanced technology or the world's best blades. It's the way it's all put together. No razor shaves better than Mach 3 Turbo. It's the world's best shave. We guarantee it or your money back. Mach 3 Turbo from Gillette.
The new Sonic Air Elite by Philips. With patented sonic technology, its bristle tips move 3 times faster for a deep cleaning experience unlike any other.
For whiter teeth and healthier gums.
Stop brushing. Start Sonic Air.
Did you see who took your sister?
You were
This November.
Can you track him?
Yeah, you can track him. How far would you go to get back what you've lost?
Go home, you understand?
You have to kill me first.
Tommy Lee Jones, Kate Blanchett, from director Ron Howard. Missing, rated R. Starts November 19th in New York and LA. Opens everywhere November 26th.
I just wanted to come up with a style of my own. The only thing I come with was the leg kick. It becomes a part of you. I live for this.
Watch the World Series on Fox beginning October 18th. Don't miss it.
Roger Clemens in the first inning got around a 1-out hit. And now he takes on the middle part of this relentless Boston Red Sox lineup and starts David Ortiz with a strike. Ortiz the DH, then Kevin Millar at first and Trot Nixon in right. Into center field on a line. Bernie Williams makes a tough play, hit right at him. 1 out, and Millar coming up.
Right on the button, but to Bernie Williams.
Little snow cone action at the end. Our Sprint Virtual Manager question is, who matches up better with the Marlins? In your opinion, the Yankees or the Red Sox? A for Yankees, B for Red Sox. To answer the question, use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com, keyword MLB on Fox. Kevin Millar fouls the first pitch back, strike 1. Millar a couple of hits in yesterday's 9-run, 16-hit attack that the Red Sox came up with, finally breaking through offensively to win Game 6. One ball, one strike.
I wonder how the Marlins would vote. The Marlins watching this game from Chicago.
Well, there are no restrictions. I mean, if they want to log in their PCS Vision phones from the airport, Terminal D, wherever they're watching in Chicago, they can feel free.
Speaking from a player, I don't think the Marlins really care.
Into right center field, tailing away from Williams. That ball will get down, and on a hop, Bernie Williams on another good play holds Millar to a single. 1 on, 1 out. Trot Nixon is coming up. All right, the Marlins don't care. That we know. Brett Boone has told us that. Tim, what do you think? Who matches up better? The Red Sox or the Yankees against the Marlins? And you can say it doesn't matter too. That's okay.
I don't think the Marlins care. I mean, after last night, I don't think they care one way or the other. I agree with Brett.
Okay, let me be the one to say.
All right.
It really doesn't matter.
But put your vote in.
I think when you look at that Marlins team, the reason why it doesn't matter if that is the case is because the Marlins will roll into the World Series on Saturday night, either here in New York or in Boston. Please turn your phone off, Tim.
I will.
With so much confidence. They've got hitting up and down their lineup. They've got a starting rotation that's going to go in a little backward after the way things finished up at Wrigley Field, having to use Beckett in relief, and was he terrific last night.
Unbelievable.
They've got a bullpen with 2 guys who can close games. They've got speed. They hit for average. So maybe that is the answer, because I think they match up well against either one of these 2 teams.
Speed's the key. Speed is the key that the Marlins have that neither of these 2 teams have. And the catchers in the World Series, be it Veritek or Posada, are going to have a lot of heat, and so are the pitchers trying to hold the runners close.
Nixon into right center field. Did he get enough? Yes, he did. The Red Sox strike first. Trot Nixon, a home run to right center field. It's 2-0 Boston in the second. Nixon hits his 4th career home run off Roger Clemens. None bigger than that last swipe here in the second inning of Game 7.
That looked like a splitter that stayed up in the strike zone, about belt high outside part of the plate. Either a splitter or a tailing fastball. Another look. Posada sits outside. I think it was a splitter. Either a splitter or a 2-seam fastball.
Miller now with 1 out takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Nixon went deep last night in the top of the 9th inning to give the Red Sox a 2-run add-on with their 1-run 8th inning lead. They added the 2 in the 9th and won it 9-6. We go back to the home run.
That's a 2-seam fastball.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Miller strikes out. 2 out.
Splitter diving out of the strike zone.
Well, it's interesting. First inning, Roger came out. He was cutting the fastball a little bit. This inning, he's pretty much gone with the 2-seam, the sinker, maybe to give him another look.
I think he throws that to left-handers to try to get the ground ball, a double play situation. But Trot Nixon lifted it out of the ballpark.
With the bases empty, 2 out, here's Veritek. And he rips one into right field. That ball will take one hop and hit the wall. Veritek is going to test Garcia and make it easily into second on the high throw out of right.
Often the number of outs determine whether to take the extra base or not. There are 2 outs. Even though the ball's hit sharply and Garcia comes up with it quickly, Veritek testing his arm properly, and he overthrows Jeter.
Now it's Johnny Damon with an RBI chance. This packed house trying to rally behind Roger Clemens. We said it at the top, and I'm sure we'll say it again. This could be the final time that Roger Clemens is on a major league mound. He said he will walk away at the end of this season. .310 career victories, number 3 on the all-time strikeout list with 4,099. His 0-1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike on Damon. For Clemens, his 24th postseason start, he's 8-6 and 2-0 this year. But it all falls to this, a Game 7 here in the ALCS. Laying off that pitch is Damon. It's 2-1. The 6-time Cy Young Award winner is ready. His 2-1 pitch to the left side for Enrique Wilson. His throw sails into the seats, and that'll bring Veritek to the plate to make it 3-0. Wilson in the lineup for his bat against Pedro Martinez. Boone is sitting out, and Wilson throws it into the photographer's section behind first base for an error and a 3-0 Red Sox lead.
Usually if you drop your arm when you're throwing, the ball will tail into the runner, as Wilson's did then. He has the type of motion, the throwing motion, where the ball tails. Certainly not the arm that Aaron Boone has. So another run by the Red Sox.
And now red-hot Todd Walker steps in. He takes a ball, a 10-pitch at bat, his first time up for Walker, and he singled into right field at the end of it. Now it's Damon at second, 2 out. In what is a 3-run second inning for Boston. 1 ball, 1 strike. The last time the Boston Red Sox were in a Game 7 in an ALCS was 1986, and they won that game over the California Angels behind Roger Clemens. To the right side, Nick Johnson stays down on it, and the inning is over. But not before the Boston Red Sox come up with 3 runs. 2 earned, 1 unearned. Nixon goes deep. Boston strikes first. Pedro Martinez has a 3-0 lead.
May I say one thing?
Kill Bill is the #1 movie in America.
No kidding.
Ebert and Roper give it 2 thumbs way up. Rolling Stone raves. It's wildly funny.
Mommy, I'm home. Hey, baby. How was school?
And Newsweek declares it's astonishing.
Now, if any of you got anything else to say, now's the time!
Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill. Rated R. Now playing.
When Taco Bell first created the Zesty Chicken Bowl, we thought we'd freshly prepare them right at your table. We still freshly prepare them, just not at your table. The Zesty Chicken Bowl, grilled all white meat chicken, seasoned rice, cheese, crisp lettuce, and fiesta salsa. Made right when you order it, so it tastes even better. For fresh made taste, think outside the bun.
Delicious, hot, and fresh. Orville Redenbacher's Gourmet Popping Corn is the perfect after-school snack for kids of any age. Anytime's a great time for Orville.
Do you always brush for 2 minutes and floss between all 32 teeth? You would if you had the time. Good thing there's Listerine. Listerine kills germs to fight plaque buildup for a cleaner, healthier mouth in no time. Listerine, worth the time, every time.
We got a problem up here. Tower 12, weather's moving it.
Heading up. Do you have the right truck? Does your truck have a Duramax diesel? Does it have an Allison transmission? Silverado, it's the right truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
The League Championship Series on Fox brought to you by Kill Bill, the #1 movie in America, now playing in theaters everywhere, rated R. By Gillette Mach 3 Turbo for the closest shave with less irritation, even against the grain. By Taco Bell, think outside the bun. And by a swing and a miss for strike one. Orville Redenbacher's popcorn. Start popping today. A swinging strike on Jorge Posada, and we're underway in the bottom of the second. It'll be Posada, Giambi hitting 7th, and Enrique Wilson. That misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. We did see a flash of that good Pedro Martinez velocity on that final pitch to Matsui with 2 on, 2 out in a long first inning. Popped up into left center field for Johnny Damon. 1 out.
Well, it was the only time in the inning that Martinez hit 93 with the fastball. And that was the final pitch of the inning.
Well, I think we can get too wrapped up in velocity. I mean, if Pedro's hitting his spots, whether it's 89, of course, it would be nice for him to have his 95 and hitting his spots, but he can do it with the velocity he's got right now. I think you notice he's throwing more fastballs in the first 2 innings than he probably threw the whole last game.
That was Saturday afternoon at Fenway Park as he misses inside, ball 1 to Giambi.
And that was the day he didn't get wrapped up in velocity, and he lost because he was throwing too many curveballs and too many changeups.
The 1-0.
The one thing Pedro is smart and knows how to pitch.
No question about that.
He can't come back out here and throw all breaking balls. This Yankee hitters are too good, and you can't get a team to know what you're going to throw, and they'll just sit on the breaking ball all night.
The 2-0 pitch. 3 balls, no strikes. A 2-0 changeup that missed with Enrique Wilson up next. Giambi moved to the number 7 spot, takes a strike. So far in this series, 8 out of 37. In the postseason, 1 home run. And that came yesterday. The 3-1. On the inside corner, 3-2. As a member of the Oakland A's, the last time Giambi hit this low in the order. A high fastball, and there's 93 miles an hour again. And if the Red Sox have proven one thing, the way to get Giambi out in this postseason, high heat, and Pedro Martinez gets it by his bat.
After falling behind 3-0, a fastball, and a high fastball. Giambi's woes continue.
Enrique Wilson, 7 of 8 against Pedro Martinez this season, 10 out of 20 in his career, leading into that Game 3 start when he went 0 for 4. This one down the right side, out of play for strike 1. Already Enrique Wilson has Ramirez made his presence felt with a throwing error that led directly to a run. And his reaction in the dugout after making the miscue. The opposite way, slicing down the line, and it's caught. Nice running catch by Manny Ramirez. Closed and covered a ton of ground. We go to the third inning here in Game 7. Boston on top 3-0.
Take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey?
Sometimes you need a little help staying in the game. Ask your doctor about new Levitra. But once you get in the zone, it's good. Ask your doctor if a new choice is right for you. Ask about new Levitra.
Now on DVD.
The Matrix is older than you know. Like all systems, it has a weakness. Stay out of the Matrix.
Why?
The Matrix Reloaded. Buy it now on DVD.
I remember the song, the commercial with the Candy Man. They sang the Candy Man can, the Candy Man can. It makes the world taste good. Okay.
Hello?
Hey, honey. Now, don't forget to pick up the dog.
Me? Forget?
Now there's a phone you can use as a wireless or as a walkie-talkie.
Hey, Gina, when do we record? Noon. Oh, thanks.
Now at Radio Shack, get a Verizon Wireless Motorola V60P, a push-to-talk wireless phone for just $149.99.
Hey, Vanessa.
Rick, you didn't remember.
Delivery, Miss Williams.
Vanessa.
Oh.
Radio Shack.
Season premiere of 24, Tuesday, October 28th on Fox, presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F1.
Part of the order for the Red Sox here in the third inning. Garciaparra, then Ramirez, then Ortiz. A lot of people were screaming for the Red Sox and Grady Little to move Garciaparra out of that number 3 spot. He stayed with him. He stays with him now after yesterday out of that number 3 spot. Nomar had a 4-for-5 day, made up for an error in the field. On the other side, you see Joe Torre, who comes into this game. He moves his lineup all around. Talks about rearranging the furniture. He has moved that big credenza, Jason Giambi, into the number 7 spot. He's got Nick Johnson batting second, Jeter in the number 3 position, and Enrique Wilson in there, while the Red Sox are going with their typical look. It's 3-0 on Garciaparra. 3-1. Three and 2. This crowd tries to climb back into this game, stunned by a 3-run second inning put up by Boston. It was a 3-0 count, and Roger Clemens comes back to get Garciaparra. Manny Ramirez grew up in nearby Washington Heights. And a look back at a young Manny Ramirez, regarded by many as one of the greatest hitters to come out of this city. And he is back playing for the Red Sox, trying to get past the New York Yankees to get to the 2003 World Series. With one out, nobody on, a ball inside from Clemens. At George Washington High in 1991, 22 games, batting average of .615. Back and out of play, joining us for tonight's game is Kenny Albert. Kenny?
Joe, you mentioned Manny Ramirez grew up in Washington Heights, the site of a massive water main break this afternoon, which caused major traffic problems. Manny was asked before the game if any of his friends or family were affected. He said no, they all moved to Miami.
1 ball, 1 strike. And he may get to see friends and family in Miami in the World Series if the Red Sox can hang on and defeat the New York Yankees as the count goes to 1-2. Into right center field. Kareem Garcia to his right as it tails back to him, 2 out.
That was a cut fastball, something to which Brett referred earlier. And what it will do, it will cut off the fat part of the bat. That's how it tails out, and Ramirez hits it right on the end of the bat and didn't get enough of it to drive it out to right field. That's a deception in that cutter. You think you're going to center it, and at the last minute, it'll sail on you about 3 inches.
Now it's Ortiz. Big DH. It's a 2-hopper to Nick Johnson. This game goes to the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be Garcia, Soriano, and Nick Johnson coming up. Red Sox leading game 7, 3-0.
It's my daughter's car. Katie was murdered.
Newsweek declares Mystic River is a thriller of disturbing power.
Do you ever think about how just one little choice can change your whole life?
Run! Run! Dave, run!
A masterpiece.
No more lies, no more secrets.
The movie to beat for 2003.
The bury our sins here. We wash them clean.
Mystic River, rated R. Now playing at a theater near you.
My allergies will never ruin my life again.
Announcing the most important breakthrough in the history of allergy relief. Full-strength Claritin tablets are now available without a prescription. Non-drowsy, 24-hour Claritin.
Am I glad Claritin is off prescription? Now it's so easy for me to get the relief I need without drowsiness.
I just take 1 Claritin in the morning, and it works all day and all night.
Claritin never makes me drowsy, so now I can do what I want, when I want.
Full prescription strength Claritin, now without a prescription.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's making a great investment in your home, like new paint in the dining room, new carpet in the family room, or new appliances in the kitchen. It's also getting a great way to pay for it, because right now you'll get 10% off your first purchase when you open a new consumer credit card account at the Home Depot or Expo Design Center. Save up to $200. Plus, get no payments or interest for 6 months on all purchases of $299 or more. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Here in Boston, internet users are taking the Net Zero High Speed Challenge. 2 computers connected to the internet through ordinary phone jacks. One using standard dial-up, the other Net Zero High Speed dial-up.
Oh, the Net Zero is much faster than the standard dial-up. It's on page 18. It's only on page 4.
That's unbelievable.
You can surf the web up to 5 times faster for only $14.95 a month.
It's the way to go. $14.95.
That's quite amazing.
Net Zero High Speed. Get it at netzero.com.
It began last summer.
He's not a criminal mastermind. He's a kid who has nowhere to go.
It became a sensation. Where it's going is anyone's guess.
You're sending me to a mental institution.
The OC is back on a new night beginning Wednesday, October 29th on Fox.
Pedro Martinez back to work. It's 3-0, bottom of the third inning, dealing with Kareem Garcia. Remember, Garcia was the one that was hit. Back of his shoulder. In the second and third situation in that fourth inning back at Fenway Park on Saturday by Pedro Martinez. A 1-0 pitch. Another pop-up. We've seen a few of those. That's into left center field. And it's Johnny Damon for out number 1. If you've been living under a boulder for the last week, this is what started the mess. This pitch up the direction of the head, which any hitter takes exception to, and Garciaparra was stunned that that happened in that situation. Second and third. Nobody out at the time. That loaded the bases, and Pedro Martinez gave up what were the difference runs in the game in that fourth inning. Soriano was a part of it as he stands in with 1 out here. Soriano struck out his first time up and takes a strike on the outside corner.
With all of that swirling around, all of that psychological baggage, I think Martinez's shrewdest pitch so far tonight was the second pitch to Nick Johnson. He knocked him back off the plate as if to tell the Yankees, listen, just because we had that brouhaha the other night, don't think I won't come inside on you. Hear that term all the time, sending a message. That was a message.
And really, I think talking to you, Tim, and you, Brett, that was a concern coming in. And Brett, you weren't one who thought that that inside pitch was going to be taken away from Pedro Martinez.
I think you still got to allow these guys to go out and pitch their game. And that pitch right there, that wasn't close. That's part of the game. That's not up around the head.
A 1-2 pitch. 93, but out of the strike zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joe Torre talking before the game about a possible warning before this game started by Major League Baseball, by the umpires. And he said, I don't think there will be one, and it would be a shame if there were a warning from baseball. Is that breaking ball, and it's important to say breaking ball stays up and in. It's a 3-2 count now on Soriano.
Everybody ooh and eyeing here at Yankee Stadium, at least all Yankee fans. It's just a curveball that backed up.
One out, the base is empty. 3-2 on Soriano with Nick Johnson on deck. Fastball to get Soriano, 2 out. Strikeout number 3 on the night for Pedro Martinez. Play Hit the Pros presented by Chevy Silverado. Face real pitches from today's best hurlers. Log on to foxsports.com. Keyword games, Chevy Silverado, it's the right truck. 3 strikeouts for Martinez, 2 out, nobody on for Nick Johnson. That's inside for ball 1. Kenny Albert, you met with the officials before this game. Any word about a pregame warning?
Well, Joe, I spoke with Steve Palermo, supervisor of umpires, and he told me that no club personnel, not the managers, not the pitchers, were talked to by the umpires before the game. Steve emphasized Major League Baseball and Commissioner Bud Selig will not tolerate any of the extracurricular stuff that went on during Game 3, but they were not spoken to before the game.
That's into right center and easy for Johnny Damon to his left. Another pop up, another one for Damon. Pedro Martinez is settled into a groove. We slip into the 4th inning. Game 7, Boston and New York. 3-0 Red Sox.
Do you have the right truck?
Hi. Black coffee to go.
Does your truck have better resale value than Ford and Dodge? A Silverado half-ton pickup does.
Hey guys, what's up? Hey, is this your truck? What's it going for? What do you mean, what's it going for? Let me make you an offer. It's not for sale. What are you doing here? It's for sale. It's not for sale.
Silverado, it's the right truck from Chevy.
Jared? What are you doing here? I don't know. I just always wanted to try this place. But Jared, it's okay. I had Subway for lunch.
When you have wholesome, low-fat sandwiches from Subway, it's all right to indulge now and then. Try our delicious sweet onion chicken teriyaki sandwich, made fresh with under 6 grams of fat, so you can feel good about being good and okay about being bad.
Some dessert, sir?
Subway, good, so you don't always have to be.
When quality matters, reach out on the wireless service America trusts. AT&T Wireless.
The League Championship Series on Fox brought to you by Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. By AT&T Wireless. Go to the game alone and take all your friends with you. Reach out on the wireless service America trusts. By Nicoderm CQ. You're not a superhero. You don't have to be. You've got Nicoderm CQ. And by Subway. Good so you don't always have to be. Subway. Eat fresh. Millar hits one to left field. That ball back into the corner, up and out. Home run Millar. It's 4-0 Boston as Millar gets his first of the postseason. And the Red Sox and their fans have to be thinking, finally. Yesterday this offense bust through. And tonight against Roger Clemens, they picked up where they left off in Game 6.
Millar, very smart hitter. It appeared that he went up and said, I'm going to get a fastball. I'm going to try to jerk it. Take one shot to yank.
Now it's Trot Nixon, the number 7 hitter, who hit a 2-run home run his first time up.
That was a fastball down the middle of the plate, right below the letters.
A strike to Nixon.
You could see Posada pound that mitt in anger behind the plate.
An ALCS record 11 home runs by the Red Sox. The top hitting team in baseball this season, and they're finally showing it here at the end of the League Championship Series. Mike Messina is getting ready for the Yankees in their bullpen. He said he'd be good for at least an inning or two. Everybody for the Yankees except for Andy Pettitte available. And for the Red Sox, outside of Burkett, everybody, maybe including Derek Lowe, available for Grady Little and the Boston Red Sox. Here's a 2-2 to Nixon. Check to swing, full count. Low for ball 4. First walk of the night. Roger Clemens has said he will walk away at the end of this season after putting up 17 victories during the regular year. He's 2-0 in the postseason until this. You want to talk about retirement? We asked Roger Clemens about walking away.
they got the #1 reason why you should retire, and it's when the time when I knew it was time to retire is when the chance went from Rocket sucks to Dad sucks, Dad sucks. Then you knew it was time to go. So we haven't gotten there yet. You know, my boys are wanting to get in the batter's box against me a little more often now and take some cuts. So we're getting a little closer, but we're not just there yet.
And there is no doubt that this is totally family-driven. I mean, it has nothing to do with performances. You see a guy who tonight is struggling, allowing 4 runs on 5 hits, 2 home runs. But he is still a dominant type right-hander, and it's just the call of his family wanting him to get back home in the Houston, Texas area that is making him want to quit this game.
I think that, and you know, he's played this game for so long. He's been so successful. I think it's the family plays a big part, but I think it's the off season, the daily coming to the ballpark and what it takes to get on that field every day. That, after a while, mentally will get you.
1 on, nobody out, and a ball is a little bit low to Bill Miller. Miller struck out his first time. That's the only Clemens strikeout tonight. The visit by Stottlemyre was as much to talk about Clemens and what he's trying to do as it was to buy time from Messina to get ready. Miller slapping at it. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you want to look at how these two teams end up in a Game 7 within this series, one area where you can point would be the bullpen. The bullpen for the Boston Red Sox has pulled it together in this postseason. And it's a big reason why this Red Sox team is in a position, if they win here tonight, to go to the World Series. Something that was an Achilles heel all year long. And for the Yankees, outside of Mariano Rivera, there are question marks throughout that bullpen. And yesterday, it became very apparent that if you don't have Rivera in the game in the late innings, Joe Torre is picking guys and hoping. And yesterday, the bullpen gave it up. Runner goes, hit and run. It works perfectly for the Red Sox. Nixon will go to third. The Red Sox doing everything right so far tonight, have first and third and nobody out.
Brady Little doesn't do it often, and it looks beautiful. One of the prettiest plays to see from high home when the wrong guy covers. The right guy if you're the Red Sox. Jeter moving over. Miller finding the vacated hole.
Starting runners is something that early in this series didn't work at all for the Boston Red Sox. Here comes Joe Torre, and that is it for Roger Clemens. He is knocked out here in the 4th inning. And potentially could be the last time he exits a major league field.
I just want to feel clear, wide open.
I want to re-enter the world.
I just want the pressure to leave.
I want to feel like myself again.
I want my head back.
Introducing new Tylenol Sinus Severe Congestion.
I was stuck. Now I'm unstuck.
It relieves congestion, pressure, and has Tylenol for pain, so it relieves more symptoms than even the leading sinus prescription.
I'm back in the land of the living.
No more singing the blues.
New Tylenol Sinus Severe Congestion.
Gone?
I'm all about great meals in 30 minutes or less. Like today's savory mustard chicken baguette. It's so easy. You start with some fire-grilled chicken breast. Get a fresh, warm baguette, lettuce, tomato, and a savory mustard sauce with seed from Madagascar. It's even quicker if you let Burger King make it.
Flavor from fire grilling, not from fat. The new savory mustard chicken baguette from Burger King. Come on over. The fire's ready.
What? Every cook needs a day off.
I'm a giver. If somebody's feeling it, I give them the rock.
When the man cuts back door, I give him the no-look ooh. When someone thinks all I'm gonna do is give it up, I give him a little woo, woo. My name is Ben. Steve. My name is Starberry. I create momentum.
NBA Live 2004 with freestyle. Rated E for everyone.
I create with freestyle.
Freestyle. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
For the first time in his big league career, Mike Messina is coming out of the bullpen. That's what's happened this postseason, an 0-3 record. He's lost twice in this ALCS. And he will try to stop this inning right here. It's 4-0 Boston, a chance for more. First and third and nobody out with the number 9 hitter, Jason Varitek, at the plate. Messina was last on the mound. Game 4 on Monday. He started and lost Game 1 on October 8th. And here he is in Game 7. Varitek. First pitch, hacking, strike 1.
I think the reason that Joe Torre chose Mike Messina is the best pitcher in the bullpen in middle relief to get a ground ball. And that's what the Yankees are hopeful of right here. Middle infielders are in double play depth.
Nothing in 2 from Messina to Varitek. Big strikeout by the Yankee right-hander. 1 away.
Derek Jeter, the captain of the Yankees, in to talk to Messina now. This is a knuckle curve, tightly wrapped. You may see the Yankees pull their infield in now, because Johnny Damon's very tough to double. Play for the play at the plate.
The lead runner is Nixon at third. The trail runner is Miller, who just picked up his 6th hit of this ALCS. And here's Damon, who's 0 for 2.
Nope, the Yankee middle infielders are still back, double play depth.
Damon takes a strike. Messina was quoted as saying, "All I can control," after pitching well in Game 4 but losing, "all I can control is 60 feet 6 inches." That rubbed some people the wrong way, as if he were throwing blame on the offense for not coming up with more to support him. Right now, all he is thinking about, 60 feet 6 inches to try to keep it 4-0 here in the 4th inning. Damon takes strike 2.
See that look on Damon's face, probably looking for that knuckle curve, and he got the fastball.
To the shortstop, Jeter. Steps and fires. Mike Messina may have just kept the Yankees in this game. Four nothing after 3.5.
You sit them in child safety seats. Chase them away from wall plugs. You don't let them swim without a buddy, or until an hour after they eat. You bundle them when it's cold and come the instant they call. And if they ever need you, you'll always be there. Well, maybe not always. If you can't quit smoking for yourself, maybe you can for them.
Gene Shalit calls Runaway Jewelry a runaway hit.
In court, somebody always loses, just not me.
The best Grisham film since The Firm.
The jury's mine, and I can push it either way.
Powerhouse performances.
They're just gonna buy his verdict.
John Cusack.
People are getting hurt.
Gene Hackman.
I want you to find her.
Dustin Hoffman.
I know you're playing both sides.
Rachel Weisz.
You're losing me my jury!
Runaway Jewelry. Rated PG-13. Tomorrow only in theaters.
Sometimes you need a little help staying in the game. Ask your doctor about new Levitra. But once you get in the zone, it's good. Ask your doctor if a new choice is right for you. Ask about new Levitra.
Do you love lots of butter on your popcorn? We've got good news. Orville Redenbacher's Ultimate Butter Gourmet Popping Corn. Tastes so buttery, you'll want to kick back, relax, and start popping today.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey, Dad. What's this?
Help me stop smoking.
You're quitting. You're my hero.
I'm not a superhero.
Yeah, you look funny in tights. When do you start?
Now. This is gonna help me fight my cravings.
Cool.
Nicoderm CQ. Just one patch gives you a steady stream of medicine all day. You step down gradually until you're free.
I'm really proud of you.
You're not a superhero. You don't have to be. You've got Nicoderm CQ.
Pedro Martinez has a 4-run fourth-inning lead. So far, Pedro Martinez has been outstanding. He's allowed no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, struck out 3. And Jeter is first up. Pedro Martinez has never pitched in a Game 7 as he misses outside ball 1. That stays fair, and Miller a long throw. 1 away. In walks Bernie Williams, and we have not seen the Yankees hit anything crisp so far here tonight against Pedro Martinez.
Even the base hit by Bernie Williams was off the bat, off the end of the bat, trickled through the left side, the left field. Red Sox, meanwhile, have centered quite a few off Roger Clemens, none off Messina, of course.
With 1 out, Bernie Williams takes a strike. We have not seen overpowering pitching from Pedro Martinez so far, but we have seen excellent pitching and work from Pedro Martinez. Mixing it up, moving the ball around, keeping these Yankee hitters off balance as he misses inside with ball 1. Has location on both sides of the plate. Pitch count at 45 here in the 4th inning. Missed his spot there as Veritek set up outside. It's 2-1.
That just shows you even a master like Pedro Martinez can miss by 1.5 feet. Veritek was outside. The pitch was in off the plate inside. It's a myth to think that pitchers get them everywhere they want them all the time.
Williams checked it. It's 3-1. Bernie Williams trying to reach for the second time tonight. On the inside corner, it's a full count.
There is no way you can guess successfully with Pedro Martinez.
Smashed with foul.
He throws change-ups and fastball counts, fastballs and curveball counts, curveballs and fastball counts. There's no regular routine about his pitching pattern.
Another foul.
And I think he's exclusively going with that fastball for the most part. I think if you see later in the game, if he gets into any trouble, you might see him pitch a little different when he gets some runners out there in scoring position. But right now, it's working for him.
Another 3-2 pitch. Another strikeout for Martinez. 4 on the night. Tim, I know you were awfully anxious to see how Pedro Martinez would respond here in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium after what transpired in Game 3 on Saturday in Boston. To his credit, he has seemed to be able to put everything aside, go out, do his thing. He's focused. He's in control. And even with what happened on the field, between the white lines and outside the white lines in Game 3, he has been remarkable so far tonight.
He's been able to do that throughout his career, to shut down all outside distractions, and he's never had more distractions than he had coming into this game.
That ball is hammered to center and out of the reach of Johnny Damon. It's a 2-out double for Hideki Matsui, the Yankees' first extra base hit.
Fastball hit hard here. Over the head of Johnny Damon. And the Yankees have a 2-out base runner.
Now it's Posada. Four 0 Red Sox, bottom of the 4th, Game 7. Hard hit, but Millar down on a knee, gets it to the bag, and the inning is over. The Yankees strand their 3rd of the night. We go to the 5th. 4-0 Red Sox. Back after this from your local Fox station.
This is Fox 5 News. News like you've never seen before. Watch us work for you. Fox 5 News.
What time is your flight?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Hold on. What terminal are you at?
It's Terminal 4.
4?
Thanks. Welcome to JFK. Thanks. JFK? No. Honey! LaGuardia.
What?
LaGuardia.
Nothing handles the tri-state like an E-Class. We understand. We live here, too.
Oh, boy, a lamp!
Oh, I love a good rub down. I am the genie of the lamp. You have set me free. You have 3 wishes.
I would like to be as clever as a fox, strong as a bear, and I would like to fly like an eagle.
Then you need Red Bull energy drink. It vitalizes your body and your mind.
Red Bull gives you wings! Oh, Genie, thank you. Bye-bye.
Then who will grant my wishes?
Inside, Puffy Pants. Get it now. Any model, any style. It's the final days of the Ford authorized clearance, and it's the final selection of Ford Windstars. So we're offering the highest cashback ever, $6,500, or get incredible 0% for 6 years. Windstar has the highest safety rating, and now the lowest payment ever, just $199 a month. Just $199 for a loaded Windstar. It's your final chance to get a Windstar during the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. Visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store and get it now.
Baseball is brought to you locally by the Tri-State Ford dealers.
Todd Walker first up for Boston here in the 5th. He's the number 2 hitter, and he pops it into left. Hideki Matsui makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out. Walker now 1 out of 3, and Nomar Garciaparra with his fiancee Mia Hamm in the crowd at Yankee Stadium tonight. Nomar walks in. Mia was here yesterday. Red Sox 1-9-6. And there's Mia in the middle with Garciaparra tonight 0 for 2. And longtime Yankee fan Billy Crystal, always here when there's October baseball in New York. And with 1 out, nobody on, Garciaparra lines one into left field for a base hit. Matsui makes a play on 1 hop, and Garciaparra is 1 for 3. So Garciaparra is aboard, and Manny Ramirez walks to the plate.
The minute Mia Hamm is shown, Garciaparra responds with a double to left.
It's bound to work.
Got to.
It's got to work.
Got to.
1 on, 1 out for Ramirez. Manny's flat out to right both times up tonight. Messina kept the Yankees in the game last inning by entering with 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Veritek struck out. Damon bounced into a 6-3 double play. Now it's 1 on, 1 out for Ramirez. Another base hit. Ramirez goes the opposite way. Garciaparra holds at second. 2 on, 1 out.
Red Sox perhaps remembering last night when the Yankees scored 4 in the 5th inning to take the lead 5-4 and trying to tack on to their 4-0 lead. You used an appropriate term earlier, Joe, calling this offense relentless. I think it's the best way to describe the Boston offense this year.
Top to bottom. They can get you from any spot in their order, and the Yankees and Mel Stottlemyre are aware of that as he calls the bullpen, and there'll be more action for the Yankees out beyond that wall in left center field. David Ortiz now with 2 on and 1 out. Ball 1. Ortiz is lined to center and grounded out to first. Yesterday came up with a big 2-run single the opposite way. Had a 3 RBI day in the 9-6 Boston win. Ortiz tried to check his swing. He did. It's 2-0.
One of the few times that Messina would ask for a home plate umpire to check with the third base umpire, Darryl Cousins. It looked from that half swing that he did not go around.
Garciaparra, Ramirez. 1 out and a 2-0 pitch. Big rip by Ortiz. The ball was in on him. It's 2-1. Kevin Millar, who this past offseason was initially part of the Florida Marlins. They tried to sell over to Japan. Got into some issues with a contract, and he ended up making his way to the Red Sox when they showed interest as Ortiz fouls it back and out of play. And if you want to look for a guy that's helped to change the attitude with the Boston Red Sox, Millar is right at the front of the pack. Along with the guy at the plate, David Ortiz. 2 on with 1 out, and Ortiz strikes out. 2 away.
After coming inside 2 times, the split finger fastball gets David Ortiz.
Kevin Millar in the 4th inning. One after the first pitch from Clemens. And the home run, a look at it in mega slow-mo.
Full extension.
Able to lay off that pitch. Ball 1. The Boston Red Sox have won 10 American League pennants. The last one coming in 1986. And that led to more heartbreak in the World Series against the Mets. Pedro Martinez trying to make sure these Red Sox have a date on Saturday night at Fenway Park against the Florida Marlins. It's 4-0 here in the top of the 5th. 2 on, 2 out. On the outside corner, 1-1.
In that '86 World Series, Roger Clemens started Game 6. He came out after 7 innings, telling John McNamara, the manager of the Red Sox at the time, that he had had enough. A paper cut on the middle finger. And I said on Saturday night that Clemens had always said that he wanted to stay in the game. Not so, said McNamara.
Strike 2 on Millar.
I talked to John McNamara today, and 17 years after managing the Red Sox, he stuck to his story that he thought Clemens should have stayed in the game.
Clemens started this game and made it into the 4th. Left with a score 4-0. It's still 4-0 as Millar takes inside 2-2. Jeter to his left, gets it, thought about flipping it for the out, but goes across to first. 2 hits, 2 left. Red Sox have stranded 5, halfway through game number 7. Bottom of the 5th, 4-0 Boston.
I've made a lot of news on the baseball diamond, but if you want to find out about this diamond, you gotta go talk to your doctor.
Ready to try Viagra for the first time? See your doctor and find out if a free sample's right for you.
My doctor says it's right for me. That's why I stay with it. For more information, go to Viagra.com.
Mount Everest Base Camp, 17,000 feet. Whose idea was this? Fortunately, with a laptop powered by Centrino, Intel's mobile technology, you can see a friendly face wirelessly from thousands of places, even if you can't feel your fingers. Intel Centrino mobile technology.
We didn't just give the new Ford F-150 more horsepower. We gave it the most low-end torque. Why did we push farther than anyone else? So you could do more than anyone else. Only this truck earned the right to be the next F-150. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
This fall, something scary is happening.
Oh, man.
3 times the terror.
Your phone rings, and a creepy voice says, "You're gonna die."
I'm gay.
Who's gay?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
3 times the suspense.
Where's my daughter?
I am your daughter.
Scary Movie 3.
I am Orpheus.
What are you still doing here?
I'm prophesizing.
Well, I'm prophesizing my foot halfway up
Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere Friday, October 24th.
Someone's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This fall,
the damage to this country would be catastrophic.
The terror is contagious.
Open the door! Just do it now! What happens next is on you, Derek!
24 premieres Tuesday, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
Best view of tonight's game is from the Hood Lightship. Hood Dairy supports children's hospitals throughout New England in partnership with the Boston Red Sox. As this ball is hit high and deep to right center, off the bat of Giambi and gone. It's a 3-run game. Giambi batting in the 7th spot goes deep, and the Yankees are on the board in Game 7. Nobody on or out. Enrique Wilson shoots one foul down the right side as his bat shatters in his hands.
If Kevin Millar went up there looking for a fastball to homer on, and he did, Jason Giambi went up looking for the changeup. He got it and puts the Yankees on the board.
One ball, one strike. The home run by Giambi has awakened this crowd. Will it get the Yankee bats going as Enrique Wilson flies one to left? Easy for Manny Ramirez. One out. Pedro Martinez had gone 31 consecutive postseason innings without allowing a home run until Derek Jeter went deep in the 3rd inning of Game 3, and now here tonight another slow look as Giambi waited on that changeup from Pedro Martinez. One out. Here's Karim Garcia. On the inside corner. There's Garcia, who is right on top of the plate. He isn't backing off, and Veritek and Pedro Martinez aren't backing off. They set up inside and got a strike in there. One and one. Strike two.
Along with a lot of other things, another remarkable thing about Pedro Martinez is how few home runs he gives up. Only 7 this year in 194 innings.
2 in this series with the Yankees. Veritek almost standing as that pitch is brought home. 2 out as Martinez gets his 5th strikeout.
You can see Veritek straddling home plate almost. That was a great sequence to Karim Garcia. Fastball inside, and after missing with a fastball, the changeup, and then he got him on a high fastball for the 5th strikeout in this game.
Ball 1 to Soriano. The Yankees came into this game hitting .218 in this ALCS. They hit .271 as a team during the regular season. A big part Of the Yankees' troubles at the plate, the bullpen work, which has allowed only a 173 average and a 1.17 ERA for the Boston Red Sox. And you can bet that that bullpen for Boston will be a part of this Game 7 before it's finished. 2 out, bases empty, a ball and 2 strikes on Soriano. Up to get it, and the foul straight back. With 2 out, Soriano lays off. It's 2-2.
You'd be hard-pressed to see a pitcher combine the feel of pitching with the knowledge of hitting any more than Pedro Martinez. Those 2 things make him several steps above the normal pitcher.
That's on the inside corner to end the inning. That delayed strike 3 call by McClelland surprises Soriano and this crowd at Yankee Stadium. This woke them up for a moment. The home run by Giambi. The Yankees are on the board, but after 5, trail by 3.
On the far side of the world, a captain and his crew will face an enemy.
More than twice our guns, more than twice our numbers, and they will sell their lives dearly.
No one believes can be stopped.
We should have turned back weeks ago.
But they will find a courage.
It's leadership they want. Find that within yourself.
No one can defeat.
You want to call Napoleon your king? No! Fire!
Russell Crowe.
Let fly!
Master and Commander. Rated PG-13. November 14th. Only in theaters.
Yeah, we've been around a while. Insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
The new Sonic Air Elite by Philips. With patented sonic technology, its bristle tips move 3 times faster for a deep cleaning experience unlike any other.
For whiter teeth and healthier gums.
Stop brushing. Start Sonic Air.
And the wheel goes round and round. The wheel goes round and round. The wheel goes round and round.
Is it a marvel of engineering? A triumph of technology? Or a new benchmark of design? Yes. Introducing the new LS from Lexus.
Got some big NFL appetites heading your way? Looks like you need the NFL deal from Pizza Hut and Pepsi. Order any large specialty pizza at regular price and you get a medium 1-topping pizza and a 2-liter of Pepsi for just $1.99 more. A Pizza Hut pizza and a Pepsi. Gather around the good stuff.
Mike Messina relieved in the 4th. Got around 2 hits in the 5th and starts Trot Nixon with strike 1. It'll be Nixon, Miller, and Varitek, the bottom 3 for the Red Sox here in the 6th. Up 4-1 in Game 7. The World Series will start on Saturday night, either at Fenway or here at Yankee Stadium. No balls, 2 strikes. The Red Sox came in here yesterday and with a matchup of Andy Pettitte against John Burkett and a slew of relievers out of each bullpen, came away with a 9-6 win to force Game 7. And as the scoreboard reads 10:01, here we are in the top of the 6th inning with the Red Sox up 4-1. Nixon went 1 away.
Second strikeout for Mike Messina. It looked like a split finger fastball. down out of the strike zone. Most swinging strikeouts at splitters are on balls out of the strike zone.
Bill Miller now with 1 out, nobody on. Miller singled as part of a hit and run back in the 4th inning. That prompted the pitching change. Clemens was finished and Messina came in to bail the Yankees out of further trouble. Strike 1 on Miller. On the corner, it's 0-2. The Red Sox this season are 4-0 in October when facing elimination. It took 3 in a row to get past the Oakland A's. They were backed up yesterday, down 3 games to 2 here at Yankee Stadium and won 9-6. Lead game 7. The 0-2 pitch, ball 1. In the bottom of this inning, it'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for New York. That means Johnson, Jeter, and Bernie Williams. Two and 2 on Miller. Joe Torre's been around since 1996, managing these Yankees. 6 times they've been in the ALCS, and this is the first time they've been pushed to a Game 7. Left side, Enrique Wilson. 2 out.
See how that ball tailed into the runner again? His second chance tonight. The first one went for an error and an unearned run scored. Watch how Wilson drops down. Fine play to come up with the ball. He drops down with that unusual throw, and it tails into the runner again. This time Johnson comes up with it.
Now it's Varitek who's doubled and struck out. Ball 1. On the inside corner, ball and a strike. They get creative here at Yankee Stadium. And Don Zimmer has never looked so good. Varitek now set up at a ball and 2 strikes. Two hops to Soriano. What a job Messina's done so far for the Yankees out of the bullpen. What a job Pedro Martinez has done on the mound for the Red Sox. Bottom of the 6th inning. 4-1 Boston.
materials on the 17th. We can't have any delays because we have 15 people. I want you to make sure
For your most important messages, reach out on the wireless service America trusts. AT&T Wireless.
I'm not Michael Jordan. I can hit a big league curveball. I can hit a two-seam fastball. I can hit a slider. I can hit a knuckleball.
I can hit a changeup. And I do not have a lifetime batting average of .202. I am not Michael Jordan. I am Derek Jeter, his designated hitter.
It's the winning season for the Hyundai Sonata. Protected by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. Loaded with standard features like dual front side impact airbags. But the Sonata costs $2,100 less than a Toyota Camry LE when comparably equipped. And now get an extra $1,500 cash back. The Hyundai Sonata starting at just $14,539 after $1,500 cash back. You're the winner at the Hyundai Winning Season Clearance. Going on now at your Hyundai dealer.
Go for the kill with the #1 movie in America. Ebert and Roper give Kill Bill 2 thumbs way up.
No kidding.
A thrill ride from beginning to end. It's the boldest action film of the year. Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, rated R.
The Hyundai Elantra, a comparison. More standard features and a more powerful engine than a Honda Civic LX. All for over $1,800 less when comparably equipped. And only the Elantra is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Elantra. Nicely equipped for just $12,399 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry into the Hyundai Winning Season Clearance and get up to $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Beautiful night in New York. The temperature has gone up from yesterday. The wind has died down. And Pedro Martinez misses with ball 1 outside to Nick Johnson. Johnson, Jeter, and Bernie Williams. In for a strike. Yesterday the wind was such a factor, and it definitely aided a couple of balls hit by the Red Sox in the top of the 7th. The inning where they got 3 and took the lead for good. Up and away, 2-1. A new look to this Yankee lineup, with Johnson batting second, Jeter hitting third, and Giambi down in the 7 spot. Millar gets a big hop, comes up for him on the backhand, and the flip for the out. Soriano's 0 for 3, Johnson's 0 for 2, Jeter is 0 for 2 as he walks in. The in-game box score for the Yankees brought to you by AT&T. After the top 3, you see a hit by Williams, Matsui with a double. And then at the bottom end, Giambi hitting 7th. The DH hit a changeup out of the park, leading off the bottom of the 5th for the only run for New York. Here's Jeter. Outside for ball 1.
I think that's a luxury Joe has with his Yankee lineup. You've got so many of these hitters that are good hitters and can hit at different parts of the order. So that's a luxury for him. If he wants to mix it up, he's got a lot of guys that can hit in different spots and do the job.
A 1-0 pitch is fouled out of play into the upper deck. 1 ball, 1 strike. But it is a difference between these two managers. Grady Little stayed with an order that wasn't working, at least producing a ton of hits and runs early in this series. They finally broke free yesterday, and Joe Torre moving pieces all around, and tonight 1 run on 3 hits against Martinez. A 1-1. 1-2.
Well, I think also, Grady went with pretty much the same lineup all year, whereas during the course of the season, Joe had changed his lineup up quite a bit. He had Bernie hitting 2nd for a while, Bernie hitting 6th for a while. We all know the past 3 or 4 years, Bernie's been in that 4 hole. but it's something that he didn't just change in the postseason. He's done it throughout the course of the year, and I think that's the difference.
With a count 1-2. Jeter takes it just outside, 2-2.
The reason Torrey had to change, because change was the MO of the Yankees all year. 20 different relievers, outfielders, to and fro. The Mondesi trade, David DeLucci coming over. Kareem Garcia.
Jeter strikes out, and that's strikeout number 7 for Pedro Martinez. Saturday, the Fall Classic returns to Fox at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, when the winner of this game hosts Florida in Game 1 of the World Series. Sports' biggest month of the year continues Saturday only on Fox. You mentioned the different relievers, Tim. Those different relievers and guys that were added literally down the stretch for this Yankee team in their bullpen. Guys like Heredia, Gabe White, reacquiring Jeff Nelson. Contreras used in the bullpen down the stretch. At times during the season, he was a starter. Jeff Weaver was a starter for most of the season. Now he's in the bullpen. The only guy that was out there at the start of the season is, of course, Mariano Rivera. Otherwise, changing parts all year, and it continued right up to the postseason. Bernie Williams flips one into right. Trot Nixon waits for it. And the Yankees 2, 3, and 4 hitters go in order. Pedro Martinez doing his thing, working his stuff. After 6 at Yankee Stadium, still 4-1. Back after this from your local Fox station.
This is Fox 5 News. Every night, every newscast. News like you've never seen before. Breaking news. The Weather Authority. The problem solvers. Won't just work for you. Fox 5 News.
Get it now. Any model, any style. It's the final days of the Ford authorized clearance, and it's the final selection of Ford Windstars. So we're offering the highest cashback ever, $6,500, or get incredible 0% for 6 years. Windstar has the highest safety rating, and now the lowest payment ever, just $199 a month, just $199 for a loaded Windstar. It's your final chance to get a Windstar during the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. Visit your tri-state quality Ford store and get it now.
So, what you got for me? Please, that thing's a... Yeah, where are you getting your numbers from, the sports section? But if it goes the other way, I'm gonna dump it. Gotta go. Lily, I'm all done for the day. Can you come in here for a minute?
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Lily Bean.
Daddy's home.
Institutional strength trading, now available on your desktop. For as little as $8 per trade, Fidelity Active Trader Services delivers power, price, service, no compromises.
Mankind's greatest invention? Fire was clever. The telephone. The automobile. And the DVD. But wouldn't it be great if you could record on this?
Presenting the Panasonic DVD recorder.
My shows, my home movies, even my photos.
The incomparable picture, sound, and ease of DVD. Now yours with total control recording to watch whatever, whenever you want.
Now this is genius.
The DVD recorder from Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Is the team where you want it to be at this point in the season?
I think we're getting there. Our pitching staff is starting to settle in. Bats have been hot lately.
What about Baginski?
Well, what about him?
Well, he's only batting .027 for the entire season.
Well, I think we got to give him a little time to find his groove. I mean, the kid's got a lot of heart. His play in the field is much better.
Does it matter that he bought the team?
Next question.
Felix Heredia comes into the action and throws a fastball for a strike over the outside corner. Here's another example of a guy who was added late, claimed off waivers from Cincinnati at the end of August. Another strike. It's 0-2. The one left-hander the Yankees had in their bullpen all season, not even active for this series, that's Hammond. With Jeff Nelson getting loose for New York. Damon stays up there.
Both teams will empty their holster for this game. Johnny Damon with only 1 RBI. 1. And it was a game winner last night with the bases loaded. A walk on 4 pitches from Felix Heredia. And the Red Sox added the 2-run home run by Nixon, and that was it.
The 0-2. Damon up there battling, trying to find a mistake by Heredia. After Damon, it's Walker and then Garciaparra. Damon strikes out, 1 away.
Felix gets Damon with the fastball. That shot of Trot Nixon, the 2-run home run that capped it last night and that started it against Clemens tonight.
He went deep in the second, then an unearned run scored on a throwing error by Enrique Wilson. Another run came in the 4th inning with Millar taking the first pitch out to left. 1 out. Here's Walker. Strike 1. Right-handed bats to follow, so this could be it for Heredia with the lefty Walker at the plate. One and one. Walker pops it up. Enrique Wilson in foul ground. Pulls in out number 2. Our Sprint virtual manager question was, who matches up better with the Marlins, the Yankees or the Red Sox? And your answer, 63% the Red Sox. And again, from the other side, the other perspective, the Florida Marlins, with the way they took care of the Chicago Cubs, have to be saying, whoever it is, bring them on. Joe Torre's going to bring on Jeff Nelson here in the 7th inning with 2 out, nobody on, and Garciaparra coming up.
Wireless troubles?
My phone works here, not there. Same with voicemail, email.
Sprint is different. All your services work the same wherever you go, on the most complete, all-digital, advanced wireless network in the nation. And all the calls are clear.
So everything works.
And this will never happen again.
PCS from Sprint. Try the nation's most complete wireless network.
Did you know Maxwell House Original tastes fresher than the other leading coffee? And today, Maxwell House, and only Maxwell House, comes with the Easy Open Fresh Seal that locks in flavor and aroma. It's our freshest coffee ever. Taste coffee as fresh as the morning. Maxwell House Coffee. And make every day good to the last drop.
You hear that?
I hear it, I hear it, I hear it. Over there, over there. Back. Go that way, go that way. No, right. Right there.
The Corolla. It's not the destination. It's the drive.
She came from over there.
Is the team where you want it to be at this point in the season?
I think we're getting there. Our pitching staff is starting to settle in. Bats have been hot lately.
What about Baginski?
Well, what about him?
Well, he's only batting 0-27 for the entire season.
Well, I think we got to give him a little time to find his groove. I mean, the kid's got a lot of heart. His play in the field is much better.
Does it matter that he bought the team?
Next question.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Good night to be in a blimp, and the best view of tonight's game is from the Hood Light Ship. Hood Dairy supports children's hospitals throughout New England in partnership with the Boston Red Sox. It's one more reason you can feel good about Hood. 2 out, nobody on, and after the pitching change, a matchup of Jeff Nelson, who has that bloated ERA in this postseason, against Nomar Garciaparra. Nelson allowed a run yesterday in an inning and a third. Joe Torre yesterday, when Andy Pettitte could go only 5, brought in Jose Contreras, hoping to get 3 innings out of Contreras. Got only an inning and a third. And then the procession out of the bullpen for the Yankees began with Heredia, Nelson, Gabe White. And the Red Sox came up with a 9-6 win. The 1-1.
Three sliders in a row from Nelson.
Two on Garciaparra for the Yankees in the bottom of the inning. Matsui, Posada, and Giambi against Pedro Martinez, who has been able to keep his pitch count under control. Garciaparra strikes out. It is time to stretch. Pedro Martinez came to town and came to this stadium, vilified in this city for what happened in Game 3 on Saturday at Fenway Park. But what has he done here this evening? Game 7 with a chance to carry his Red Sox to the World Series. He's thrown 79 pitches. He is through 6 innings. We go to the bottom of the 7th, Game 7. A trip to the World Series on the line. Martinez and the Red Sox lead the Yankees 4-1.
In a world about to change, in a place where anything can happen, one man must rise up and lead. AOL 9.0 Optimized is about to explode onto a screen near you. The New York Times raves terrific, streamlined, the internet sanitized for your protection. The Wall Street Journal cheers, the filters drastically cut spam. CNET declares, get a ton of content you can't get anywhere else. The critics agree, AOL returns to the top with new version 9.0. The thrilling online adventure begins. Life needs rave reviews.
Try the Rolaids that beat Tums EX in a new taste test? It's fruity, smooth. It's Rolaids Tropical Punch. Now for a limited time in a convenient to-go pack. For fast relief wherever you need it. Go with the great taste of Rolaids.
I remember the song, the commercial with the Candy Man. They sang the Candy Man can, the Candy Man can. It makes the world taste good.
Dear Commissioner, Major League Baseball is great, but what if we let one lucky fan play catcher for the day?
Guest catcher for today, Jason Weinstein. Says here he's played a little T-ball. Doesn't look like he's grown much either. And that ball is driven deep. Burke Brown's third. There's going to be a play at the plate. Ooh, just off the glove. Oh! Well, this will be a day he'll remember. No, he won't.
What's happened to the Giants? Howie hits the Big Apple to find out what's wrong with the G-Man. Fox NFL Sunday this week.
White with fun. God bless America. Matsui.
Night after night throughout the postseason, Ronan Tynan, the Irish tenor, delivers that song in such a beautiful way. It resonates with you after you leave the park. What a beautiful rendition that he gives us every night when we're here at Yankee Stadium. The League Championship Series on Fox is brought to you by Budweiser. Grab a cold, fresh Budweiser. It's game time. As Pedro Martinez takes his warm-up tosses here to begin the bottom of the 7th inning, protecting a 3-run lead with Matsui, Posada, and Giambi coming up. We look back at Roger Clemens. Roger Clemens, who came up in 1984 with the Boston Red Sox, had one of the best pitching years of any hurler in the last 30 years in '86, pitching them to the brink of a world championship in '86. Left the mound in the 4th inning to a standing ovation here at Yankee Stadium after allowing 4 runs to the Boston Red Sox. And it could be, unless the Yankees rally, the last time he leaves a major league playing field. Saluted here by the Yankee fans, by his teammates, the coaching staff, a true champion. And he left here in the 4th inning. Mike Messina did a terrific job picking up. Heredia and Nelson got through the top of this 7th. But the story, the matchup between Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens coming in. And clearly Pedro Martinez has had the better of this duel. 6 innings, only 3 hits, the home run by Giambi. He struck out 7. His pitch count 79. And he will work the bottom of this 7th inning with Matsui, Posada, Giambi coming up, and David Wells gets loose for the Yankees in their bullpen. The winner of this game moves on to the World Series on Saturday night.
Joe, you and I and Brett were talking about this the other night, about whether Pedro Martinez, if he retired, would he go to the Hall of Fame? After looking at that right there, Sandy Koufax, Pedro Martinez, their career averages, the answer is a definitive yes.
You could also slide Clemens' picture next to Koufax and talk about a guy who went out on top. Koufax, who left with an arthritic pitching elbow, as Matsui hits the first pitch to second. Picked up by Walker. Wide throw, but out. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th inning. Koufax left as a 30-year-old off a 27-9 season with a 1.79 ERA. Now you're talking about a 41-year-old in Roger Clemens, but a guy who still clearly is one of the game's more dominant right-handers. And when this season comes to a close, he has said he will spend time with the family and not come back to Major League Baseball. Here's Posada with 1 out, nobody on. Posada takes a pitch high, ball 1. Let's check in with Kenny Albert.
Joe, God bless America, take me out to the ball game. A 5-minute delay. Opposing pitchers have been forced to wait longer than usual during the 7th inning stretch of Yankee home playoff games. And at the bottom of the 7th, Yankees have scored 7 runs, most in any inning.
It was Ron Gardenhire of the Minnesota Twins who talked about that delay in a game that we did here, game 2 of that division series, and a matchup of Brad Radke and Andy Pettitte. Gardenhire was criticized by George Steinbrenner for making the comments. And what Gardenhire was saying was, while it is a gorgeous rendition of God Bless America, the delay had an effect on his pitcher Radke, who was back out there to work the bottom of the 7th inning. So far, Pedro Martinez is taking care of Matsui, and he's 1-2 on Posada. Just low, 2-2. 3-2.
Only 4 base runners for the Yankees through 6 1/3.
Posada into right center field. Damon on the move. 2 out. Hard hit, knuckling, and it died in right center field for the second out in the 7th.
When you have a 3-run lead, obviously Martinez, a wily one, making Posada hit the fastball.
With the bases empty, here's Giambi. Inside for ball 1. Off the hands, jammed Giambi. It's 1-1. Jason's dad in the crowd, working with him before yesterday's game. He's hit 2 home runs, but moved down to the number 7 spot by Joe Torre before this game 7. A 1-1. Strike 2.
Do the Florida Marlins feast on lobster bisque, scrod, popovers, or 7th Avenue deli pastrami?
They're waiting in the airport to figure out if they're going to end up in Boston for game 1 on Saturday night or here in New York. A 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Giambi's able to lay off. It's 2-2. Brian Cashman, the general manager of the New York Yankees. Pedro Martinez has struck out 7, walked 1. Into right center field. Damon back at the track, at the wall. It is gone for another Giambi home run. It's 4-2 in the 7th.
Change up the first time, a fastball the second time. About 5 minutes before game time, Brett Boone looked at me and said, I would imagine Jason Giambi's pretty upset. Right or wrong?
Yeah, I don't know how many times Jason's been out of the 3 or the 4 hole. I think he understands, and at this stage, you're in the postseason, you're worried about one thing, getting to that next step, and that's the World Series, but
ground ball, that's a fair ball. What a play by Millar, but can't get to the bag. The inning continues.
That maybe scored a base hit because the error came in the loose footing of Millar. He should have shuffled the ball off to Martinez. That was the only chance he had to get the out. Wilson's too fast.
Martinez was there. Millar tried to take it to the bag, lost his footing, and it's a base hit to bring in Garcia. And the Yankees have the tying run at the plate here in the bottom of the 7th. Another hit. Tying runs are on in the 7th for New York.
Three hits in a row here in the 7th inning. Clean base hit right there. Here comes Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, out to talk to Pedro. Thinking about that Kevin Millar play, you rarely see a first baseman who has to make such an awkward throw to a pitcher covering. Almost going back across his body. That was the key play in this ball game, or in this inning at least. Here it is one more time. Watch Millar go to his left. Now, how many times do you see a first baseman feed to a pitcher from foul territory? He tried to get his footing and his balance, but slipped. And Wilson had a hit.
Followed by a hit by Garcia. And now it's Soriano, who has struck out 3 times tonight. With runners at first and second, 4-2 Boston, bottom of the 7th. Ball 1 gets a reaction from this Yankee Stadium crowd. That's foul. Rivera getting loose for the Yankees in their pen. Martinez still throwing hard. It's 1-2.
Having Soriano totally befuddled thus far.
.38 home runs during the regular season. None so far in the postseason for Soriano. Fights it off. 94. That's as hard as Pedro Martinez has thrown all night.
Again, Veritek standing up for the target.
.98 pitches on the night for Pedro Martinez. Two and 2. 95 from Pedro Martinez. First couple of innings, he was throwing a fastball up there at 88, 89. Timlin getting loose and ready for the Red Sox. For the 4th time tonight, Soriano has struck out. Pedro Martinez gives up the home run to Giambi, but strands 2. We go to the 8th inning of Game 7. It's now 4-2 Boston.
There's more than one victory lane.
Don't like waiting in line? At Staples, we'll get you in and out fast so you can get on with your day. Staples, that was easy.
Runaway jury grabs hold of you and never lets go.
What'd you do, threaten his family? Call 911 now!
It's riveting, compelling, with an ending you won't believe.
Find them! You're losing me my jury!
Runaway Jury, rated PG-13. Tomorrow only in theaters.
Introducing Wendy's home-style chicken strips. They're big, tender pieces of juicy whole breast filet with your choice of 3 delicious sauces. When it comes to chicken strips, we have a better way. Wendy's, it's better here.
I have brown hair. I'll be in a black dress. How will I know you?
I'm 5'11" with graying, salt and pepper. With brown hair.
Just for Men hair color rejuvenates hair. It's vitamin enriched. In 5 easy minutes, gray is shampooed away. It brings back a confident, natural look.
You look exactly like I imagined.
So, where do we go from here?
Your PC or mine?
Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
If you suffer from heartburn 2 or more days a week, what's in this box could make you change your heartburn medicine. Introducing Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day can relieve frequent heartburn for 24 hours. You can get 0 heartburn, all day and all night. There's nothing else like it, OTC. Not the other heartburn medicines you take when you think you're gonna hurt, or the ones you take after the pain's already started. This is truly different. It was the world's #1 selling prescription medicine. And now, for the first time, it's available over the counter, right in your store. If you've been suffering from frequent heartburn, that can change when you change to this. New Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
It takes focus, determination, innovative technology. But they're nothing without the human effort. That's what it takes to create new medicines. Like the 3 Bristol-Myers Squibb medicines that helped me beat my cancer.
Today, Bristol-Myers Squibb's breakthrough treatments bring hope to those with cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and schizophrenia.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
It is the 8th inning of Game 7. It's 4-2 Red Sox over the Yankees. Nelson back to work. And Manny Ramirez takes the ball. Talk about the presence and the impact of Garciaparra. While they met on the mound, Garciaparra winked to Pedro Martinez to calm him down. The strikeout followed, and then a hug in the dugout from the Boston shortstop to tonight's Red Sox starting pitcher, Pedro Martinez. 2-0 from Nelson to Manny Ramirez.
A wink and a hug. That's what we all need, Joe.
Well, that's what Pedro Martinez got from Garciaparra, who doesn't play that media game. He's not a guy that's going to give you the cute quote.
Neither does.
Pedro Martinez certainly doesn't. But you cannot emphasize enough what Garciaparra means in this lineup. His spot in the number 3 position, the batting order, what he does defensively. He showed something there with his approach with Pedro Martinez when it got sticky in the bottom of the 7th. There's a strike, and it's 3-1 on Manny Ramirez.
When the Red Sox lost to the Yankees in the 1999 ALCS, it was Nomar Garciaparra after the loss, getting up and waving the towel to the Boston faithful.
Tough play for Enrique Wilson. Good play for the out. First out here in the 8th. Now David Ortiz, and this crowd will get a kick out of seeing David Wells come out of the bullpen. 3 of the starters for the Yankees appearing in this game. First Clemens, then Messina, and as Nelson is gone, David Wells is coming out of the pen.
Program in the first, $4.
Summer wind.
Snacks in the fourth, $25.
From across the sea.
A soda at the end of the 7th, $3.
It lingered there.
Friday night, No TV, DVDs, or video games. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Devoted fan of Major League Baseball.
Oh, look, it's the guy who falls.
Fall now.
Oh, I don't really do that anymore. It's not like I got that insurance.
What insurance?
Aflac. They pay you cash if you can't work when you get hurt. Not that I ever do. Aisle 5 under lingerie.
Price check.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Aflac. I want to thank you guys for coming out. Oh, Jamie, why don't you tell us what's new in IT? Try to keep it short.
Oh, well, we just implemented DFS and a new SAN. And also, we enabled shadow copy for shared folders on our file servers. It enables users to get back lost documents on their own without calling IT. And it'll save us hundreds of thousands of dollars, which...
It'll do what?
With new Windows Server 2003, you can do more with less.
Automated system recovery.
Hey, boys, your kitchen's on fire. You realize that, don't you? We're doing a 10-10-987 commercial. Have you used 10-10-987? I never get out of the kitchen. Well, you have to start. You call anywhere in the United States, all of Western Europe, Canada, 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect.
I really don't make that many calls.
It doesn't matter. You make one call, make 100 calls, 3 cents a minute. Where are you from? El Salvador. El Salvador. You call there quite often?
Yeah, every weekend.
10-10-987. It's a very cheap rate. Check the internet. You know, I used to be a cook. Whoa, whoa! You burned my tomatoes.
Oh, my God.
The League Championship Series on Fox brought to you by Kill Bill, the #1 movie in America, now playing in theaters everywhere, rated R. By Gillette Mach 3 Turbo, for the closest shave with less irritation, even against the grain. By Taco Bell, think outside the bun. And by Orville Redenbacher's Popcorn. Start popping today. We're in the top of the 8th inning, 1 out, and it's David Wells out of the bullpen for New York, dealing with David Ortiz. Kevin Millar to follow. 2 starts, 2 wins for Wells as Ortiz gets into one to right. This one is at the wall and gone. David Ortiz greets David Wells with a first pitch home run to right. It's 5-2.
A hanging curveball right around the belly button. Paul Wainer used to say hitters have to belly button the ball. Well, that's what Ortiz does right here. A little lower than the belly button. Crank to right.
3rd home run of the night by Boston. And for David Ortiz, his 2nd of the postseason. Jeter to his right, surrounds it, and throws to get Millar. 2 out. David Ortiz took David Wells deep twice in a game here the 4th of July. In that game, David Wells allowed 5 Red Sox home runs. Again, Ortiz got him twice, and he gets him here tonight in Game 7. This is the 26th meeting between these 2 teams this season. And as the Boston dugout reacts, of the 25 played so far, the Yankees have won 13, the Red Sox 12. Wells, who has a lot of experience out of the bullpen early in his career in Toronto, made 1 relief appearance this season. With 2 out, nobody on, it's 0-2 on Trot Nixon. Ball 1. Nixon homered for the 4th time in his career against Roger Clemens back in the 2nd. A 2-run shot to start the scoring. This one is straight up to shoot. Shallow center field for Jeter. And we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. A home run by David Ortiz gives Martinez that run back. He heads back to work. It's 5-2 Boston.
Standing on the corner, watching all the guys go by. Standing on the corner, giving all the guys the eye.
Old Navy painter's pants at a price that really turns heads, starting at just $20 for men.
Brother, you won't find a tougher pair of bleachers. Old Navy painter's pants go by.
When Taco Bell first created the Zesty Chicken Bowl, we thought we'd freshly prepare them right at your table. We still freshly prepare them, just not at your table. The Zesty Chicken Bowl. Tender slices of grilled all-white meat chicken, seasoned rice, 3 cheeses, crisp lettuce, and fiesta salsa. Made right when you order it, so it tastes even better. For fresh-made taste, think outside the bun.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
Gonna call Napoleon your king?
There's not a moment to lose.
Master and Commander, rated PG-13, November 14th, only in theaters.
The League Championship Series on Fox, brought to you by Master and Commander, the year's most anticipated motion picture, starring Russell Crowe, November 14th. By Taco Bell, where you can spice up the night. By Staples, that was easy. And by America Online, look for 9.0 optimized coming this fall. First up, Nick Johnson, bottom of the 8th. 5-2 Boston, ball 1.
Master and Commander has starred Pedro Martinez tonight.
1 ball, no strikes. Johnson, Jeter, and Bernie Williams. Wide, it's 2-0. There is action for the Red Sox in their bullpen in case Martinez stumbles. We're in the 8th, and Boston leads by 3. 2 balls and a strike. Timlin and Embry. High, it's 3-1.
Nick Johnson took the 2-0 pitch. We'll see if he's taking 3-1.
Three and 2. The Boston Globe today called this game the biggest game in one of sports' greatest rivalries. Everybody looking at Pedro Martinez and how he would respond after what happened on Saturday afternoon in Game 3. Some saying Pedro Martinez still had to have that one game, that highlight game in his career. Johnson pops up. Garciaparra waits for it. 1 out in the 8th. The papers here. One of the headlines had a picture of Pedro Martinez after Saturday's Game 3, and they called him Fenway Punk. They were all waiting here at Yankee Stadium for him to get here, to step on the field, to warm up. He was not intimidated one bit. Regarded by many as the greatest pitcher in the game today, the most dangerous, the most dominant. And with one out here in the bottom of the 8th inning, he works to Derek Jeter. With the Red Sox 5 defensive outs away from heading to the World Series. Jeter. Jeter 0 for 3 in this game. He's fouled out, grounded out, struck out. Strike 2. Jeter flies into right, Nixon back. On the run, it's over his head. Jeter will dig for second and hold there with a double. Trot Nixon did not read that ball perfectly off the bat and could not recover to get the out.
He went to his right first, and then the ball tailed behind him.
Parents of Derek Jeter, who are in this spot year after year in October. And Jeter trying to get something going in the bottom of the 8th with one out. Here's Bernie Williams, 1 out of 3. On the inside corner, strike 1.
When the Yankees have runners on, Pedro throws the hardest. 95, a couple of pitches the last inning with runners on at first and second. Now 92 to Williams on the inside corner.
Time called. It's Williams now. Matsui, the number 5 hitter, on deck. That's wide, a ball and a strike. 11 o'clock straight up on the scoreboard here at Yankee Stadium. It's game 7. The Red Sox got 3 runs in the second. Behind the pitching of Pedro Martinez, they lead it 5-2 in the bottom of the 8th. The Yankees aren't finished yet. 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. With Matsui, the left-handed hitting outfielder, on deck. Alan Embry, the lefty, is getting ready in the bullpen for the Red Sox.
And you get the feeling that he will be the pitcher against Matsui one way or the other.
That's foul. 114 pitches on the night for Pedro Martinez. The Yankees looking for more of that October magic, which they have almost come to expect around here under Joe Torre. The 2-2 into center field. Damon will play it on a hop. Jeter will come to the plate. It's a 2-run game. Grady Little out of the dugout. With 115 pitches on the night, Grady Little is going to stick with his starter.
He gave Martinez the chance to say yay or nay. And he said yes.
Tying run at the plate for New York. It's Hideki Matsui. 1 out of 3 with a double tonight. Strike 1. Strike 2. Corner fair. Bernie Williams will dig. It's a ground rule double. It's second and third as the Red Sox catch a break as that ball hops out of play. But the tying runs are at second and third with 1 out here in the 8th.
The way I see this is the most blatant situation for a second guess in this series. Whether to bring Embry in to pitch to Matsui or not. If you're not going to bring him against Matsui, when are you going to make that move? On an 0-2 pitch, Matsui, who had doubled in Game 3 off Pedro, doubles again.
I think it's a case where Grady goes out to Pedro Martinez, his #1 guy, and because of the respect that he has earned, gave him the option.
And he stays out for Posada. Second and third, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th, a run already home. Ball 1.
Tim, remember those ghosts we were talking about?
119 pitches. The Yankees making noise, and these fans lighting it up in the bottom of the 8th. A breaking ball for a strike. Joe Torre talked about moving Jason Giambi to #7 in the order. He said usually when you do that, the guy that you move to try to help out invariably comes up in a spot to tie or win a game. He's on deck. Right now it's Posada. Second and third, 1 out. 2-1.
Jason Giambi struck out with runners on at second and third last night against Alan Embry. So a place to put Posada if Pedro elects to do that.
Two and 2.
Curveball in a fastball situation.
into center field. Out as Walker won't get it. The base running of Matsui. He comes home. Nobody covers second. Tie game.
See anything?
Hold up.
Bingo. Down. Sam!
That's one way around holiday blackout dates. The Capital One Miles One card is a better way. Fly any major airline anytime with no blackout dates.
What's in your wallet? I know where you live!
Applebee's Take Two is back.
One can have a dream, baby. Two can make a dream. So it takes two, baby. It takes two, baby. Make a dream come true.
Applebee's Take Two.
Just takes two.
Choose two of your favorite entrees for one mouth-watering plate.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
Engaging a Star Destroyer isn't always suicide. Fire directly at the bridge. But make your shots count, or I'll be sending your medal to your widow. Be smart. Be victorious.
Rebel Strike. Rated teen.
Radio is a definite must for the entire family. Funny, inspiring, and always entertaining. Run, don't walk with this phenomenal film. Radio, inspired by a true story. Rated PG. Sneak preview Saturday. Opens everywhere October 24th.
We do it every day, the morning marathon. So Nutri-Grain announces new chewy granola bars with the energy of granola and fruit, plus B vitamins to help keep you going. New Nutri-Grain granola, an energized way to respect yourself in the morning.
Alan Embry takes over the left-hander. He struck out Giambi with runners at second and third and one out in yesterday's game. Pedro Martinez will sit and watch. It's a 5-5 game and time is called at the plate. 123 pitches on the night. The fourth most for Pedro Martinez this season. Grady Little stayed with him. It's a tie game in the eighth inning. Giambi's already homered twice tonight, strike one.
But Joe, you picked up on it. Not only the Posada hit on a flare to center field, scoring two. Good read by Matsui. But the Red Sox evacuated second base, allowing Posada to be there without a play. Shortstop, second baseman were out. The pitcher was backing up home, and the first baseman, Kevin Millar, was the cutoff man.
One ball, one strike. Go-ahead run at second with one out. Mariano Rivera in the bullpen for the Yankees. Giambi breaks his bat. Damon comes on for the second out of the inning. Well, you said it at the time with Bernie Williams at the plate. Jeter was on at second. Williams, an RBI base hit. Embry was ready in the bullpen for Hideki Matsui. He stayed in the bullpen. Pedro Martinez at the end of a long night. And he stayed in to give up the double to Matsui, the 2-run double, and it's ruled a double by Posada, who took second when nobody was there defending for the Red Sox. Now Embry comes in, gets Giambi on a fly ball to center, and with Enrique Wilson at the plate and the go-ahead run at second, 2 out, a meeting on the mound with Grady Little, Alan Embry, and Jason Varitek.
You know that Grady Little, as he's making the move right here, you know that Pedro Martinez said, I want to stay in the game. Sometimes the manager has to overrule the superstar. In that case, he didn't. Embry in too late.
Embry gets 1 out, another pitching change.
This chick's rocking your bro on the dance floor, but she's towing an anchor, a junior investment banker who's talking about herself and not much more. Oh, oh. So buy her a beer, it's the reason you're here. Mighty wingman, you're taking one for the team, so your buddy can live the dream. Wingman.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? Because having the right car or truck makes all the difference. Sweetheart, your honey-do list just got a little bit longer. Sorry.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
We do things as a team. For a coach who lives to win, sometimes you've got to break the rules.
He goes by radio. Gonna be helping us out for a while.
Radio. Rated PG. Sneak preview Saturday everywhere, October 24th.
The League Championship Series on Fox, brought to you by Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. By AT&T Wireless. Go to the game alone and take all your friends with you. Reach out on the wireless service America trusts. By Nicoderm CQ. You're not a superhero. You don't have to be. You've got Nicoderm CQ. And by Subway. Good so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh. Well, the move made by Grady Little to bring Embry out of this game, and what it does for the Yankees in Joe Torre is get Enrique Wilson out of the lineup. He was coming to the plate to face the left-hander Embry, and now with Timlin on the mound, Ruben Sierra will come off the bench, as the Yankees may be a hit away from taking the lead.
And the only reason Enrique Wilson was in the game was to face Pedro Martinez. So now you have the more experienced, the more powerful Ruben Sierra instead of Embry pitching to Enrique Wilson. Sierra homered in a pinch hitting appearance at Fenway Park on Sunday.
It's been a long bottom of the 8th inning. Pedro Martinez starting the inning with a pop-up by Johnson. Jeter doubled into right. The hit by Williams, the double by Hideki Matsui. The flare by Posada falling in. Matsui read it right off the bat, scored. Posada down to second. Now there with 2 out. Pedro Martinez has left it up to the bullpen. Embry got Giambi on a fly ball to center. And with Ruben Sierra coming up, the Red Sox are going to walk Sierra with Kareem Garcia on deck.
In Game 7 of the 2001 World Series, in the 9th inning, Luis Gonzalez beat the Yankees and won the World Series on a flare to center field with the infield drawn in. And tonight, in Game 7, 2 years later, the Yankees had tied it on a flare to center by Posada.
This will put 2 on with 2 out and bring Kareem Garcia to the plate. Garcia, the batter who was hit by Pedro Martinez in that 4th inning, Game 3 on Saturday. Tonight against Martinez, 1 out of 3.
Tim, you talked about Luis Gonzalez and his heroics in the 2001 World Series. How did the Arizona Diamondbacks acquire Luis Gonzalez from the Detroit Tigers in exchange for the batter, Kareem Garcia?
The opportunity of a lifetime for Garcia, as Sierra is going to be lifted for a pinch runner. That's Aaron Boone. He's going to have to come into the game anyway to play third base. Here's Kareem Garcia, who started the season in Buffalo at AAA for Cleveland, traded here to the Yankees, batting in the 8th inning with 2 on, 2 out. Game 7, a 5-5 score. Ball 1. With Soriano on deck. Bases loaded with 2 out. The 9th man to bat in this 8th inning is Alfonso Soriano, who has struck out 4 times tonight. That was against Martinez. In a row out of the strike zone from Timlin, and here comes Dave Wallace, the pitching coach. Timlin came into this action having gone 8 1/3 innings in this postseason. No runs, 1 hit.
I think Dave Wallace is out there to tell Timlin to take a deep breath.
Willie Randolph with last-second instructions for Soriano, who's back to the plate with a 1-0 count.
That's an interesting conversation because Soriano is not a guy who takes a lot. I wonder if Joe Torre gave him the take sign after 5 balls in a row by Timlin.
One ball, 1 strike.
He did.
Looks like he did. It's tough when you're having a rough night like that. You got 4 strikeouts saying, I can't swing at a strike. I want to hit.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, 2 out. Tie game in the 8th. Off the mound to Walker. What a play by Todd Walker. That thing went up the ramp of the mound, and Walker stayed with it. The force out at second, and the Yankees leave the bases loaded. Walker also had to deal with the umpire. And after all that, a 3-run 8th inning. We go to the 9th. Game 7, tied.
I was working in the garage and I smelled smoke. I quickly determined it was a grease fire. I knew grease fires were different from other type blazes, but I wasn't sure the best way how to handle such a conflagration. So I asked myself, what would Jared do?
I'd get a veggie delight on wheat, or maybe with the honey oat bread. Sorry, what was your question again?
The Veggie Delight from Subway. Eat fresh.
It's far better to spend 15 seconds looking at this now than in 15 years wishing you had. Retirement, loans, insurance. AIG. We know money.
My wife and I just had a baby. Well, she did most of the work. My job was to tell the family. Hello, Infone? I need to call my folks in Chicago. It's a girl. Now we hit the star key. Let's try San Fran. It's a girl. Star again. It's a girl. Dallas. Hey, Uncle Joe. She's bald just like you. I just made almost 15 minutes of long-distance phone calls for only 89 cents.
Got good news? Don't just make a call. Make an Infone call. Sign up is free at infone.com.
Yeah, it's a girl.
That Red Sox dugout trying to survive here in New York. Giving up 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's tied going to the 9th. The best view of tonight's game is from the Hood Lightship. Hood Dairy supports children's hospitals throughout New England in partnership with the Boston Red Sox. It's one more reason you can feel good about Hood. Another look at that last play in the bottom of the 8th. It hit off the pitcher's mound, went up into the air, over the head of the umpire, Alfonso Marquez, and Todd Walker stayed with it to get the force out at second. And now in a tie game, the Yankees bring in Mariano Rivera
for 2 innings.
At least.
The Yankees have used Clemens, Messina, Heredia, Nelson, Wells. Aaron Boone stays in, plays third base. And the Yankees have Rivera, who has a postseason record 29 saves and a postseason ERA of 0.81. The last time Rivera was on the mound for the Yankees in a Game 7 was in the World Series in Arizona. The hit by Gonzalez. And the victory in the series for the Diamondbacks. Miller, Veritek, and Johnny Damon, the hitters for the Red Sox. Strike 1. One ball, one strike. Miller grounds to the right side. Soriano flips for the out. And now it's Veritek. The reliable, durable, everyday catcher for the Boston Red Sox. He's doubled in this game. He has hit 4 home runs this postseason. Ball 1. Big rip by Veritek, who was trying to untie it. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
That is 5 inside targets by Posada for Rivera. No other pitcher in baseball in a tie game in the 9th inning would get an inside target 5 pitches in a row. Make it 6.
And you can see Veritek almost stepping in the bucket on that pitch. It's 2-1.
Yeah, you try to speed it up. You think by stepping away toward the first baseline is going to get the bat head through the strike zone quicker. Usually it doesn't.
Now it's 3-1 with Johnny Damon on deck. Two. To the right side and through. Nick Johnson was almost literally on the line and had no chance to get to that ball to his right. It's a 1-out single for Veritek.
Nick Johnson was on the line against David Ortiz in game 4, and he made a catch in foul territory. Make that game 2 here at Yankee Stadium. So with Rivera throwing inside fastballs, you have to guard the line in that situation to prevent the double. Now Damian Jackson in to run for Veritek.
Johnny Damon at the plate. Go ahead run at first with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. Strike 1. Rivera has become almost robotic with the way he puts up scoreless innings in the postseason. The Red Sox have scored a run against Rivera in this series, and they try to do it here in the 9th inning in Game 7. Damon lays off the high delivery. 1 ball, 1 strike. In his postseason career, 2 blown saves. 1 came at Cleveland. The last one came in Phoenix. Jackson started and stopped. Damon went after it. It's 1-2.
What that does, it makes the middle infielders commit. Derek Jeter towards second. Also Soriano. And Posada coming up too quickly. Watch the fake break by Jackson and what it does to the middle infielders. Jeter in particular.
I think he was going. He just didn't get a good jump.
Damon takes ball 2.
A lot of times after Rivera has gone into left-handers, he tries the backdoor cutter. Posada sets up outside, and it just misses.
Damian Jackson during the regular season stole 16 bases, was caught 8 times. There he goes. Damon grounds it foul.
Not that good a jump by Damian Jackson. But that's why Nick Johnson was guarding the line. Push the ball to the fat part of the field, give up the single, and make them steal a base to get to second base. That's the theory behind it.
The 2-2. Chopper to Boone. Across the diamond for the out. Down to second, the go-ahead run, 2 out, with Todd Walker coming up. A visit to the mound from Jorge Posada, with Todd Walker digging in. 5-5 in the top of the 9th inning. The winner of this game will meet the Marlins on Saturday night, either in Boston or here in New York, for Game 1 of the World Series. The Red Sox and Pedro Martinez had a lead going into the bottom of the 8th, even with 1 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 8th inning. But the Yankees came up with 3 to tie it.
Matsui shallow in left field, and that's where he should be. The reason for that, a lot of left-handed batters break their bats and hit little flares into this area right in here. That's why the off-fielder, Matsui in this particular case, plays a little more shallow than he would on most pitches.
Todd Walker tripled off Rivera in Game 5. He takes it at the knees, 1-1. Garciaparra on deck. Good speed at second, and Damian Jackson, as the Red Sox try to reclaim the lead. One and 2 on Walker. Walker stays alive. 96 from Mariano Rivera. The Yankees in the bottom of this 9th inning will have Johnson, Jeter, and Bernie Williams. Todd Walker floats one, caught by Soriano. A stutter step. Soriano recovered and grabbed it for the final out of the top of the 9th. The reaction by Rivera when that ball left the bat, it looked like it had a chance to fall in. But Soriano was there waiting for it. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning of game number 7. Series tied. Game 7 is tied.
Heartburn?
Yeah. I tried Pepsid AC, but it takes like 40 minutes to start working.
Tums starts neutralizing acid fast.
I'm taking Prilosec OTC.
Read the label. That can take 1 to 4 days to fully kick in.
Delayed release tablet.
Delayed release. Should say delayed relief. Take Tums. Nothing's faster.
It's got the calcium I need.
What more do you want?
I want Tums.
Always fast, always calcium, Tums.
Looks like the LL Bean catalog is here, full of great new values and the quality you expect from LL Bean. Call or shop online at llbean.com.
Sunday on America's #1 pregame show. You'll never guess how Tampa Bay Bucs star Simeon Rice spends his day off. Pam Oliver gets the inside scoop. Fox NFL Sunday, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific.
The new MLB Authentic Collection performance batting jerseys and caps are here. Now anyone can get them. Just visit MLB.com. Mariano Rivera got the final out on this from Todd Walker.
Seemed like Rivera timed his jump with the jump of Soriano.
Now it's Wakefield getting loose with Timlin back into the game. And the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up for New York. A run here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And they'll go to the World Series to take on the Marlins starting on Saturday night. Doug Mirabelli comes into the game to take over behind the plate as the Red Sox ran for Veritek in the top of this ninth. Nick Johnson off the end of the bat, third base side, foul ground. Strike one. Johnson hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. 6 out of 25 in this ALCS. Poured in for a strike, 93 miles per hour. It's 0-2. Ball one.
Looking down at Bill Miller, the third baseman. If you're going to guard a line with Nick Johnson hitting with 2 strikes, you'd prefer to do it at third base and not first base, because with 2 strikes, he's more apt to go the other way. Trying to play the percentages, the probabilities. Johnson, a good 2-strike hitter, the other way.
Miller well off the line as Johnson hits that off his foot. That's a foul ball. And the count's still 1-2.
Right off the right ankle.
Three doubles for the Yankees in the 8th inning. Along with a single, produced 3 runs and tied this game at 5. Two and 2. Johnson pops it up. Garciaparra out. 1 away. And now Derek Jeter will walk to the plate. Jeter started that 3-run rally with a double that got over the head of Trot Nixon and Wright. Jeter came into this game with a .365 career postseason batting average here at Yankee Stadium. 1 out of 4 with a double and a run scored this evening. Just inside for ball 1.
The Red Sox must have a different scouting report on Derek Jeter than most American League teams. Most American League teams would have the first baseman on the line now because Jeter hits the ball to right often. He did the last time up.
2-0.
Joe, you and I have commented on that several times this year following the Red Sox to Yankees contest. Now Kevin Millar playing way off the line with the hard-throwing Timlin. Jeter with an inclination to go to right.
On the outside corner, 2-1.
The only thing I can think of in this situation is they're going to pitch him inside, but Jeter can still take that inside pitch and keep it in the middle or to the other way.
Got the great inside-out swing.
Sneaks a peek over at third as he gets ready for a 2-1 pitch. He was sneaking a peek to see how deep Miller was. He was going to drop down a bunt, and it's a strike.
Boy, that is a great catch, Joe, and you're exactly right. That peek at third, Miller was back, and he mishandles the bat. The top hand came off the bat. How bizarre was that? Top hand comes off the bat in an attempt to bunt, and he takes a strike.
Now it's 2-2. Three and 2.
He wanted to bunt and lost control of the bat after that peek at third.
Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Jeter strikes out. Timlin got it by him. Timlin has gone 9 1/3 innings in this series. Has not allowed a run. Has allowed only 1 hit. And he's now struck out 11. With 2 out, Bernie Williams at the plate. Strike 1.
Here's that peak Joe Buck was talking about right before the 2-1 pitch. Wow.
No balls, 1 strike on Williams. The Red Sox, if they bat in the 10th, will have the heart of their lineup. One and 1. Matsui, his first year with the Yankees, classified as a rookie with a key double in that 3-run 8th. He got it off Pedro Martinez with Alan Embry standing in the bullpen. Hard hit, diving stop by Walker from a knee to end the 9th. Wow. Todd Walker made a tremendous play to end the 8th with the bases loaded. And then this to send Game 7 into the 10th. Why wouldn't we play more? This series tied, and as we go to the 10th, the big bats coming up for Boston It's 5-5.
Yeah, we're prepared for extra innings, and we can help you be prepared too. Insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
They're young, exotic European women vying for the heart of a wealthy American cowboy.
He's worth about $80 million.
But what they don't know is the Italian villa's not his. His fortune's not real.
I love money, baby.
And the joke's gonna be on them. How far will these women go to win a man they think is rich?
She's a snake, and she's gotta go.
Joe Millionaire, an international affair.
She's so fake. I heard that.
Premieres this Monday at 8 on Fox.
You were under with Salazar for 6 months. I know what they did to you.
I didn't lose a year of my life to arrest some drug dealer. Are we clear?
Concerned about you, Jack. Things you did to get me here. You'll never be the same.
On October 28th.
Someone close to Salazar is demanding his release. If we don't comply, he's threatening to initiate an outbreak of a very deadly virus.
This kid's walking around with a bag of cocaine that's got the virus in it. We need to find him and stop him from putting it into circulation.
Chase, we got a runner!
The first wave of attack will be terror. The damage to this country will be catastrophic. The last line of defense will be him.
Just do it now!
Kiefer Sutherland, 24. The season premiere Tuesday, October 28th on Fox. Presented without commercial interruption by the next Ford F-150.
Had that ball gotten by Todd Walker, it may have been a double into right center field. It was hit that hard, but Walker recovers and throws from his right knee to get Bernie Williams.
So now here in the 10th, Garciaparra first up. Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz will follow against Rivera. And a check swing foul. Garciaparra 1 hit tonight, 5 in the last 2 games. One ball, one strike. Good pitch and under the hands of Garciaparra, 1-2. Red Sox fans have got to be wondering if this is just another case of the Boston Red Sox getting to the edge and then coming back. They fell down 2-0 to the Oakland A's, won 3 in a row to get to the ALCS. They fell down 3-2 of the series coming back here and won Game 6, 9-6. Garciaparra takes strike 3, and there's 1 out in the 10th.
No argument from Garciaparra. It was a high strike just above the waist. Looked like a cutter.
The only cutter he threw him that at bat. He went up, threw him sinker, 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 and then threw him a cutter.
When nobody could tie up right-handers like Rivera.
It's tough.
Here's Manny Ramirez with 1 out, nobody on. Ball 1 outside.
Last night we were talking about the resiliency of the Boston Red Sox coming back the way they did last night, and that wasn't the first time they'd done it, but I think you got to look at the Yankees tonight. Pedro Martinez on the mound with a 3-run lead coming back the way they did. This has been unbelievable watching it.
5-5 in the 10th, Game 7. 2 balls, no strikes. Rivera during the season allowed in 70 2/3 innings 3 home runs. Ramirez waiting for a 2-0 pitch from Mariano Rivera. Ramirez tied up. He went. It's 2-1.
Ramirez goes too far on a ball that was inside. He tried to hold up, but clearly too far.
Shattered bat and a foul into the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
What happens when you try to pull a cut fastball? We talked about it the other night. Ramirez, if he hits the ball hard, will probably hit it to the right side of the field.
A 2-2 from Rivera. Soriano. 2 out. In the bottom of the 10th, the Yankees will have Matsui, Posada, and Giambi. Here's David Ortiz, who has homered this evening, 1 out of 4. He took David Wells deep on the first pitch in the top of the 8th. After Wells came out of the bullpen, a hanger, and David Ortiz sent it out of here. The knuckleballer Tim Wakefield getting loose. Strike 1. Last time up, Ortiz did this to Wells. That made it 5-2. The Yankees have had terrific relief work. Messina coming in the 4th inning with 1st and 3rd, nobody out. With the Yankees already trailing 4-0 and got out of it. That's strike 2 on Ortiz. Down the left field line into the corner. Matsui will play it off the wall. Ortiz will be in at second with a double. Just stayed fair, just stayed in the park, and Ortiz with a 2-out double. The go-ahead run at second.
Posada setting up outside, and Ortiz going the other way. Probably thought he was at Fenway Park with a monster out there. He's peppered the monster all year long. And now doubles to left. A fine play by Matsui to make it close at second. Ortiz in there, and a pinch runner now for David Ortiz.
Fighting the right hand that feeds him is Mariano Rivera, and Gabe Kapler will come off the bench to pinch run. David Ortiz does not run well, and Kapler with an RBI chance for Millar at the plate carries the go-ahead run in his back pocket with 2 out in the 10th.
You rarely see any emotion out of Rivera. Perhaps thinking about throwing it inside instead of outside.
Strike 1 on Millar.
Posada sets up outside. Supposed to be a backdoor cutter. And just a terrific piece of hitting by David Ortiz.
Millar trying to deliver with 2 outs. One ball, 1 strike. Now Williamson joins Wakefield in the Red Sox bullpen in case Boston gets a run here in the 10th inning and takes the lead. That's up to Millar and Rivera. A pop-up. Jeter. Still tied as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Matsui, Posada, Giambi coming up. Back after this from your local Fox station.
What's happened to the Giants? Howie hits the Big Apple to find out what's wrong with the G-Man. Fox NFL Sunday this week.
Get it now. Any model, any style. It's the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. And now you can get incredible 0% financing for 6 full years on Ford Explorer. That's 0% financing for 6 years. Explorer has a smoother ride and a roomier interior. Now get a loaded Explorer and get 0% for 6 years or $5,500 cash back. That's 0 for 6 or $5,500 cash during the final days of the Ford authorized clearance. Visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store and get it now.
It takes focus, determination, innovative technology, but they're nothing without the human effort. That's what it takes to create new medicines. Like the 3 Bristol-Myers Squibb medicines that helped me beat my cancer.
Today, Bristol-Myers Squibb's breakthrough treatments bring hope to those with cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and schizophrenia.
Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
There is only one thing that everyone on this planet has in common. No matter what age, no matter what creed or color, everyone believes they are a better-than-average driver. Other than that, they can't agree on anything. That's why Toyota makes 17 different models, so that everyone can drive something that will make them happy. So, see your Toyota dealer. With 17 different models, the only question is, which Toyota is perfect for you?
Available 6,500-pound towing capacity. Just one of the many reasons the trail-rated Jeep Grand Cherokee is so capable. Right now, well-qualified owners and lessees can buy a Jeep Grand Cherokee for $299 a month for 39 months. If it's not trail-rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4. The best values in America just got better.
Baseball is brought to you locally by Jeep.
Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer who has been so good in this series, takes over. It is midnight in the Bronx. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning, and Wakefield, this postseason, 2-1. But so far, he was the winner in game number 1 of this ALCS. And then came back in game number 4 and got the victory. He has been as valuable a member of the Red Sox as they've had in this series with the Yankees. And now with his catcher, Mirabelli, behind the plate. Matsui is at the plate. 5-5 game. Dangerous foul ball into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The clock striking 12, only 44 hours until the World Series starts.
Either here in New York or at Fenway Park in Boston. The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. The Florida Marlins still don't know where they're headed.
Right.
Waiting around to see if they're coming here or going to Boston. 3 balls and a strike on Matsui. It took Wakefield the first inning to really settle in that game 4 start when he turned in 7 outstanding innings. To first, Millar takes it and steps for the out.
Obviously, Wakefield does not have that luxury tonight.
Posada now.
The interesting thing, along with all the other interesting things, is that the Yankees have nobody warming up. in their bullpen, which means that unless they win it here, Mariano Rivera most likely will go out for the top of the 11th inning. The last time he worked more than 2 innings was April of 2000.
Posada, the one who tied it with that flare double into center field to score 2 in the 3-run 8th. The 1-0. Posada held up 2-0. Two and one. I happened to talk to Wakefield before this game about the different umpires. The man behind the plate, Tim McClelland, is one that he likes, an umpire whose work he appreciates. So important when you're flipping that knuckler up there. This might drop. Damon on the run, 2 out. Playing deep. Sounded like another broken bat for Posada, and that's out number 2.
Talk about that area that Johnny Damon covers, and he has to. The corner outfielders, Trot Nixon and Manny Ramirez, caught the fewest balls than any other corner outfielders in the major leagues this year. So Damon has to cover a lot of ground.
Giambi takes a strike. 0 for 5 in this series against Wakefield is Giambi. You remember his first at bat in the 4th game of this set. A line drive double play hit to the first baseman. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giambi batting in the number 7 spot. He has already homered twice tonight. Shallow left, Manny Ramirez in, Miller out, and it's Ramirez. And it's the 11th inning now of Game 7. Nixon, Miller, and Mirabelli coming up for Boston. We're still tied in the Bronx, 5-5.
Believe it's nightmare, posters, victories. The truth. I create with freestyle. Freestyle.
NBA Live 2004 with freestyle. Ready for everyone.
What do you create?
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Come on in, Derek. Derek, this is the postseason. I hear you're out dancing, eating, and just carousing with your friends. Is it true you're going out every night?
Absolutely not.
Good.
If you want to enjoy the New York nightlife, bring your Visa card, because Orso, Cheetah, and the Broome Street Bar don't take American Express.
Hey, Derek, we are running late. Sorry.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
America's #1 snack comes in stacks. Introducing new Lay's Stacks Potato Crisps. Not just stackable, irresistible.
One for you, one for you, one for you. 10 for me.
Top of the 11th inning now, 5-5. Trot Nixon first up for Boston. Bill Miller and then Mirabelli. Nixon tonight has hit a 2-run homer, walked, struck out, popped up. Mariano Rivera out for a 3rd inning. First pitch swinging, that's strike 1, and Nixon had a pretty good cut at that pitch from Rivera. Nixon has hit some dramatic home runs for the Red Sox. Game 3 of the division series in extra innings against the A's for the first victory in that series for Boston. Last night in the 9th inning to give the Red Sox some breathing room. 0-2. This will be pitch number 40 for Mariano Rivera. Nixon trying to get something started for the Red Sox in the 11th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One out. Miller coming up this week. It's a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. First, Brett Favre and the Packers trying to rebound from that heartbreaking loss. They take on Mark Bulger and the Rams. Then the Buccaneers try to win their 2nd straight as they battle Terrell Owens and the 49ers or other regional action. Coverage begins noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. The biggest stories are in the NFC. The NFC is on Fox. At the plate, Miller. And a squirter up the middle. A lot of spin on it. Soriano makes the play. 2 out. And now it's Doug Mirabelli who took over behind the plate when the Red Sox had to pinch run for Veritek in the 9th inning with Damian Jackson.
Difference between the 2 pitchers right now, Wakefield is just like a starter. Rivera is a stopper. And in all probability, unless he gets a 1 or 2 pitch at bat, this would be his last inning.
Strike 1 on Mirabelli. The last time Mariano Rivera went 3 full innings was in September of '96. That was when John Wetland was the closer and eventual World Series MVP for the Yankees when they defeated Atlanta. And Rivera was his setup man. Mirabelli went. It's 0-2.
You've got to start it early, so it's tough to hold up when the ball's not a strike.
That's who's left for the Yankees in their bullpen. Contreras, White, both pitched in yesterday's game. Weaver hasn't even warmed up in this series. Still 0-2 on the Boston catcher. One and two. The Yankees in the bottom of this 11th inning will have Boone, Garcia, and Soriano. Three shutout innings from Mariano Rivera sets up the bottom of the 11th in Game 7. Still tied 5-5.
Come on in, Derek. Derek, this is the postseason. I hear you're out dancing, eating, and just carousing with your friends. Is it true you're going out every night?
Absolutely not.
Good.
If you want to enjoy the New York nightlife, bring your Visa card, because Orso, Cheetah, and the Broome Street Bar don't take American Express.
Hey, Derek, we are running late. Sorry.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
The vaunted Imperial Walkers do have a weakness. Slice open their gut, and you'll bring them to their knees. Be smart. Be victorious.
Rebel Strike. Rated Teen.
Make it safe. Make it useful. Make it strong. And then, make it beautiful.
Mariano Rivera getting congratulations after 3 shutout innings. Now he's a cheerleader. Welcome to the booth, Joe Buck, Red Boone, and Tim McCarver. And you're talking about 2 teams, guys, that are playing for the 26th time this season against one another. Only 1 win separates these 2 teams, and now here we are, bottom of the 11th inning in a 5-5 game. This is it's quite a night.
Clearly, time is not an ally of the Yankees either.
I'll tell you what, I've just enjoyed watching it.
I would imagine that's the sentiment throughout, although the Boston Red Sox and the fans through New England, they'll tell you they were 5 outs away in the 8th inning, leading by 3 as Boone hits it to deep left. That might send the Yankees to the World Series. Boone, a hero in Game 7.
you struggled so much throughout your postseason with the Yankees. What a time for your biggest hit.
Wow. I can't even talk. This is, the silver lining. It's unbelievable. I mean, Mo, so many heroes today, and I just happened to run into one. You got to be kidding me. It's awesome.
When you came over from the Cincinnati Reds, you talked about not having been in the postseason. Now you get a chance to go to the World Series. It's got to be a special feeling.
It's unbelievable. We're sitting over there tonight, and it wasn't looking good, and, bullpen came in and held them, and we just pecked away, and like Derek told me, the ghosts will show up eventually, and they did, man. This is stupid.
What were you thinking when it was 5-2 in the 8th? I mean, did you think that it was over?
No, I definitely didn't think it was over because we were crawling a little bit. We were having better at bats. Pedro looked like maybe he was getting a little tired, so we knew anything was possible, but, it didn't look good there for a minute.
Final question. Your brother, Brett, has been following you throughout this whole series. You going to celebrate with him tonight?
Yeah, you better stay and hang out with us a little bit after this one. Unbelievable.
All right, thanks a lot. Congratulations. Brett Boone, World Series hero. Guys.
Well, Brett Boone, have you ever heard your brother Aaron speechless? I mean, he was basically flat out speechless.
He was. I mean, I've been talking to him through all this and trying to basically give him encouragement as much as I could. You got to hang in there. We've been there. This is the game, and one big hit will turn around for, well, that's about as big as they get right there.
It's a guy who had no home runs, 1 RBI, 5 hits, and 31 at-bats in this postseason. And he, as he said, walked into one and hit one out off Wakefield to end this Game 7 in the 11th inning. Roger Clemens' career continues, and for the fans in New England, more heartbreak.
And I'm sure that a lot of fans in New England will be talking about why Alan Embry didn't come in to pitch to Hideki Matsui in the 8th inning.
Instead, Pedro Martinez was left on the mound. Grady Little stayed with his ace, stayed with a guy who pitched brilliantly into the 8th inning. Gave up a double to Jeter, a base hit to Bernie Williams, stayed in to face Matsui. He doubled. 2-run double by Posada. 5-5 at that point until this. Aaron Boone deep into the New York night and into the seats to send the Yankees into the World Series on Saturday night against the Florida Marlins. Let's go back down to the field and check in with Kurt Menefee.
All right, Mariano, you're going to the World Series for the 6th time in 8 years, but this one any more special because of the way it happened?
I mean, yeah, I think it's special. Yes, I think definitely it's special. But you know what? We showed today the character of the real champion. And, all my boys, I mean, those guys came out big.
When you came to the park tonight, though, did you think you might have to go 3 innings in a game like this?
Not really. No, definitely not. But you know what? I was ready. I definitely was ready. And I had to thank the good Lord for this. I mean, that's the man. That's the man. He made it for us.
Did you think at all when it was 5-2 in the 8th inning that you would even get in this ball game?
You know what? Yes, definitely I did. You know why? Because I see those guys coming back. So you know what? I got to hold this lead. Because we're going to come back and win this game.
Final question. Last time you were in the World Series was 2001. Bottom of the 9th inning. It didn't work out for you. Do you look at this as any chance at redemption to clear your name?
No, not at all. You know, that was behind, and you just have to put it behind. Now you just move on and keep going, do your job, and feel good about it.
All right, congratulations. All right, Mariano Rivera pitched 3 innings tonight to get the Yankees back to the World Series for the 6th time in 8 years. Back up to you, Joe.
Kurt thanks an Eckler taken out of the park. Tim Wakefield and the Red Sox walk off. And it was a walk-off home run for Aaron Boone. Something he did early in the season for Cincinnati. Traded to the Yankees, wearing the pinstripes. First home run of the postseason, and it's an 11th inning, Game 7 winner to defeat the Boston Red Sox and put the Yankees in the World Series. Back after this from your local Fox station.
I just want to run away.
His father is the district attorney.
He wants to ruin our family. He wants to destroy my business.
You tell your son to keep his filthy hands off my daughter.
You cannot see this girl again, ever.
The rich man's dead.
What have I done?
I love you.
I love you too.
Skin, a new series, premieres at 9 Monday on Fox. When Ron Howard turned his talents to television, we knew his show would be special.
Securities and Exchange Commission.
They have boats? But we never imagined this. It's the fall's best new sitcom. Hilarious. The one, the only must-see sitcom. The funniest new comedy. Usually, critics' quotes are only good for one thing.
Shredder? No. Save it. Save it. Shredder.
But ignoring these would be criminal.
I'm having the time of my life.
Hey, T-Bone.
Arrested Development. Series premieres Sunday, November 2nd on Fox.
Available 6,500-pound towing capacity. Just one of the many reasons the trail-rated Jeep Grand Cherokee is so capable. Right now, well-qualified owners and lessees can buy a Jeep Grand Cherokee for $299 a month for 39 months. If it's not trail-rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4. The best values in America just got better.
You just saw the Yankees win 6-5.
Fox 5 is the only place with a live Yankee cam and city celebrations you won't see anywhere else.
Plus, can you snag a ticket to the World Series? Find out. The news is next.
What time is your flight?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Hold on. What terminal are you at?
No, it's Terminal 4.
4?
Thanks. Welcome to JFK. Thanks. JFK? No.
Honey! LaGuardia.
What?
LaGuardia. Nothing handles the tri-state like an E-Class. We understand. We live here, too.
The final score, the Yankees win it in 11 innings here in Game 7 and win the series 4-3. Coming up next, your late local news, except for those of you on the West Coast. Let's go down inside the locker room and check in with Kenny Albert.
Thank you very much, Joe Buckham. With the honorary president of the American League, Mrs. Jackie Autry, Yankees general manager Brian Cashman, manager Joe Torre, president Randy Levine behind Joe, Lon Trost, Steve Swindle, Hal Steinbrenner. Mrs. Autry, it's all yours.
Well, on behalf of the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig, the American League, and for all the Yankee fans throughout the world who I know enjoyed this series, I want to present you with the William Heritage Award for 2003, the American League Championship Trophy. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks very much. I mean, we sure as hell didn't want to play Boston, but now that it's all over with, I'm glad we beat.
Joe, you commented to Mrs. Autry just a moment ago, this never gets old.
Oh, yeah, it never gets old. You know, you're not of a mind to say, you know, oh, we won a couple, let somebody else do it. Now, you get in that competition, I couldn't be more proud. I've had a great bunch of guys over the 8 years I've been here, but this ball club galvanized, and I felt it coming together our last trip to Boston, not the playoffs, before that, and they just started biting and scratching and doing a lot of things, not really caring what they look like, and it was... It just carried it right through.
You're going to your 6th World Series in 8 years as manager of the Yankees. Beat the Mets in 2000, lost in 2001 to the Diamondbacks. What was going through your mind, 8th inning, down 5-2?
Well, the only thing I knew that, you know, they did it to us yesterday. And every time I go out to the mound, I bring in a new pitcher. I'd say to Jeter, I said, well, this guy's liable to be the winner today, you know. And then Boomer, I said, you might as well win another game this week. And he says, why not? And then he gave up the home run just to make it tougher on us. But Mariano Rivera, what can you say about Mariano Rivera? And Aaron Boone, thank you. Thank you, General Manager. Aaron Boone.
Well, let's bring in Yankees General Manager Brian Cashman. What was going through your mind, Brian? We'll get back to you, Brian. Let's go out to Kurt Menefee. Kurt?
All right, with Red Sox manager Grady Little, and, you know, you fought to get into the playoffs just as a wild card. You had to fight back from 2-0 down in the wild card series in the ALDS, and now you had to fight to extra innings right now. Does it make you more proud or is it more painful?
Well, a little bit of both. First of all, I want to congratulate Joe, his coaching staff, and that entire ball club over there. They battled just like we did, and but these bunch of boys that I have, I'm awfully proud of them. I think that we couldn't ask any more of them. They played their hearts out. They kept battling to the very end, and a little bit more, but we just came up a little short.
Pedro battled big, 123 pitches thrown tonight. But give me your thought process there in the 8th inning by letting him stay in even after they got a run in.
Pedro's our man. In situations just like that all season long, he's the one we want on the mound, and he made the pitches like he wanted to. The ball just got in on Posada, and he squeezed it out there over the infield, and that was a game.
You take a look right now in your season. This is your 2nd year here. This is the farthest you've gotten right now. And right now, once again, going into this offseason, what do you feel it takes to get over this hump, especially, being in the same division with the team that just knocked you out?
We got to win one more game, and so we'll work on that and try to do it next year.
All right, thanks a lot, Grady Little.
Thank you.
Manager of the Boston Red Sox. Kenny, back to you.
All right, Kurt, Brian Cashman, Yankees general manager, gracious enough to stay with us. Aaron Boone, series-winning home run. You traded for him. He struggled during the regular season, struggled in the postseason. But what were your thoughts when the ball left his bat?
Well, we traded for him. We had a lot of people involved here that pointed them out. And, to tell you what, we have great scouts here. They continue to point us out. A couple of years ago, we got David Justice, who won the deciding game with a big home run off of Arthur Rhodes against Seattle, and now Boone. I credit our scouts and credit Boone and these players that didn't quit, and we're just tickled to death to be going back to the series.
Well, I know the scouts have been following the Florida Marlins. Have you had a chance to think ahead to the World Series beginning here on Saturday?
I haven't, but we've got a team of 7 guys that have been going hard after it. We set up before the game, and Joe talked to our club about what time the meeting was for the players tomorrow, assuming we were going to win, expecting that we were going to win it. And now that meeting's going to take place starting at about 3 o'clock for the players, 1 o'clock for the coaches. So we're going to get after it. The work continues.
Brian, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll bring Mrs. Jackie Autry back up to present the MVP trophy of the American League Championship Series to
Mariano
Rivera.
On behalf of the Commissioner of Baseball, I'm pleased to present you with the most valuable player called the Lee McPhail MVP Award for 2003 League Championship Series. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to Mariano Rivera. Looked like you may have had a blister on your finger. We had some shots of you in the dugout. How'd you feel?
I was feeling great. And I was kind of upset when Mel told me that I ain't going to pitch in the next inning. But, thanks God we won this game.
All right, Mariano, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mariano Rivera, most valuable player of the American League Championship Series, as we send it back up to Joe Buck.
Kenny, thanks, and thanks for your help during this series, and our thanks to Kurt Menefee as well. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver with you, and well, I don't know where you start with a game like this. We came in talking about how fitting to have a matchup of Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens. We thought we might have seen the end of Roger Clemens and his glorious career. Everything was rolling for the Red Sox. That 8th inning, they'll be talking about that for a long time in New England.
Whether to bring in Alan Embry to pitch to Hideki Matsui. What could have been lost in the shuffle is the marvelous job that Mike Mussina did, pitching 3 scoreless innings, 4, 5, and 6, to give the Yankees a chance to come back, and they did.
They had to use Clemens. They had to use Mussina. They had to use Wells out of the bullpen. But then it's Mariano Rivera. Have you ever seen anybody, and I already know the answer before I ask, but I want to hear your description of him. It is amazing the way this guy performs in the month of October.
I have never seen a pitcher like Rivera. We've talked about it so many times. He throws 1-speed pitches outside and inside. Major league hitters usually catch up to those pitches, but somehow American League hitters haven't caught up for them for 8 years now.
Well, we are, I guess, less than 44 hours away from the start of this World Series with the Marlins and the Yankees right here at Yankee Stadium on Saturday night.
The Marlins are probably in the air as we speak.
As we speak, they took off immediately. When Boone hit that ball, they started up the jet engines. The final score in 11 innings, a final of 6-5. The New York Yankees are headed back to the World Series for the first time since 2001. Well, so many things to talk about as we wrap up. This has been a wonderful series. Grady Little deserves a lot of credit for the job that he did as manager of this Boston Red Sox team. People will talk about that 8th inning. We talked about the 8th inning. But the job he did of bringing people together on that club and getting them to this point, they never quit. They continue to fight, even into the extra innings here tonight. And as we are about to start the World Series Saturday night, this is the 100-year anniversary of the first World Series. A World Series that the Boston Pilgrims, the Boston franchise, won. They were so close, but more heartbreak in October for New England. And on the other side, you have Joe Torre and the job that he does year after year. 6th pennant in 8 years for Joe Torre. He sent Roger Clemens to the mound tonight. The career of Roger Clemens will continue on this October into the World Series. The final score, 6-5 Yankees over the Red Sox in 11. The coordinating producer of Major League Baseball on Fox and the producer of tonight's game, Michael Weissman. The director is Bill Webb. Our tape producer, Aaron Stoikov. Associate director, Kathy Hunt. The broadcast associates, Eric Billigmeyer and David Duvall. The VP of Field Operations, Jerry Steinberg. Our technical producer is Dave Hill. We do so much with Steve Horn, who assists us as our editorial consultant here in the booth. And we thank you for watching here tonight and look forward to Saturday night here at Yankee Stadium. The Florida Marlins, the New York Yankees, thanks to that from Aaron Boone in the World Series 2003. From all of us at Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, we say so long. See you Saturday night. Jeannie and Kevin, it's all yours.
Thank you, Joe. Old rivals reach the same destination, but only one gets to continue the journey. It's a Boone swoon. The Yankees are headed to the World Series. And maybe the Red Sox getting a little ahead of themselves before this Game 7. This is Fenway Park, painting the World Series logo on the field. Someone's got to clean that mess up.
How about 5 outs to go 2 nights in a row?
Yeah,
Cubs.
With the Cubs.
Last night couldn't get it done.
Believe in curses?
Yeah, I don't, but I think, you know, you see something like this tonight in the 8th inning. It's a managerial decision. That's the difference. It's not the curse. It's not about that. He left his ace in there, Pedro Martinez. You got Alan Embry up. I agree with Tim McCarver. The key was Matsui. You got to face Matsui right there. Pedro runs out of gas. It's the longest he's ever gone in the postseason, but I understand it because he was his ace.
And what about Mariano Rivera?
Awesome.
Can you say enough about him?
No, the tightest cutter in Major League Baseball to a left-handed hitter. It looks like it's going to be a fastball right over the plate, and it moves so late you can't center the ball. That's why he's so dominant in the postseason. So here's the matchup: the Yankees and the Marlins. I mean, and this is a speed team for the Marlins. I mean, this is one of the best comeback teams in Major League Baseball. Juan Pierre, Castillo, they're going to be tough. Pudge Rodriguez won an MVP a couple of years ago, and we know what the Yankees are all
and
about.
Very interesting because they're so much like the Angels, a team that the Yankees could not get past last year. So it'll be a good series Saturday, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, Game 1. And attention, Roger Clemens, get that glove, get back out to the mound. You got a few more pitches to throw on your way to Cooperstown.
A little rest first.
All right, for Kevin Kennedy, I'm Jeannie Zalasko. Thank you so much for watching. This postseason ride continues with Game 1 of the World Series Saturday on Fox.
Over the past 10 years, some of the greatest moments in all of sports happened right here on Fox.
On behalf of millions of fans around the world, John Elway, thank you.
This has been a presentation of Fox Sports, celebrating 10 years of excellence.
Get it now. Any model, any style. It's the final days of the Ford authorized clearance, and now you can get incredible 0% financing for 6 full years on Ford Explorer. That's 0% financing for 6 years. Explorer has a smoother ride and a roomier interior. Now get a loaded Explorer and get 0% for 6 years or $5,500 cash back. That's 0 for 6 or $5,500 cash during the final days of the Ford authorized.
Tonight and then in today. Redemption for Aaron Boone. And the Yankees, in one of the more scintillating Game 7s in the history of the sport, are going to the World Series. And for the Red Sox, curses. We'll try to explain it and do it justice right now. Well, welcome to our Yes Studios, everybody. In tonight's edition of the Nissan Postgame, the final score of Game 7 of the 2003 American League Championship Series from Yankee Stadium. The New York Yankees 6, the Boston Red Sox 5, and now the Yankees go on to face the Florida Marlins in the World Series. Well, in the postseason, really was one of the key men in this game, giving them great middle relief. And then Aaron Boone, someone who had so much trouble for most of the season since coming over from Cincinnati, he hit a huge home run against Tim Wakefield in the bottom of the 11th inning to send the Yankees to their 39th World Series. Unbelievable. Just amazing. Why don't we take a look at the highlights of this game? Settle back. This is going to be fun. Roger Clemens started for the Yankees, making his third Game 7 start. Would it be the last start of his career? Well, top of the second, there's no score. Trot Nixon, who owns Clemens, well, there it was again. A home run into the bleachers in right center field, a two-run shot, his fourth career home run off Clemens. It was 2-0 Boston. Later in the inning, man on second, 2 outs, Johnny Damon grounds to third. Enrique Wilson throws the ball away, allowing Jason Varitek to score. Red Sox lead 3-0. Aaron Boone, who was benched for this game, looks on. Bottom of the second inning, Jason Giambi batting 7th, still struggling as he strikes out against Pedro Martinez. Top of the fourth, Kevin Millar leads off the inning with the solo home run to left. It's his first career postseason home run, and just like that, it's 4-0 Boston. Clemens struggling. Later in the inning, Bill Miller singles on a hit and run. That would be it for Clemens, and it was a tough decision for Joe Torre, but he had to win this game. It was do or die. He takes him out of the game. Clemens, 3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Getting great ovation from the stadium crowd. Mike Messina then comes on in relief. His first career relief appearance. He prevents further damage by getting Damon to hit into the 6-6-3 double play to end the inning. Still 4-0 Boston. Bottom of the fifth, Giambi's next at bat. He jumps on the pitch for Martinez, knocks it over the wall in right center for the solo home run. His second homer of the postseason. The Yankees are on the board. It was 4-1. Bottom of the sixth, Martinez holding the lead for Boston as he strikes out Derek Jeter, his 7th of the game. Bottom of the seventh, Giambi's third at bat. Does it again. Drills one to center just out of the reach of Damon for the 2-out solo home run, his 2nd of the game, and it was 4-2 Boston. Later in the inning, 2 men on for Alfonso Soriano, but Martinez strikes him out for the 4th time in the game to end the inning, and Martinez loves it. Top of the 8th, David Wells on a relief, and David Ortiz takes Wells' first pitch over the wall and right for the solo home run, his 8th home run against the Yankees this season. 5-2 Boston. Bottom of the 8th, Bernie Williams singles to center. That drives in Derek Jeter from second base. The Yankees are creeping back in. It's now 5-3. Later in the inning, runners on second and third. Jorge Posada with the bloop. Can they get it? It falls in between 3. It's a double, and it scores Williams and Matsui, and the game, incredibly enough, is tied at 5 as the Yankees have come all the way back. Same inning, now bases loaded, 2 outs. Soriano lines one off the side of the mound. Todd Walker's right there. Gets the force at second to end the inning. It's 5-5. Now we go to the top of the ninth. 2 outs, man on second. Mariano Rivera gets Todd Walker to hit the soft liner to Soriano to end the inning. And we go into extra innings. Top of the 11th, Rivera's 3rd inning of work. He hadn't done that since '96. He strikes out Doug Mirabelli to end the inning. It's still 5-5. Let's go to the bottom of the 11th. Aaron Boone. See ya! A long home run into the Bronx night. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. They beat the Boston Red Sox 6-5. The players can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. Aaron Boone most certainly probably cannot believe it as Bedlam in the Bronx and the Yankees clinch their 39th American League championship. What a moment for Aaron Boone. A terrible moment for Tim Wakefield, who'd been so brilliant in this postseason. And the Red Sox have to go home and wonder how they blew a 4-0 lead, a 4-1 lead, and a 5-2 lead. Rivera the win, Wakefield the loss, and you see the Yankee box score on the right. And the Yankees, as I mentioned, their 39th American League pennant. Bobby Mercer caught up with the hero of this game, one of the heroes, Mariano Rivera, on the stadium field moments ago. Let's listen in, I'm sure, a jubilant conversation.
Hey, Mo. Hey, is this unbelievable? Have you ever seen anything like this before in your life? I'd say this is, I've never seen anything here like Yankee, like this like tonight.
Never. And I have to thank my good Lord. I have a man-to-man, I would say, conversation with him and say, you know what, for you for real, you're going to make us win today. And he did.
What were you thinking about? You hadn't pitched 3 innings since 1996. How did you feel out there?
I mean, I didn't care. I was feeling good, and it's a longer as long as I was feeling good and I threw the ball good, doesn't matter. I mean, I was upset because Mel told me that I was finished. So, I mean, what can I tell you, Obi? I mean, it's incredible.
One more question here, Mo. I know you don't go down to the bullpen till about the 7th inning, 6th or 7th inning. The Yankees kept chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. Did you guys still feel like you had a chance to win this game?
We definitely, you know, we fell behind all those games that we came back and win. You know, and today wasn't an exception. You know, I fell behind, I told my guys, hey, we want to win this game. You know, you just got to have faith. We want to win this game. You know? But the good Lord, that's the man. That's the man. He did it for us.
If you had to rank this game against any game that you've played here at Yankee Stadium since 1996, how would you rank this game?
Number one, definitely number one. Definitely number one.
Well, you know what, Mo Rivera? You're number one, big guy.
Thanks, Bobby.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, baby.
Thanks.
Bobby Mercer with Mariano Rivera. One Game 7 note from the ALCS Sports Bureau. The last and only time a team has come back from a 4-run deficit in a Game 7 was in Game 7 of the 1925 World Series, and the Pittsburgh Pirates ended up beating the Washington Senators 9-7. So the Yankees do something that's only been done once before in the history of the game. Let's go right back out to Yankee Stadium. And Bobby Mercer, well, this was moments ago. Bobby Mercer was talking with Aaron Boone, the hero of the game, and let's listen in on that.
Aaron, I'll tell you what, it only comes down to one swing, baby, and you had that swing tonight, no matter what has happened in this American League Championship. I know it's been tough for you, you know, offensively, but it only comes down to one swing.
Well, you know what? Before this series, Willie Randolph told me, you're going to be the guy this series. You're the X factor. And I said, and then before I went up to hit, he goes, it's going to be you. And I said, I went up there, did it, and I came home, and I hugged Willie Randolph. I told him, I said, it took me a week, but you're right.
One other question. When you go up against a Wakefield like that, knowing it's a tie game, are you trying to swing for a home run or just trying to make contact?
No. Leading off the inning, you know, I just want to get on base. You know, Joe told me, hey, just keep that front side in, think right center. That doesn't mean you won't hit a home run. I got one right there, and, you know, with the knuckleballer, you're just trying to, I don't like hitting off him, and you're just trying to do your best to square it up, and I happen to hit the big part of my bat.
What's the feeling like here at Yankee Stadium? Have you ever seen anything like this before in your life?
This has turned into the greatest moment of my life. This is unbelievable.
What an amazing scene at Yankee Stadium, and Aaron Boone has really struggled since coming over from the Reds. A lot of people said, well, why'd the Yankees make that trade? Well, that trade right now seems like a pretty good move because it got them to the World Series. Aaron Boone did not start this game tonight because they had Enrique Wilson at third base. Enrique Wilson was at third base because he has success against Pedro Martinez, and Enrique Wilson started, but Boone came in the later innings. Bobby's busy. Back to Yankee Stadium. He talked with Mike Messina, who was so brilliant in relief. Let's listen in.
Moose, I'll tell you what, I know you were going to pitch out of the bullpen. Everybody in the kitchen sink was going to play tonight if you had to do that, but some performance that you did when you came in that one inning and stifled the Red Sox from not being able to score.
I tell you, I have a new appreciation for what those guys have to do coming out of the pen. That's my first time since high school, and man, it's just amazing to come in a situation like that. Pedro's pitching a great game at the time. I made a couple decent pitches, got out of that one, hung in there long enough. We all knew that it was going to be that kind of game. Once Rocket came out, we knew we had to pull together and try to hold us there. And we got a couple breaks and pushed across some runs there late to get it tied. And everybody's been just great through all this, and it's been up and down. And these two teams, it's amazing. The difference between the two of them is so close you can't even tell. We play 11 innings to decide the American League, and it's just great. It's just great.
Can you tell me when you came into that inning what you were thinking of? I mean, I know everybody was saying we got to have one strikeout here, and then we got to have the double play ball.
Hey, like I said, it's my first time in probably 16 or 17 years, so I was just trying to throw some strikes and get used to the mound. I don't go to the mound when it's all beat up, so I just trying to throw some strikes, and I got a strikeout. And from that point, I made a good pitch to Damon to get the double play. That was the big pitch, to get a double play from Johnny Damon. And, I'm just glad I was able to contribute today and be part of this championship.
You normally are not that overjoyous, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you're pretty quiet and reserved, but you look like you're having a pretty good time right now.
I tell you, we've been through a lot this year, right from spring training, and we went out and won 101 games, and I hadn't thrown the ball that well in about 4 or 5 weeks, and I'm just glad I could go out there and contribute today. We all wanted to get a part of it, and we just about had everybody out there in the game that we had available. So, you know, it's just great that this team could pull together like that and win that game.
Congratulations to you. You did a fantastic job tonight.
Thanks, Bobby.
You know, Bobby couldn't be more right, because Mike Messina usually is very quiet, very reserved, and that's about as animated as I have ever seen him. Now, remember, Mike Messina came on in relief in the 4th inning for Clemens, who didn't look like he had his A stuff. Mike Messina had pitched in Game 4. This has been a rough postseason for him. Remember, he lost Game 1 against the Twins. He lost Game 1 against the Red Sox. Then he came back and lost Game 4 against the Red Sox as well. So he's 0-3, the first Yankee to have 3 losses in the postseason since George Frazier did that in 1981 in the World Series against the Dodgers. So he comes in and he does a lights-out job. He deserves so much of the credit for this game, because if you let the Red Sox pour any more runs on, it might break the Yankee spirit. He gets out of that jam, as we mentioned, and that was a big, big out that he got against Jason Varitek, striking him out, and then he gets Johnny Damon to wrap into the 6-6-3 double play. So that is a huge, huge performance by Mike Messina. Now, Grady Little, a lot of people are going to question him, some of the moves that he made. He's at the podium at Yankee Stadium.
Pedro Martinez has been our man all year long, in situations just like that. He's the one we want on the mound over anybody we can bring out of that bullpen. He had enough left in his tank there to finish off Posada. He made some good pitches to him. He squeezed the ball off his handle out over the infield. There's nothing we can do about it now.
1 or 2 more. Keep this moving tonight. Buster, over there.
What did you ask Pedro when he went to the mound?
What did you ask Pedro when you went to the mound?
Pedro wanted to stay in there. He wanted to get the job done, just as he has many times for us all season long. And he's the man we all wanted on the mound.
I'll tell you what, Grady Little is going to be questioned over and over and over again why he kept Pedro Martinez in the 8th inning. You heard what he said, though. He'd rather have him out there tired than anybody else. He got his wish. Yankees ended up tying the game. Then they win the game in 11 innings. Let's go right back out to Yankee Stadium now. Our Bobby Mercer is live on the field at the ballpark. And, Bobby, you've been in a lot of games at Yankee Stadium. You've played, you've announced, you've seen. How does this one rank? How's that ballpark right now? Is it up for grabs?
It is electric out here at this particular moment. It has been since about the 7th inning when the Yankees really started making their comeback. I have never seen a game like this. The intensity of this game, the importance of this game between the Red Sox and the Yankees, the 7th game for the American League Championship. It just never happened with 2 great pitchers starting this game, Clemens and Pedro Martinez, and the Yankees showed the resilience that they've had all year long. When they won 101 games, they would not give up, and they certainly did not give up tonight. And this is the hat that they are wearing right now, and the Boston Red Sox are not.
You know what's funny, though, Bobby? Yesterday was a microcosm of the Yankee season, and today was the complete opposite. The Yankees got big clutch hits in the 7th and 8th inning. They got unbelievable middle relief, and then Mariano Rivera obviously did what he always does. So this was a complete opposite of what happened yesterday when they didn't get the big hit and the bullpen didn't do the job.
Well, you know what, Michael? That's baseball. That's all I can tell you. If you've ever played this game, that's baseball, and sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But the Yankees have had opportunities, and tonight they made the most of it.
Bobby, we're going to break away for just a moment, go right to the podium for Joe Torre.
You know, he wanted to stay in. I mean, it'd be tough for any manager to say, come on, no, you're not staying in this game when it's Pedro Martinez. And he, you know, he fights you, he battles you, but we do the same. And we were able to best him today. It was very satisfying because it's a tough mountain to climb. 4 runs against him, and especially a game that's so important. Posada's hit. I mean, Georgie, you know, it's interesting. You look at his stats against Pedro, and they were awful up to about the middle of this year. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what he did differently, but he certainly has. You know, I think he said a couple. I know he's hit 1 home run, maybe a couple off him, and he's gotten some base hits, maybe a different approach. But Georgie is, I mean, this kid has grown up over the years that he's been here and I've been here, and this is by far his best year as far as, you know, catching, handling pitchers, going out there and telling Roger what to do and stuff like that. It's a credit to this young man how hard he's worked.
Bob.
Joe, congratulations.
Thank you.
You put Giambi and Lowe in the batting order, responded with 2 homers for you. You put Rivera in 3 innings for the first time in a long time, got the win. You put Boone in late in the game, pinch runner, won the ball game for you.
I put my defensive guy in there at a home run.
So the question is, how do you do it?
Well, I didn't do it. They did it. I mean, the guy who stopped the bleeding, the guy who put a tourniquet on the whole thing was Mike Messina. I mean, he first and third, nobody out, and he gets out of that jam, getting a double play ball from Damon, which is not easy to do, and striking out Veritek, who's killed us. That was the turning point for me. It kept it there. You know, you felt like you were getting your brains beat out, and then you looked up the scoreboard, it was 4-0, and then Jason hits one, it's 4-1, and you say, okay, you know, now, you know, we're in arm's length here. Took a little wind out of our sails when Ortiz hit a home run off Boomer, but these guys just kept going at it.
Okay, over here.
Joe, Roger probably a little bit happy that his career didn't end on that way. If you could just talk about that.
Well, you know, I always try to look at that half-full glass, and I was saying, well, this is a perfect way for Roger to get 20 wins this year to win this game. And then when I saw him come out, I said, well, the only way that's going to happen is if we continue. Go on. He battled it. He didn't have good stuff. I mean, he like he tried to muscle a little bit. Emotionally, he was fine. I thought he was in, you know, pretty good control of himself, but he got in some pitch count problems, especially to Trot Nixon. Got behind in the count and then threw him a fastball, and Trot Nixon can hit a fastball on Christmas Day. I mean, he's killed us. That whole ball club. I mean, when you think how many games we've played and how evenly we're matched, I hate playing them. I mean, I didn't look forward to playing them. But now that it's over with, I can't be more satisfied.
Tom?
Actually, Joe, it was to the point about Clemens. You know, is it emotionally wrenching to have to go out and get him, or was it clear that you had to go to Messina at that point?
Yeah, I mean, you know, later on, his emotions, we're trying to win a ball game, you know, and you know the leash is very short when it comes to Game 7, or, you know, postseason period. But and when you know everybody's in that bullpen, and we had Heredia up, too, just in case Moose wasn't ready. But Moose got ready quickly, and when he came out of the game, he pitched 3 great innings. And then he come back in after he changed shirts and sat on the bench the rest of the game. He says, remind me that I want to be a starter. I said, don't worry, we'll talk about it. But it was a team effort. This was a total team effort. Guys running hard, playing hard. I didn't like the signs that were, things were happening when Soriano hit that ball and hit the mound, you know, and then Walker, you know, makes 2 sensational plays, that one of them, and then one on Bernie. I said, oh, I don't like the way this thing is unraveling here. But Boone, I mean, he struggled since he's been here offensively. What a huge base hit for him, home run for him.
Okay, here.
Joe, with all the baseball that you've seen in your lifetime, and if you could, for a second, step away from your own excitement, what could you say to Red Sox fans and how their team has found another way to break their hearts?
Well, I think we beat them. I don't think they beat themselves. And I know the Red Sox fans are going to be very proud of this ball club that they had this year. They were the toughest team in the 8 years I've been managing this team. And Grady Little should be congratulated. I know he probably doesn't want to hear it right now, but this ball club believed in themselves. They never thought they'd ever you know, go away. I mean, the series against Oakland. I mean, the Red Sox fans should. I know they're going to be proud. I know they're. I mean, there's a handful of people up there will, you know, be the wah stuff like that. But most of those people up there are pretty damn proud of their ball club.
Joe Torre's been amazing. Remember, he took over the Yankees in 1996. He's now 6-0 in ALCSs. He's taken the team in his 8 years as the manager to 6 World Series. So the one upcoming with the Marlins will be number 6, and he has won 4 and lost 1 in the 9th inning of Game 7 against the Diamondbacks. An incredible run. Now, Jason Giambi was dropped to 7th in the lineup tonight because he'd been struggling so much in the postseason. Turned out to be a pretty good move. He hit 2 home runs. Susan Waldman caught up with him in the Yankee clubhouse moments ago. Let's listen in.
What are you looking for with Pedro? You said you didn't do well again, but what are you looking for? You must have been prepared for something.
I kind of threw it all out the window. So, you know,
see it and hit it, and kind of don't get caught up in it. And, you know, I ended up getting a first pitch changeup that I hit out, and then after that, I'd worked the count back to 2-2 and ended up hitting a 2-2 fastball to dead center. And, you know, we just kept, you know, answering back, just chipping away, waiting for that one big inning, and we finally got it.
What do you feeling when you're seeing Moose come out of the pen and then Wells come out of the pen and Mariano go 3 innings? What does that say about that group?
It's only fitting for this team to answer up like that, because like it's been such a team this whole year. We've had Jeet down, we've had Bernie down, we've had Nick down. I've been battling injuries the whole year, and to have all those guys come out of the bullpen, unbelievable. I mean, and only fitting to be at Yankee Stadium, you know, so everybody can experience it.
And is it also fitting that the guy who's been the most maligned here, Aaron Boone, wins the game on the first pitch from Wakefield?
Oh, that's unbelievable. See, that's what turns a bad series into a great series.
Well, that is Jason Giambi, who will now head to his first World Series. That's why he signed with the Yankees when he left the A's as a free agent. Last year it didn't work out as the Yankees were eliminated against the Anaheim Angels in 4 games. This year it does work out, and he certainly lends some help with 2 home runs in this game after being dropped to 7th in the lineup. Now, obviously in Boston, they're going to be talking about the curse. And boy, if you think about it, 2 teams with curses in this postseason, they're cursing right now. Chicago Cubs blew a 3-games-to-1 lead against the Florida Marlins, and they are sitting home and they'll watch the World Series. And the Boston Red Sox, they led 4-0 in this game with the ability to go to the World Series, and they didn't do it. So this shirt that's been very popular around Yankee Stadium and around New York City, well, I guess it does live. The curse lives, and the Red Sox will have to wait to try to win their first World Series since 1918.
The New York Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
The Nissan Pathfinder has a lot of fans. They like the roominess, the cargo capacity, and the strong 240 horsepower engine. Now, lease a Pathfinder for just $299 per month during the 2003 Pathfinder sales event. So move your tail. Gate. The Nissan Pathfinder, $299 per month.
They've won 26 World Series titles in 100 seasons. Now celebrate this landmark Yankees anniversary with 100 years of the New York Yankees. Call 1-866-MLB-2003 to own this incredible double DVD set that contains more than 5 hours of the greatest moments in Yankees history. And it's yours for just $19.95. Call 1-866-652-2003 and relive the team's glorious history with 100 years of the New York Yankees.
Introducing Glove Radar, a small, low-cost Doppler radar that attaches to the back of any glove and reads the speed of the ball just before it is caught. Ideal for developing the throwing skills of position players as well as pitchers. Check it out in your favorite sporting goods store or catalog.
For more information, call our toll-free number, 1-800-589-3805. That's 1-800-589-3805. Glove Radar, now only $69.95. Get yours today.
Exclusively from the home of champions, it's Yankeeography, the Yes Network's Emmy-winning series that brings you true stories of true legends.
Mantle had gifts from God, literally.
Yankeeography, only on Yes. Be on the A-list for the Yes Network center stage. Call 212-871-YANKS for free tickets and be a part of our studio audience as Michael Kay hosts the biggest names in sports and entertainment. For information on upcoming guests, log on to YesNetwork.com.
Welcome back to the New York postgame show right here on Yes, I'm Michael Kay. If you're a Yankee fan, you probably can't sleep right now. You know you have to get up and go to work, but how are you going to sleep after this game? Yankees were down 4-0, 4-1, 5-2, tied it up at 5-5. Mariano Rivera, absolutely, unbelievably brilliant. 3 shutout innings of relief. That 3rd inning, though, he was told by Mel Stoudemire, you're not going back out for a 4th, which would mean that somebody else would have had to come in from the Yankee bullpen. But obviously Aaron Boone's home run solved that, and Rivera pitching 3 innings, full innings of relief for the first time since September of 1996. And remember, when he did that, he was a setup man for John Wetland. What a series, how close it was. Boston 30 runs, the Yankees 29. Boston didn't hit as well as they did during the regular season when they broke all those records. So the Yankee pitching did a good job on them. Yankees hit 272, 12 home runs for the Red Sox, 8 for the Yanks. Red Sox had a .299 on-base percentage, Yankees .327. The starter ERA was better from Boston than what we thought. 428. Yankees, though, with a couple of clinkers thrown in. Remember, Clemens gave up the 4 runs in 3 innings, so that drives the starter's ERA up at 5.00. The bullpen ERA for Boston, 3.38. And the Yankees, well, their ERA from the bullpen plummeted because of today and all the innings of relief. Remember, from the 3rd inning on, they allowed just 1 run, and that dropped the bullpen ERA to 1.50. And really, one of the reasons that they did it is simply because of the fact that Mike Messina was so unbelievable in relief. So one of the relief pitchers really didn't do it, but he did volunteer with only 2 days rest since his last start and did an unbelievable job. The rest of the people, Felix Heredia, Jeff Nelson, David Wells, who gave up the only run, the home run to David Ortiz, and then Mariano Rivera. If Mariano Rivera needed any more lines on his resume, well, let's be honest, this just put him over the top. He's the greatest relief pitcher in the history of the postseason, arguably the greatest relief pitcher in the history of baseball. And for him to turn in a performance like this in the pressure situation that he was in, really mind-boggling. I'm sure that Joe Torre, the Yankee manager, has a lot to say about Mo. He's sitting down now live in the Yankee Yes Network studio with Susan Waldman. What's up, guys?
What's up, Michael? What he just said, what's up? Joe, let's talk a little bit about this game because, you know, Roger said he wanted to go out and go as hard as he could for as long as he could, and it wasn't as long, and it wasn't exactly what he wanted. What was he doing, and what are you thinking as you're watching that?
Well, I wasn't comfortable, you know, because it just looked like he was muscling, which is, it's tough to try to control your emotions in a game like this. As much as good as he's been over the last half dozen starts, it just looked like he was trying to manufacture extra velocity, and he may not have realized he was doing it, but I think the emotion of the whole thing got in the way, and then his counts were bad. He got behind Trot Nixon, and Trot can get up on Christmas morning and hit a home run on a fastball, and then all of a sudden 2, and then Enrique throws the ball away, and you know, it looked like it's going to unravel, and the man, to me, who put the tourniquet on this whole thing was Moose. I mean, Mike Messina.
Now, did he come to you yesterday and say, or did you go and say, you know, who can pitch tomorrow? We're going to, if we need somebody?
Well, Mel came to me, and he says, I'm going to throw, this was yesterday. Mel came to me, he says, I'm going to throw Moose a little bit today. In the event there's a game tomorrow, he'll be ready out of the bullpen.
He was extraordinary today.
I mean, 1st and 3rd, nobody out against that ball club, and they can't get a run. And a double play with Johnny Damon. Jeter did the right thing, got it himself, and threw to first base. That was a huge, huge inning for him and for us.
And David Wells, he was kicking himself with that home run, the pitch that he throws. If he had thrown one more pitch in the bullpen, he said, but what are you thinking there? Because then he settled in, he was fine too?
Well, you know how Boomer and I have been adversarial. I said, he just did this to me. Just kiddingly. But this, I mean, he volunteered also. But yeah, it took a little wind out of our sails. You know, when Giambi got us within 2, all of a sudden you can sort of see you're at arm's length here from getting back in Pedro. And I guess he got a little tired. But we kept coming at him, and we had some good at-bats against him.
What did you see from Giambi? He just told me, I said, what were you doing? And he said, I just threw everything out the book. I don't know what I was doing. I threw everything out the window today. I had no approach. I wasn't expecting things. What did you see from him? Yeah,
he's probably been getting in his own way. The only thing I said to him today was just stay away from the high fastball. You know, he swung it the first time up. I said, just make him get the ball down. Before the game, the only thing I felt bad about, Susan, was the fact that he, was batting 7th today for the first time, and I didn't get a chance to tell him before he saw the lineup because of the water main break, and he got there a little later than he normally gets, and but he, like he usually does, skip whatever you want to do if you think that's the best way for us to win, and I gave him a hug at that time, and he was a little emotional because he feels so much responsibility, and it was just a great response from him. All right, the 8th inning, a lot of big hits. I think one of the best at-bat in that inning was Bernie Williams. That was an extraordinary at-bat against Pedro. Bernie, when we put him back into the 4-hole, Bernie this time of year may not look it all the time, but he gets his head right there, his approach on right, and he was terrific. But you're right, that was a huge at-bat for him. And then Matsui, Matsui falls behind 2 strikes like he's done so many times, but it's always dangerous to do that against Pedro. And then he doubles down the right field line, and Georgie fights the ball off. If you look at Georgie's stats against Pedro, they're ugly. up until about the middle of this year. And all of a sudden, whatever adjustments he made, he started hitting him a lot better. And, you know, you know, we've maligned Georgie for his base running, but he noticed nobody was covering second base. And he got, when I first saw him go, I said, no, no, no. And then there was nobody there, and Jeter come up, he said, what did you think of that? You know, because he likes to you know, prod him a little bit.
All right, Mariano has had some spectacular games. 3 innings tonight. I mean, it was just an amazing performance once again by Mo.
Yeah, I was afraid to ask Mel after 2. I said, what do you think? And he says, let me go check with him. And he came back, he says, we can get 1 more. I said, all right, you know, we need to score. Let's score. For 3 innings, I was waiting to see Manny's back, watching the ball go out of the ballpark, and finally Aaron Boone made that possible.
And as I said to you, back up in Boston, it's always Bucky bleeping Dent, and now it's Aaron bleeping Boone. The same thing. It just, for a guy, because he's been very down on himself. He knows he's a better player than this, and comes in and just wins the game, sends you to World Series. It's going to be amazing for him.
And have his older brother Brett here to, you know, to be envious of the whole thing.
Great for him. Does that maybe give him more confidence? Is that possible?
Well, you know, he's just been so excited about being here, having a chance to play in postseason, that he's really gotten out of himself. And you know, maybe, you know, it looked like he was just looking to put the ball in play, and then all of a sudden the ball sat there for him and kept it fair, because a lot of his balls that he's hit hard down the left field line have been foul. And when I saw that ball go up, I said, whoa, wow. Well, I mean, I was numb. I was certainly numb on that one.
One question: who pitches on Saturday?
I don't really care. We'll get a volunteer in there some way. We'll have to look at it tomorrow.
How good is this one for you? I mean, this is
none better, and taking nothing away from the O'Neills and the Martinezes and Brociouses and Knobloch and Jimmy Key and Cone and Girardi, you know, Wetland. But when you go to Game 7 against the Boston Red Sox, you know, we didn't want to play these guys. Not that we thought Oakland would be easy, but we know how good these guys are, and it just couldn't be more satisfying.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or later today.
Yeah, later on, a couple hours.
Okay, Michael, we'll throw back to you for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Susan, and congratulations to Joe Torre. An amazing game, and if you think about it, who will be the Game 1 starter? The one that I've been sitting here trying to go through it in my mind, it might be David Wells. He might be the guy with the most rest after Messina had to pitch the 3 innings today, and David Wells just pitched that 1. Maybe he could use it as a throw day. We've got so much more to come on a day that started with a water main break and ends with the hearts of Boston fans broken. We're going to hear from Clemens, Wells, and so much more. Stay right here on the Yankee Entertainment and Sports Network.
The powerful Nissan Altima. It looks good on the coast. It looks good in the city. It looks good in the country. And with a special lease price of just $219 a month, imagine how good it'll look in your driveway. The stylish Nissan Altima, now $219 a month.
Off the couch, dog. Out of my way, dog. Get outside, dog. Honey, where's that stupid dog?
What are you moving towards? What do your eyes see when they look beyond the horizon? You know where you're going. And at Fleet, we see it too. And we're here to help you get there. With advice you can use to make smarter money decisions. Because the ones we make today shape the realities we live with tomorrow.
Looking for total excitement? Introducing the next 7-game mini plan. It's 7 great games with 3 flexible options to choose from. All 3 plans are packed with some of the best games the NBA has to offer. When you purchase the next 7-game plan, you'll get the same seat for each game and playoff priority. A limited number of lower-level seats are still available. Call 1-800-7-NJ-NETS now. Nets basketball. It's total excitement.
Welcome back to the postgame show, everybody. The Yankees are going to the World Series for the 39th time. They beat the Boston Red Sox 6-5 in 11 innings on an Aaron Boone home run against Tim Wakefield. Let's go right back out to Yankee Stadium, where Bobby Mercer with a very relieved Yankee general manager Brian Cashman.
No kidding. I was asking Brian before we just came on here. I said, was this a white knuckler? What'd you say?
Yeah, white knuckler. I mean, for 6 innings, it was you know, dead and buried for a while. But our team came back to life and didn't give up and grinded it out. So yeah, absolutely white knuckler. You can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you have to call it a victory.
You know, Brian, this offense, the Yankee offense, have been taking some hit, you know, here lately, obviously, about not being able to drive in the big important run. You guys won 101 games this year. You put the men on base, but it's the times that you don't drive those runs in that everybody starts talking about it.
Well, there's no doubt. You know, we had some chances early, but it just always seems to come with 2 outs, and you know, it's frustrating. You think about it, and you can't help but think about it, and especially in Game 7, winner take all, and then you think about Enrique's era, and you start counting, and then you start thinking about a pitch that Clemens, a mistake he made to Kevin Millar, and you start counting back. Well, that run wouldn't have been there, and you play mind games because again, it's winner take all. But our guys fought back, got the game tied, and I thought, geez, if Sorey didn't hit that mound, you know, that ball might have gotten through, and you start kicking yourself around and. But at the end of the day, you know, Boone comes up with the big out, the big hit in the late in the game, and boom, the game over, and Yankees win, and Boone joins Bucky Dent.
How fitting can it be? You got Roger Clemens starting the last time against the Boston Red Sox into what's supposed to be his last game against the Red Sox in his career. And then you got Tim Wakefield, who has been mesmerizing this Yankee offense. He's won a couple of games. He comes in the extra inning game, and Boone, who has been struggling offensively, hits the game-winning home run.
This game of baseball, you'll never figure it out. It's just it's crazy. I mean, it's just nuts. It's how this series has gone. You know, a lot of people coming up. You know, who would have thought that Mike Mussina would have lost 2 games? I mean, he's dominated this Red Sox team throughout his entire career, you know, pitched 2 good games, but took the loss, and so. He comes out with a big relief to stop the bleeding, and then Boone comes off the bench and gets the huge hit to win the game off of Wakefield, who no one could hit for 2 starts. And you know, it's just the most unbelievable script you could ever write. But you know, hey, they say the curse is alive and well.
It seems to be alive and well for sure. You know, it's already Friday, so tomorrow, that'll be Saturday. Are you ready?
I know, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know, I got to go home tonight. I got a 4-month-old, and I got the night shift to work now. So I don't think I'm going to get any sleep tonight.
Sounds to me like you're going to be up for quite some time. Congratulations to you and the New York Yankees.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, baby.
Thanks,
All right.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Well, that is obviously Brian Cashman. It's funny. They showed a shot of Brian in the 3rd inning, and he looked about 20 years older than he does right now. So I think that home run took some years, or gave Brian some years back on his face, because he looks like a kid again, and everybody around Yankee Stadium certainly seems happy. Well, the Yankee starters really did a pretty good job in this series. When they were good, they were very, very good. They were like the little girl with the curl, and when they were bad, they were pretty bad. 3-2 the starters, 4.28, 46 hits in 40 innings, 37 strikeouts, but they did allow 10 home runs. Bobby Mercer caught up with 2 of those starters, Roger Clemens, whose career is not yet over, and David Wells, who had a big win in Game 5 and gave up a big home run in relief tonight. That happened moments ago. Let's watch.
Hey, Raj, let me start with you first. I know you started this game tonight, and you went as hard as you could. Maybe you made a couple pitches you didn't want to, but this really showed the resilience of this club, using some guys out of the bullpen that normally don't pitch out of there.
That's why you have teammates, and Boomer and I have great teammates. You know, I love seeing him come out of the bullpen. Everybody had their spikes on tonight. Joe wanted me to try and just go as long, as hard as I can, and you know, Boston's tough. You know, I've had good success in Fenway. Here, I've had to battle them, and but, I mean, you just go down the line. You just, you know, pick out a guy in that clubhouse right now and tell me you can't be happy for him. Jason came through. The way he pitched in Boston to get us into this position. Same thing with Andy. Moose came in tonight. You know, we root so hard for Jason. We want to see him get right in the middle of this. He put himself right in the middle of it tonight. And, of course, Boone comes up with the big home run. So it's one after another. And then you got to talk about our studs, you know, Jeet and Jeet and Jorge and Bernie. I mean, it's just one after another. So these guys, all of them fought hard.
All the things that you've done in your career, everything. This game tonight, how does it rank compared to any other game in your whole career?
I tell you what, it's obviously at this point in time, it's the top of the top of the top. But you know, we've had some of these games. It's unbelievable. Boomer and I were upstairs, and I was sitting by myself just trying to meditate and give out good vibes. And
we're trying to find a spot to get a run, man. We couldn't find one. And all of a sudden, we said, well, just might as well stay right here. And then, boom, there it went. Boone, there it went.
I think it's the fastest both of us ran, isn't it? Were you out of breath when you got to the plate? I was.
I know one thing. I know one thing. You darn near ran over me. I was over there.
Yeah. We had to take Mel, and I had to get Boone because the Babes, Boomer, you know, he's his best, his favorites of Boom, and you know, he came from Boston, and I tip my hat to those guys. They gave us so much. I mean, they battled us hard, and but we got to go out there and give thanks. That man is smiling somewhere.
Let me ask you something. I know three of you went out there. You and Roger went out there along with Mel Stottlemyre to visit the monument of Babe Ruth. Is that correct?
That's right, man. And, you know, you got to pay contribute because they say, you know, Bob said the curse doesn't exist. It still does. And, you know, that man shines out there every day. Believe it or not, he does. And it just, we're thankful that he was there for Roger and I. He showed great things, and we're appreciative that we can do the same for him.
You know, I know that players pick up players, and tonight it was a pickup game by everybody on this ball club. Let's go to Mo Rivera. I mean, what a job he did too, huh?
Yeah, you know, Mo, you can't say anything bad about Mo. He's done the job every time he's gotten the call, and you know what he did tonight. 3, 4, I don't know. It felt like 9 innings he was out there, and he wasn't coming out of that ball game for nothing, you know. And you got to give him credit. You know, he's MVP in my book because he went out there, he saved our butt every year, and it's just something that he is the greatest. And I don't give a crap what anyone says.
He's starting Saturday.
Yes.
Well, you know what? He hadn't pitched 3 innings since 1996, but if he can start Saturday, that'd be all right too, right?
We'll all work on his shoulder tomorrow for him.
Hey, Bobby, you want a little drench coat there? There we go, Bobby. No!
Sorry. Hey, thank you guys very much. Congratulations, Boomer.
I had no idea that Bobby's hair could move. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're going to get the dry cleaning bill. I know it is incredible. Lost amidst all this, the big hits, the big relief pitching. In the Yankee rally that started in the 8th inning, who do you think started it? Derek Jeter with a double over the head of Trot Nixon. That's what kicked it all off, a 3-run rally that eventually tied the game. We caught up with Derek Jeter, the Yankee captain, in the Yankee clubhouse a couple of moments ago. Let's listen in on that.
Derek, talk about the feeling of this win tonight in this setting.
It's huge, man. This is a big rivalry. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than this.
Speaking of the rivalry, I mean, you were pushed to the limit in this series, in this game, the whole season with this team.
Well, you want to win, you got to beat the best, and Boston has battled us the whole entire year, and you know, we got an opportunity to beat Pedro.
How does this feeling rank up there with the rest of your ALCS championships?
Everything is ALCS? No, this is the biggest one by far.
Are you ready for the Marlins?
I ain't even thinking about them right now. I just enjoy this for a day.
An amazing career for Derek Jeter. He started his career with the Yankees full-time 1996, and now he's going to his 6th World Series. Aaron Boone, though, is going to his 1st, and the Yankees are going to their 39th because of Aaron Boone's home run in the bottom of the 11th inning. Let's go to Yankee Stadium. In our Yes studio, Susan Waldman is there with Aaron Boone.
Okay, Michael, thank you. We just had to convince Bobby Mercer to put his hat back on. That is really unfortunate. And we are here with Aaron Boone. And Aaron, I don't know what you know about your Red Sox Yankee rivalry, but some of us were in Fenway Park in 1978 when Bucky Dent hit a ball into the left field screen. And those people that were saying Bucky bleeping Dent are now saying Aaron bleeping Boone, I'm sure, up in Boston. But for you, what is that feeling? What is it?
I mean, obviously, I can't even put it into words yet, and you know, I've been in this game long enough. You get humbled all the time in good ways and bad ways, and you know, this series, I haven't swung the bat real well, and finally put a good swing on a ball, and wow, that's pretty cool.
I would say that's a pretty good swing right there.
Yeah, you know, I just. To be able to contribute to something like that is unbelievable.
We're just watching this here, Michael. That's why Aaron's watching that, and I don't think you've seen this before. You know, you're obviously a better player than the way you've been playing, and I know this has got to have hurt you a little bit. But you never stopped defensively. You've made some great plays. How have you gotten through this whole time here?
Well, you know, it's been, I haven't swung the bat real well this series, obviously, and you do. You've been there, done that, you know. You go through ups and downs in this game, and, you know, I'm kind of a streaky guy. I have been for a long time, you know, and that's obviously an area I want to get better at, is being more consistent, but offensively, but you keep battling. This is what you do. It's a ball player, you know. It's not always easy. It's not always fun. You just keep plugging away and, you know, try and stay in the moment, turn the page each day, and know that each day is a new day. And, you know, feels good right now.
I can tell you one thing, Aaron, you come from a baseball family, so you know that as good as anybody, but you know one swing can erase a lot of memories, and it can start from this point on, and you're moving into the World Series, which is the biggest stage that you could probably be on.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that. My brother called me last night afterwards in the hotel. We're talking, and he's just like, man, you really stink right now.
They tell it like it is, huh?
Yeah, but he, you know, it was just in a good way. He goes, hey, you know, we've all been there. You know, you're struggling, just, hey, but you know what? You guys win tomorrow, you're going to the World Series, and it doesn't matter. And that's how you got to approach it.
What does this say about this team, that this team can come back the way it did? I mean, you're sitting there and you're watching this whole game, and Roger leaves, and everybody thinks it's the last time, and, you know, they're piling on runs, and Moose comes in, and Wells comes in.
So many, you know, yeah, I mean, what an unbelievable team we just beat, and I guess fitting that it came down to Game 7, extra innings to decide the thing. So many people coming in, you know. Moose comes in and holds him right there. Still doesn't look good. Pedro's kind of cruising along. Then we kind of start having some better at-bats against him. Scratch a run here. Jason hits the 2 homers. Then we get a few guys. And it just kind of, everyone started just chipping in, and then, you know, Superman Mo did his thing for a little couple extra innings tonight. And, I mean, it just, obviously at some point in the season, it always takes everyone to contribute to be going where we're going. And we're going to the World Series. It probably still hasn't sunk in, but we're going.
Let me ask you one other question, Aaron. When you've been sitting on the bench like that for such a long time, and you enter into a game that is so pressure-packed, not so much offensively, but defensively, yeah. I mean, you got to be shaking a little bit, right?
Well, you know, you just kind of trust what you do, your routine out there, and how you get ready, and you know, you don't want to screw things up, but you know, you take so many ground balls and you do so many things that it just becomes routine. And I have a routine that I do every pitch, and you just stay with that, and that's how you got to stay within yourself.
I know they're asking if you're out there, but you're the one person in here who knows about the Marlins, because you were in that league. Give us a 30-second pricey on the Florida Marlins.
Well, I mean, it's kind of becoming cliche that they're athletic and they do so, you know, they don't beat themselves, this and that, and I think that's underestimating how good this team is. They swept us when I was in Cincinnati back in May, and I remember in the papers they wrote like, oh, how can the Marlins sweep us, the Reds, and da-da. And I was like, I remember going up, and I don't even read the papers usually. I walked up to someone and I said, that's a good team over there. They're really good defensively. I mean, special defensively. They got a good balanced lineup. They have speed, good starting pitching, and you know, with Oogie coming over, they got a really good bullpen now, and they're a team that's shown that they keep getting up off the mat when they're down, and you know, we're gonna have our work cut out for us. It's probably gonna be a great series, but we'll be ready to go Saturday night.
Aaron, congratulations. They're waiting for you in there. Enjoy.
Congratulations, man. You bet. All the best to you.
Okay, Michael, let's throw back to you for a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Susan. Thanks, Bobby. And thanks, Aaron Boone. Ironically enough, the Yankees will play the Marlins now. One of the times that the Yankees didn't get to the postseason under Joe Torre happened to be in 1997 when the Marlins won the World Series. We have so much more to come. Believe me, we still do. Yankees are still celebrating in the locker room, and why not? They win an exhilarating game over the Red Sox 6-5 in 11 innings. They go to the World Series. We'll be back.
The Nissan Pathfinder has a lot of fans. They like the roominess, the cargo capacity, and the strong 240 horsepower engine. Now, lease a Pathfinder for just $299 per month during the 2003 Pathfinder sales event. So move your tail. Gate. The Nissan Pathfinder, $299 per month.
Introducing Glove Radar, a small, low-cost Doppler radar that attaches to the back of any glove and reads the speed of the ball just before it is caught. Ideal for developing the throwing skills of position players as well as pitchers. Check it out in your favorite sporting goods store or catalog.
For more information, call our toll-free number, 1-800-589-3805. That's 1-800-589-3805. Glove Radar, now only $69.95. Get yours today.
Imagine if you could reduce the interest rate on your credit cards by half or more.
Interest on our cards used to be 21 to 23%.
They were impossible to pay down.
Get your unsecured debt paid off in 3 to 5 years.
Before Cambridge, it would have taken me 15 to 20 years to get out of debt. With Cambridge, I'll be debt-free in 4.5 to 5 years.
Reduce your monthly payments.
I couldn't keep up with my payments anymore. Cambridge lowered my monthly payments so that I'm able to manage it.
Get cash back through the Good Payer program just by paying your bills on time.
We've gotten 3 checks so far. One for $230, another for $135.
And the last one was $150, just for paying on time every month.
Cambridge Credit Counseling is a non-profit service that work with you and your creditors to reduce your monthly payments. It's a fresh start.
A phone call, a couple of faxes, and we were done.
It's not like bankruptcy, which hurts your credit. Cambridge is the solution we've been praying for.
Give Cambridge Credit Counseling a call. Find out how good it feels to be debt-free.
Well, in Red Sox Nation, they are going to rue the 8th inning of last night's ballgame. I could say last night because it's Friday right now, because that was when the Yankees were down 5-2, and it all fell apart for the Red Sox as the Yankees tied the score. Let's take a look at how that happened. In the stadium, they wanted the mystique. Mystique, don't fail me now, and it worked out with 1 out. Who else but the captain, Derek Jeter, starts the rally with the double over the head of Trot Nixon in right field. A big base hit for Derek Jeter. The very next batter is Bernie Williams, a guy who's been there and done that, and he does it again with a RBI single to center field. That drives in Jeter. Now, Sox manager Grady Little comes out to the mound to talk to an obviously tiring Pedro Martinez before he faces Hideki Matsui. Stays with him. Bad move. Matsui lines one down the right field line, is ruled a ground rule double as it hit a fan, and that put runners on second and third. Those are the tying runs. The next batter is Jorge Posada. Martinez sets, jams Posada, but he's strong enough that he bloops it over the head of the infielders in front of Damon, and that ties the score. Martinez was knocked out of the game after surrendering 4 consecutive hits. He went 7 1/3, 10 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 walk, and he had 8 strikeouts, and he does not get a decision in the game. And as I said, one of the big base hits, Bernie Williams. Earlier, Bobby Mercer caught up with him on the field at Yankee Stadium. Let's listen to that conversation.
Bernie, I tell you what, this is one of the most fantastic games I think I've ever seen here at Yankee Stadium. I think you will agree with that. But I want to go back. I think it's the 5th inning where you got the hit. I mean, you battled hard against Pedro Martinez. I think that was after Jeter had got the hit to right field, and then you got a hit to back him up, and then you guys scored some runs in that inning.
Yeah, that was an awesome at bat by Derek. After 1 out, Pedro has been, he had been dominating the whole game, throwing a lot of fastballs, which was opposite of his plan on the first game that he threw against us. And Derek was just able to take that pitch up and away and drive it the other way. And now I just sort of fed off of that. With 2 strikes, trying to, put the ball in play. I was able to take a pitch and do the same thing, drive it the other way, up the middle, and then everything sort of started happening after that. Hideki with the hit, and then Jorge, a little break there, but, it never gets old.
It certainly doesn't get old. Let me ask you about on the bench and the attitude that your teammates had. You got down early in the game against Pedro Martinez, one of the guys that just does not give up a whole lot of runs. What was the attitude, and what were you guys talking about offensively?
I think we were trying to stay within ourselves. I think we were trying to not do a lot. Obviously Jason was a great pickup, with those 2 home runs. I think he kept the offense going. But we were trying to get on base, as much as we could. and try to keep the pressure on him. You know, probably around the 7th or 8th inning, Pedro still had, you know, maybe 80 or 90 pitches, which, you know, is pretty rare because we usually work him a lot. But at that point, he was dominating. He was throwing his fastball about 91, 93 miles an hour. When he wanted to, he was throwing a good changeup and a good curveball. And it just took us, you know, being relentless, trying to keep the pressure on him, and it worked.
Was there any point in the game, any inning, 5th, 6th, or 7th inning, where you guys knew that Pedro was beginning to lose a little bit and you were gaining on him? Is there anywhere in that inning there that you thought you had a real good chance?
Well, I think it was pretty sporadic. I think we saw the opportunity when Hideki hit the double. I think that was a moment that we needed to take advantage of, because he was able to, you know, every time we got somebody on base, it was maybe 1 out or 2 outs, and he was able to shut us out. But when Hideki hit the double, it was just 1 out with the men in 2nd and 3rd. We had to take advantage of that opportunity. And then when Jorge hit that base hit, you know, we knew that we had something going.
All right, babe. Congratulations. Congratulations on a big win tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, baby.
All right.
Thank you.
Two great Yankee center fielders, and now through the magic of television, Bobby Mercer will magically reappear in the studios at Yankee Stadium alongside Susan Waldman. Welcome back to the show, guys. Listen, the one thing that I had been saying leading into this game, I thought the Yankees had a chance to win, but I felt that it was going to be the guys with the rings that do something important. If you think about it, Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, and Mariano Rivera, 16 rings amongst the 4 of them. They played a huge role in this win.
Well, it was the guys with the rings, and Bobby and I were talking about that during the game, particularly in that 8th inning. We'll get to Mariano in a minute, but we looked down there, and Bobby and I were sitting with our score, and Bobby works an inning ahead. And when he said, okay, we got the big guys coming up, we got Jeter, Bernie, and Posada in the next inning, and Bobby was talking about Bernie's at bat, and I think, and we had said that was the key to the entire inning.
Yeah, that was a battle that Bernie had there. He had a 2-2 count. He worked it to a 2-2 count off of Pedro Martinez, and then he delivered that base hit there. But you and I also were talking about the 7th inning, because in the 7th inning, if you go back, even though Matsui grounded out that inning and Posada flied out, both of those guys hit the ball hard. Everybody in that inning hit the ball hard except for Soriano, who struck out, but the Yankees at least scored 1 there. They got 3 hits. That was the indication that I had that maybe Pedro and the armor was beginning to get a little soft.
But you could see that, and Bobby kept saying through the whole 7th and 8th inning, he's tiring, he's tiring. Meanwhile, very interesting that it was the guys with the rings, Michael, and that's incredible, because those kinds of guys, well, they know how to win. You know how to win. Yankees know how to win. And you saw Bernie, and he was so talkative with you. I mean, yeah. It's like all the frustration.
I think the champagne had gotten to him already.
I think all of the frustration of this year really got to him, because he's been very down and leaving the clubhouse really fast. He knows he's not doing his job, and today he really did. And Posada's been struggling a little bit, and there's the 2-run double right there. I thought the big guys knew what to do, and Mariano, I mean, what do you say about this?
Yeah, he's just the greatest. That's all you can say. I mean, turn out the lights, the party's over when Mariano's out there.
And you would have loved this, Michael. Andy Pettit was saying inside that he was kidding with Mel. He said, I could go. I go get your spikes. And Mel says, you're coming in next. It was a fascinating thing to watch. And Messina, I didn't see Messina. He's been a little reticent to talk after what went on in Boston. I thought that was just a gutty performance. And he did go to Joe yesterday and say, I'll be ready, Skip, if you need me.
Well, it's interesting. You know, you mentioned Mariano Rivera, Susan, and you know, when you get out of college, they say never have your resume be more than 1 page. Well, that ship has sailed for Mariano. This guy, his Hall of Fame plaque might have to be 2 feet long. It's amazing what he did today, and he did tell Bobby right after the game that they weren't going to let him come out for a 4th inning. I had a feeling, though, they would have let him keep pitching until they lost the game, because they didn't want to go to Contreras, they didn't want to go to Weaver, and they did not want to go to Gabe White. He was amazing.
Yeah, he really was, and I don't know, when he brought out that little nail clipper, I don't know, it was like doing a little gardening so that he could come back in. You know, it's funny, Michael, that you say about Hall of Fame credentials, because they kept showing on television all night, putting Pedro next to Sandy Koufax, putting Pedro next to this one, and this was going to be the culmination of his resume, and quite frankly, didn't work out that way.
Well, they couldn't have any comparison with Rivera because I don't think there's anybody that's ever been in baseball that can do the things that he's done, simply because no reliever's ever been in the playoffs as much as he has, and his numbers are really astounding. Let's move on to the other side, because you have to feel a little bit for the Red Sox. You would have felt for any of these two teams that lost, because they played so close throughout the season. 10-9 Yankees won that series in the season. Now they win this one 4-3. It took 11 innings. Susan, you grew up in Boston. Can you imagine what those people in the New England area are feeling tonight?
I'll tell you something, Michael. I've seen this game 1,000 times, and so has Don Zimmer. And I was sort of looking at him when he was in the clubhouse. We've all seen this game a million times. I was kidding with the Boston writers. They were talking about ending the curse and all that, and I said, you know, you guys don't understand. It's not painful enough. Because that only happens, they only lose when it's so painful that you just can't stand it. Now, some of the writers already, the anger coming downstairs saying Grady Little deserves to be fired. He deserves to be fired right now. And that's because of that 8th inning. He went out to talk to Pedro. Pedro talked him in to letting him stay out there. You had guys up. You had Timlin up. You had Embry up that whole time. And Bobby had said it from the 7th inning. He's getting tired. They're hitting him. But already they're screaming at Grady Little, and maybe this will cost him his job.
You know, Bobby, I was going to ask you that very question, because Susan said that you told her that you could see he was tiring. Watching on TV, you could obviously see that Pedro's tiring, but it's got to be a very tough decision for Grady Little. Pedro Martinez is his best. He goes out there. I guess he made the mistake of asking Martinez, what do you want to do? Martinez, being a Warrior, said, I want to try to get this guy out. Do you not listen to your big guy then, Bobby? And do you take him out anyway? Because it was clear that he didn't have the same stuff as he had in the previous 6 innings.
I cannot fault Grady Little for what he did there with Pedro Martinez out on the mound. You got to remember, he does not have a Mariano Rivera in that bullpen. He's got one of the great starters of all time, that Pedro Martinez. He's been in that position before. And when you go out there and Pedro will look you right in the eye in the most crucial game that you're playing all year long, and he says, Skip, I want to stay in this game. I'm all right. I can do it. You got to believe him. I cannot fault Grady Little for what he did there.
You know what, Michael? It's very interesting, and we've always kidded about Bucky Dent and everything. I'll tell you what is going to be worse, that it wasn't Jason Giambi that did this, and it wasn't Jorge Posada. It was Aaron Boone, and we were kidding about Bucky, bleeping Dent, Aaron bleeping Boone. That's next. That is absolutely the next thing coming out of Bostonians' mouths now.
But you know, when you spoke with Joe Torre, Susan, you brought up a point, and in a kidding manner, but I think it has to be addressed, because the World Series is starting tomorrow, and it's going to be a very difficult decision on who you start if you're Joe Torre. Just think about it. What are the choices? You could start David Wells. You could start Jeff Weaver, which I think would be a long shot. You could even start Jose Contreras. What do you do?
Well, I'll tell you, Michael, and I know that he probably will sort of talk around this right now, but joining us in the studio is pitching coach Mel Stottlemyre. You got anybody left for tomorrow? You going to pitch? Who's going to pitch here?
Susan, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to take stock on how everybody gets through tonight and how they feel tomorrow, and I guess we'll make a decision.
Is that what you do? You wait and see how Wells feels, how Messina feels?
Yeah, you know, well, to be honest with you, Messina might be out of the picture. He pitched 3 innings, but, you know, Wells, you know, probably feel good. I'll wait and see how Andy feels, and, you know.
How do you feel?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I know one thing sure, I can't pitch.
Let me ask you this. We saw you and Boomer and Roger Clemens go out to the Yankee bullpen. You went out to pay a visit to the Babe. What happened out there?
Yeah, we did. Roger drugged me out. He said, come on, you got to go with me. I didn't know where we were going. And then when we started down the runway, headed for the dugout, I knew what he had in mind. He wanted to make sure that I had some champagne in the bottle. And we walked across the field, and we put some champagne on Babe's forehead, and then he wiped it clean, and he swears up and down that he was smiling.
Let's go through your pitching staff tonight. I mean, Clemens, you knew that Clemens was going to go as hard and as long as he could. You make a couple of bad pitches to this great offense that the Red Sox have, and they'll make you pay for it. But Mike Messina, the job that he did in a situation where he came in, this game could have been blown wide open at that particular point, and he buckled down and got him out of that inning.
Bobby, there's no doubt about it. It doesn't show up too much as far as a one loss and that sort of thing, but the job that he done coming in, first of all, I lied to him. I told him that, Mike, go out there And we might use you in relief, but we probably won't bring you in with men on base. And what we do, we brought him in with men on first and third, and nobody out, and he responds by getting a strikeout, getting out of the inning without a run. And that, to me, that was really a big lift for our ball club, because he went ahead and pitched 2 more scoreless innings and give us a chance to grind away. And then Jambi hit the second home run. And I thought that everybody their spirits was great throughout the game, and felt like that we could get Pedro when he got tired.
Let me say this: when you say probably, that's not lying. When you said I said probably I won't bring you in with men on base. When you say that's not lying.
Well, I did say probably, and I went to him after the game and congratulated him on the great job that he done, and I told him I was sorry for giving him false hopes that I wouldn't do that.
Mel, is it better also because of he was as down as I've ever seen him in Boston? I mean, after that last loss, and to be able to put that aside and come out and do that tonight, that's got to say something about him.
Well, it does. First of all, he's usually uncomfortable doing that, but he volunteered and said that he was sure that he could give us some innings out of the pen. And I think he was disappointed in his performances so far, and there's no question it's going to be a big lift for him as well as it was a big lift for the ball club tonight.
If I've ever seen a team effort to win a ball game, I think I saw it tonight. I mean, with your pitching staff, guys pitching out of place to win one ball game, the timely hits that you got, never giving up, especially when you fell behind early in the game against one of the great pitchers.
No question about it, Bobby. I've been in a lot of ball games, a lot of close games, and I think this is probably as much of a thrill as a playoff game as I've ever had. And this is one game that I want to make sure that I get the tape of, and I want to show this to my grandkids.
What would you have done after if Aaron Boone didn't hit the home run and it goes to another inning? Is Mariano coming out for a 4th inning?
No, Mariano was done. We told him that he was done, and I made sure that I let everybody in the dugout know that this was Mariano's last inning, and perhaps maybe give us a little bigger lift and realize that, we needed to score now. I had just called to get Contreras up in the bullpen, and I told Andy Pettit to go in and have the trainer rub his arm down, rub some heat on it, and when Contreras comes in, I wanted him to go out to the bullpen just so that we didn't look like that we were naked out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you got guys that know how important a game such as this is, and like an Andy Pettit who pitched last night and is willing to give you a batter or 2 batters, I mean, that's really got to show something team-wise and also as the person itself.
Bobby, there wasn't a person on our staff tonight that didn't want the ball.
Yeah.
He volunteered that. He said that he knew he threw 90-some pitches yesterday, but he said he would go out and try it. If need be. All I had to do is just send him out there, and I was sending him out there and just got on the phone, and I heard the click of the ball hitting the bat, and I turned around and watched the ball sail out, and I told Andy, I said, Andy, sit down.
Mel, congratulations. This is one I know you're going to enjoy
Thank
for at
you.
least a couple hours, right?
Probably for more than that, but Saturday we have to start working again.
Yeah, and we got that tape if you want it. We'll have it right here on the
I definitely want it. It's one that I want to keep in my library at home, and I definitely want my grandkids when they get a little older, and can really recognize what's going on to watch this game.
Well, we'll get you one.
Thanks,
Congratulations,
Mel.
You bet.
Okay, Michael, we'll throw back to you.
All right, thanks, Bobby. Thanks, Susan, and thank you, Mel. Now, that's what Game 7s are all about, because if you look at the Cubs against the Marlins, who did the yeoman work out of the bullpen for the Marlins? Well, Brad Penny, who had started, Josh Beckett, who was pitching on 1 day's rest, and you heard what Mel Stoudemire just said. They were willing to go to Andy Pettit with 0's day rest. He had actually pitched yesterday, or should I say on Wednesday, and he had thrown about 90 pitches, and he was willing to go again. So that is the bottom line. You use everybody in a Game 7, and you worry about Game 1 when it happens, and if you have to piece it together and lose that game, well, it's a best of 7. That's the way you deal with it. Now, you might be wondering, why is Bobby Mercer sitting there with that hat on? Well, because he had messed up his hair. We told you that a little bit before. And you'll see right here, Bobby is so worried about how he's coiffed. When David Wells poured that champagne over his head, he's got to wear the hat because he just doesn't want to have his hair all messed up. That's the key. And that's why Bobby has that hat on.
Should we have him take off the hat?
No.
No?
You can ask me.
Oh, let's go back to the Bobby. I think you're a great-looking guy. The hat just doesn't go with the suit, but I just explained why you have it on, because you don't want people to see you with your hair mussed up.
Oh, I tell you what, you ought to see this. I wouldn't even take my.
Come on, take it off. Take it off. Come on.
And I'll tell you one other thing, and you tell Filippelli and all those guys that my suit, my tie, everything stinks like champagne, and I think I've ruined my whole suit here. So
and that's a $2,500 suit.
At least 25. I think it's about 3,500. But yeah, what fun it was to be out there with those guys. And normally I would not wear a hat, but since my hair is a little messed up because of the boomer wells, I'll wear it tonight. I hope you guys don't
come
mind.
right on. Come on,
Come
we're
on
all
in
family
Who do we have coming in right now?
Come on, we're family. We're family. Nice going, big guy.
Thank you.
Oh, there's Jason Giambi.
You don't want to get too close to me. I stink.
We're going to
Jason
Giambi here. It's really funny, Jason, because I had asked you about, what approach. I mean, you come here. Oh, tell the story about you trying to get here. I'm told that they came and they found you at 145th Street.
Yeah, well, I come down with the water break, so I go to get off on 3rd Avenue, Willis Bridge, and there's a cop there going, you're never going to make it because there's an accident on the bridge. The tow truck can't get here. Go down to Madison Avenue. So I go down to Madison Avenue. Same thing happens. So they go to I think 8th and 155th. Get off there. Gonna go across the bridge, and the one cop says, you're never gonna make it. So I call the clubhouse and go, I ain't gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it to the game. So they send a police escort. So thank you NYPD. So. They send a police escort. They just stay right there. They come and get me. So, I mean, I was only 5-10 minutes late to stretch. It wasn't that big a deal.
And you walk in and they say, and by the way, you're batting 7th?
Oh, yeah. Skip comes down and, he pulls me aside and he goes, he looks at me and he goes, I put you down the 7 hole. I go, I saw when I came in and he goes, does that bother you? And I said, it's not about me. It's about the team. I came here to win a World Series. I don't care whatever it takes. I know I've been struggling. Swinging the bat. Last night I took tapes upon tapes home. I just sat up the whole night watching tapes of me hit and watch, because I had been battling injury with my knee so much this year. So I was going to do, maybe I would see something, maybe just, some positive reinforcement, all my highlight tapes that I had. So take that, look at the tapes and, figured out that I was, turning my back a little bit too much and had my hands cocked a little bit behind my head. And so we just looked at it and said, all right, let's throw it all out the window. Let's just go with that stance. And, I come in and I know I'd been struggling against Pedro. I don't got a great career against Pedro. And so I said, fine, Skip, that's fine with me. So, after my first at bat, took a good at bat. He threw me a high fastball. And my next at bat, hit the first pitch out to dead center,
And we got that home run. See if you can describe that here.
Well, he throws me a first pitch changeup, and he always, that's the one you want to hit off Pedro, usually the first pitch, because that's the one in strike one. And I just stayed on it. And then after I hit the first one, I knew that he's just going to pound me with fastballs, because he knew I was kind of sitting off speed. So after that, I, sat on the fastball, made him get the fastball down, on a 1-2 pitch, made it 2-2, and he threw me another one in the strike zone and then hit it out to dead center again.
Hey, Jason, I know there's been a lot of pressure on you because people are looking for you to hit the home run, come up with a big hit every time. I know you've had some injuries here. If you are looking at all those tapes and you're trying to make some adjustment, what adjustment is that? I know when you talk about pounding, they've been pounding you way up in the strike zone. You've been swinging them, but you've been missing them. So what adjustment are you trying to make?
Well, I just kind of opened my stance a little bit more so I could see the ball a little bit and trying to get myself to stop chasing that. With my left knee being, I don't have as good a push-off as I normally have. So I've been sliding a little bit, which is causing, you were a hitter. You slide your eyes a little bit, you start chasing the ball a little bit. And so I just opened my stance a little bit and kind of just left my hands relaxed and just said, let's get a ball down on the strike zone that I can hit.
Are you up there thinking about hitting a home run now? I mean, is that the pressure that's being put on you? And is that your thought when you go to the plate? Are you thinking about trying to hit the ball?
No, honestly, I was just trying to get a pitch earlier when I was struggling. I was just trying to get a pitch to hit and put it in play. Yeah. Before you know it, you start chasing it. It wasn't about hitting a home run. It was just trying to hit it hard. And, once I finally relaxed and, got the ball down and looked for a pitch down in the strike zone and to do what I did tonight in the biggest game of my life, no doubt about it.
Okay, you've never gotten out of the first round, and here you are going to the World Series, but you were as happy for Aaron Boone as anyone in that clubhouse tonight.
Oh, he became a Yankee tonight. I know what it's like to get that, off your back. I had to hit the grand slam to become a Yankee here, and I know the feeling, struggling and all of a sudden come to the plate with one swing and a bat. That's what the playoffs is all about. Like I said earlier against the Twins, you go from 0 to hero real quick.
Well, I got two things for you. Don't be trying, California guy, don't be trying to navigate your way through Manhattan. I mean, it's not an easy
No
road.
chance. I know I
Just take the straight road from Manhattan on up.
I will next time.
And you tell your dad that Mickey Mantle will be proud of what you did tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Okay,
it.
buddy, and congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you.
Congratulations,
You
Jason.
bet.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll see you in the morning.
Yeah,
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
There we go.
All right, let's throw back to the studio here before Jason gets unclipped.
There we go. Okay.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Susan. And thanks, Bobby. We're going to return and wrap this baby up. It's been an unbelievable night. And another Yankee lore. It started, well, it didn't start. It continued with Bucky Dent on an October day in 1978, the one-game playoff. So Bucky Dent begets Aaron Boone. And tonight, Aaron Boone with an 11th inning home run to send the Yankees to the World Series. We'll be back.
The Yankees are back in the World Series, and Guess is there with the #1 rated regional pre- and post-game. With Michael Kay in the studio, Susan Waltman in the field, and analysis from Paul O'Neill and Bobby Mercer. Coverage continues tomorrow at 7 right here on Yes.
Off the couch, dog. Out of my way, dog. Get outside, dog. Honey, where's that stupid dog?
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Never gets old. Boy, these pictures prove that. The Yankees have had so many celebrations over the years since '96. They've gone to the World Series now 6 times, and every time they win a big game like this, the champagne flows, so do the tears, and the smiles are always there. Well, Aaron Boone became a hero tonight, and as Jason Giambi just said, he also officially became a Yankee. But that's not a new thing in October. Sometimes the most unlikely men emerge as heroes, where they rise to the occasion and they do what they have to do. Men like Brian Doyle, Bob Robertson, Kirk Gibson, who was a great player but had a great moment as well, Scott Brosius for the Yankees. The list goes on and on. Gene Tennis for the Oakland A's, and now Aaron Boone, just one more of them. Now, if you think about it, this was a day of redemption as well. People that had been maligned throughout the season stepped to the forefront and did what they had to do. Jason Giambi had been booed off the field at Yankee Stadium. He'd been dropped in the lineup down the 7th today. He responded with 2 big home runs. Aaron Boone came over to the Yankees in a trade with the Cincinnati Reds on July 31st. He was not what everybody thought he would be. Yes, he played great defense, but he seemed hapless at the plate. Again, he too was booed vociferously by Yankee fans. But with one swing, that's washed away. Mike Mussina, who had 3 losses for the Yankees in this postseason up to this time, and could be sometimes described as finicky about when he wanted to pitch, he came out with 2 days rest and gave the Yankees 3 of the most important relief innings that they will ever have. Redemption on an October night that sends the Yankees to the World Series for the 39th time. Usually when you have a situation like this, a game like this that is hyped so much and people look forward to so much, it usually falls flat. It never lives up to the promotion. Tonight, we're all lucky enough that we saw something that did. A magical night in the Bronx, in a ballpark that has been the tableau for such magical nights since it opened up in 1923. This lived up to the hype. And one good thing for Roger Clemens, it was not the last game that he'll ever pitch. So the Yankees will now go on to the World Series. Next up for them, the National League champion Florida Marlins. Game 1 of the 2003 World Series will take place at Yankee Stadium on Saturday night. And we'll be here to bring you special pre-game coverage at 7 Eastern Time. We'll also bring you our complete post-game coverage, and that's immediately following the game.
26-time world champion New York Yankees, the Eastern Conference champion Nets, and the 15-time league champion Manchester United. The Yes Network, your home of champions.
Looking for total excitement? Introducing the next 7-game mini plan. It's 7 great games with 3 flexible options to choose from. All 3 plans are packed with some of the best games the NBA has to offer. When you purchase a net 7-game plan, you'll get the same seat for each game and playoff priority. A limited number of lower-level seats are still available. Call 1-800-7NJ-NETS now. Nets basketball. It's total excitement.
The Hyundai Elantra, a comparison. More standard features than a Toyota Corolla LE.
All for over $1,700 less when comparably equipped. And only the Elantra is protected by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Looks like we have a winner. Test drive the Hyundai Elantra. Nicely equipped for just $12,399 at your Hyundai dealer. Hurry into the Hyundai winning season clearance and get up to $2,000 cash back or 0% APR for up to 60 months.
Where's the best deal for your little devils this Halloween season? Fright Fest at Six Flags Great Adventure. Buy one ticket, get one free when you bring in a can of Coke. Set them loose in a haunted park with Looney Tunes Screamport, trick-or-treat trails, new scare-free zones for families, and much more. It's a great time of year to come with great savings to end the season. Buy one, get one free when you bring in a can of Coke. Come to Fright Fest. It's our final fling of the year.
Anaheim Angels in 4 games. This year it does work out, and he certainly lends some help with 2 home runs in this game after being dropped to 7th in the lineup. Now, obviously in Boston, they're going to be talking about the curse. Boy, if you think about it, 2 teams with curses in this postseason, they're cursing right now. Chicago Cubs blew a 3-games-to-1 lead against the Florida Marlins, and they are sitting home and they'll watch the World Series. And the Boston Red Sox, they led 4-0 in this game with the ability to go to the World Series, and they didn't do it. So this shirt that's been very popular around Yankee Stadium and around New York City, well, I guess it does live. The curse lives, and the Red Sox will have to wait to try to win their first World Series since 1918.
The New York Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Nissan Altima. It looks good on the coast. It looks good in the city. It looks good in the country. And with a special lease price of just $219 a month, imagine how good it'll look in your driveway. The stylish Nissan Altima, now $219 a month.
Off the couch, dog. Out of my way, dog. Get outside, dog. Honey, where's that stupid dog?
Introducing Glove Radar, a small, low-cost Doppler radar that attaches to the back of any glove and reads the speed of the ball just before it is caught. Ideal for developing the throwing skills of position players as well as pitchers. Check it out in your favorite sporting goods store or catalog.
For more information, call our toll-free number, 1-800-589-3805. That's 1-800-589-3805. Glove Radar, now only $69.95. Get yours today.
You got to watch games, you got to love games, you got to go to games. I mean, that's the kind of thing, because the fan is passionate. You have to be able to match his passion. Otherwise, you know what, you're not doing a good job.
Mike and the Mad Dog, weekdays right here on Yes. The Yankees are back in the World Series, and Yes is there with the #1 rated regional pre- and post-game. With Michael Kay in the studio, Susan Walton in the field, and analysis from Paul O'Neill and Bobby Mercer. Coverage continues tomorrow at 7 right here on Yes.
Welcome back to the New York postgame show right here on Yes. I'm Michael Kay. If you're a Yankee fan, you probably can't sleep right now. You know you have to get up and go to work, but how are you going to sleep after this game? Yankees were down 4-0, 4-1, 5-2, tied it up at 5-5. Mariano Rivera, absolutely, unbelievably brilliant. 3 shutout innings of relief. That 3rd inning, though, he was told by Mel Stottlemyre, you're not going back out for a 4th, which would mean that somebody else would have had to come in from the Yankee bullpen. But obviously, Aaron Boone's home run solved that, and Rivera pitching 3 innings, full innings of relief for the first time since September of 1996. And remember, when he did that, he was the setup man for John Wetland. What a series, how close it was. Boston 30 runs, the Yankees 29. Boston didn't hit as well as they did during the regular season when they broke all those records. So the Yankee pitching did a good job on them. The Yankees hit 272, 12 home runs for the Red Sox, 8 for the Yanks. Red Sox had a .299 on-base percentage, Yankees .327. The starter ERA was better from Boston than what we thought, 4.28, Yankees, though, with a couple of clinkers thrown in. Remember, Clemens gave up the 4 runs in 3 innings, so that drives the starter's ERA up at 5.00. The bullpen ERA for Boston, 3.38. And the Yankees, well, their ERA from the bullpen plummeted because of today and all the innings of relief. Remember, from the 3rd inning on, they allowed just 1 run, and that dropped the bullpen ERA to 1.50. And really, one of the reasons that they did it is simply because of the fact that Mike Messina was so unbelievable in relief. So one of the relief pitchers really didn't do it, but he did volunteer with only 2 days rest since his last start and did an unbelievable job. The rest of the people, Felix Heredia, Jeff Nelson, David Wells, who gave up the only run, the home run to David Ortiz, and then Mariano Rivera. If Mariano Rivera needed any more lines on his resume, well, let's be honest, this just put him over the top. He's the greatest relief pitcher in the history of the postseason, arguably the greatest relief pitcher in the history of baseball, and for him to turn in a performance like this in the pressure situation that he was in, really mind-boggling. I'm sure that Joe Torre, the Yankee manager, has a lot to say about Mo. He's sitting down now live in the Yankee Yes Network studio with Susan Waldman. What's up, guys?
Okay, what's up, Michael? What he just said, what's up? Joe, let's talk a little bit about this game because, you know, Roger said he wanted to go out and go as hard as he could for as long as he could, and it wasn't as long, and it wasn't exactly what he wanted. What was he doing, and what are you thinking as you're watching that?
Well, I wasn't comfortable, you know, because it just looked like he was muscling, which is, it's tough to try to control your emotions in a game like this. As much as good as he's been over the last half dozen starts, it just looked like he was trying to manufacture extra velocity, and he may not have realized he was doing it, but I think the emotion of the whole thing got in the way, and then his counts were bad. He got behind Trot Nixon, and Trot can get up on Christmas morning and hit a home run on a fastball, and then all of a sudden 2, and then Enrique throws a ball away, and you know, it looked like it's going to unravel, and the man, to me, who put the tourniquet on this whole thing was Moose. I mean, Mike Messina.
Now, did he come to you yesterday and say, or did you go and say, you know, who can pitch tomorrow? We're going to, if we need somebody?
Well, Mel came to me, and he says, I'm going to throw, this was yesterday. Mel came to me, he says, I'm going to throw Moose a little bit today. In the event there's a game tomorrow, he'll be ready out of the bullpen.
He was extraordinary today.
I mean, 1st and 3rd, nobody out against that ball club, and they can't get a run. And a double play with Johnny Damon. Jeter did the right thing, got it himself, and threw to first base. That was a huge, huge inning for him and for us.
And David Wells, he was kicking himself with that home run, the pitch that he throws. If he had thrown one more pitch in the bullpen, he said, but what are you thinking there? Because then he settled in, he was fine too?
Well, you know how Boomer and I have been adversarial. I said, he just did this to me, just kiddingly. But this, I mean, he volunteered also. But yeah, it took a little wind out of our sails. You know, when Giambi got us within 2, all of a sudden you can sort of see you're at arm's length here from getting back in Pedro. And I guess he got a little tired. But we kept coming at him, and we had some good at-bats against him.
What did you see from Giambi? He just told me, I said, what were you doing? And he said, I just threw everything out the book. I don't know what I was doing. I threw everything out the window today. I had no approach. I wasn't expecting things. What did you see from him?
Yeah, he's probably been getting in his own way. The only thing I said to him today was just stay away from the high fastball. You know, he swung it the first time up. I said, just make him get the ball down. Before the game, the only thing I felt bad about, Susan, was the fact that he, was batting 7th today for the first time, and I didn't get a chance to tell him before he saw the lineup because of the water main break, and he got there a little later than he normally gets, and he, like he usually does, skip whatever you want to do if you think that's the best way for us to win, and I gave him a hug at that time, and he was a little emotional because he feels so much responsibility, and it was just a great response from him.
All right, the 8th inning, a lot of big hits. I think one of the best at-bat in that inning was Bernie Williams. That was an extraordinary at-bat against Pedro.
Bernie, when we put him back into the 4-hole, Bernie this time of year may not look it all the time, but he gets his head right there, his approach on right, and he was terrific. But you're right, that was a huge at-bat for him. And then Matsui, Matsui falls behind 2 strikes like he's done so many times, but it's always dangerous to do that against Pedro. And then he doubles down the right field line, and Georgie fights the ball off. If you look at Georgie's stats against Pedro, they're ugly. up until about the middle of this year, and all of a sudden, whatever adjustments he made, he started hitting him a lot better. And you know, you know, we've maligned Georgie for his base running, but he noticed nobody was covering second base, and he got. When I first saw him go, I said, no, 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 and then there was nobody there, and Jeter come up. He said, what did you think of that? You know, because he likes to you know, prod him a little bit.
All right, Mariano has had some spectacular games. 3 innings tonight. I mean, it was just an amazing performance once again by Mo.
Yeah, I was afraid to ask Mel after 2. I said, what do you think? And he says, let me go check with him. And he came back. He says, we can get 1 more. I said, all right. You know, we need to score. Let's score. For 3 innings, I was waiting to see Manny's back, watching the ball go out of the ballpark, and finally Aaron Boone made that possible.
And as I said to you, back up in Boston, it's always Bucky bleeping Dent, and now it's Aaron bleeping Boone. The same thing. It just for a guy, because he's been very down on himself. He knows he's a better player than this, and comes in and just wins.
Be more satisfying.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or later today.
Yeah, later on, a couple hours.
Okay, Michael, we'll throw back to you for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Susan, and congratulations to Joe Torre. An amazing game. And if you think about it, who will be the Game 1 starter? The one that I've been sitting here trying to go through it in my mind, it might be David Wells. He might be the guy with the most rest after Messina